Good morning, sirs. Good morning, ma'am. Now, let it be said that your Committee on National Defense and Security, Peace, Unification, and Reconciliation derives no pleasure in conducting this public hearing. Why? Kapag ang pagtutunggali ay nagaganap sa pagitan ng Pilipino at kapwa Pilipino hindi lamang sa diskurso at ideolohiya at paniniwala, kundi pati sa larangan ng pagkitil ng buhay ng mga Pilipino, armadong kawalman o guerrilla ng New People's Army, lalo na kung ang biktima ay inosenteng sibilyan na naipit lamang sa magkaiba at magkalayong adhikain at paniniwala ng magkabilang panig, simple lang at sigurado ang resultang kahinatnan, Pilipino at Pilipino pa rin ang talo. When no distinction is made between an activist and a terrorist, an idealist and an extremist, a reformist and a subversive, we risk putting everyone under a cloud of suspicion and our society in a constant state of insecurity. Today, by virtue of Senate Resolution number 559, this committee hearing is convened to exercise its oversight authority over the defense sector on the issue of red tagging or red baiting of certain personalities, institutions, and organizations. To say the least, the alleged red tagging is a crisis in itself. Rightly or wrongly, it stirs public outcry and imperils our conscientious effort to uphold and protect human rights in the country while strengthening our law enforcement measures. These issues most unfortunately transpire in the foreground of the passage of the Anti-Terrorism Act of 2020 and the vigorous efforts of the National Task Force to end communist armed conflict, both of which give our military and police personnel the necessary tools to fight terrorism on one hand, as well as local communist insurgency on the other. Hence, as I have repeatedly done in the recent past, let me be forthright by saying that as one of the authors and the principal sponsor of the Anti-Terrorism Act of 2020, we ensure that the same is applied correctly and appropriately with utmost respect for the rule of law, and that the Bill of Rights under the 1987 Constitution will always be the backbone of this legislation. This is the reason why we gather here this morning, with the end in view of crafting proper guidelines in order to prevent any misunderstanding between the public and our law enforcers, and ultimately to ensure the protection of the constitutional rights of the people in general. We also need to be reminded that as we continue to struggle against the longest insurgency problem in the world, the CPP-NPA, while listed as a terrorist organization by foreign jurisdictions such as the United States, the United Kingdom, Australia, Canada, and New Zealand, and one supranational jurisdiction, namely the European Union, is not in the list of the United Nations Security Council by virtue of UNSCR Resolution 1373. In the Philippines, there is a pending proscription case against the organization before the Manila Regional Trial Court. For the record, aside from official notices delivered by the Committee Secretariat last October 30 to the different progressive militant groups, Bayan Muna, Alliance of Concerned Teachers, Kabataan, Gabriela, while properly received, did not confirm their attendance for still unknown reason until now. We also sent an open invitation last week to the representatives of the Makabayang Koalisyon ng Mamamayan or Makabayan Bloc of the House of Representatives to voluntarily attend this public hearing. The letter was coursed through the Speaker of the House, considering that the committee cannot issue the said invitation directly to the individual party list representatives in view of the inter-parliamentary courtesy existing between the two chambers. Having said that, we received a letter from former Congressman Nery Colmenares requesting that another hearing be held so he may be given an opportunity to attend, but without the presence of the members of the security sector, particularly Lieutenant General Parlade. The chair may have to discuss this with the members of the committee. With the presence of the leaderships of the Defense and Interior Departments, as well as the Armed Forces of the Philippines and the Philippine National Police, respective members of the Executive Department, and the legal counsel of the progressive political party lists. I understand Attorney Sarsa, Manica Sarsa, will act as the legal counsel for the Makabayan Bloc. This hearing intends to deliberate on the root of the conflict on red tagging and other related matters of national concerns, a raging complex issue between state actors and progressive groups. To this end, let us begin. Committee Secretary, kindly acknowledge the presence of our resource persons, physically and virtually.
Good morning. The following resource persons are present physically with us here at the session hall. From the Department of National Defense, we have Secretary Delphine Lorenzana. From the Department of the Interior and Local Government, we have Secretary Eduardo Año, as well as USEC Jonathan Malaya. For the Armed Forces of the Philippines, we have General Gilbert Gapay and Lieutenant General Antonio Parlade Jr. From the Philippine National Police, we have Police Lieutenant General Cesar Hawthorne Dinag. From the National Security Council, we have General Hermogenes Esperon Jr. Together with USEC Lorraine Badoy, Deputy Director General Rufino Lopez Jr., and Deputy Director Vicente Agdamag. From the National Intelligence Coordinating Agency, we have Director General Alex Paul Monteagudo. And virtually, we are joined by Major General Benedict Arevalo and USEC Reynaldo Mapagu of the DND, Attorney Bernadette Ongoko from the Department of Justice, Police Major General Marnie Marcos, and Police Major General Ferdinand Divina from the PNP, and representing Makabayan, its legal counsel, Attorney Manica Asistol Sarza. Thank you.
Thank you. Committee Secretary, kindly administer the oath to the resource persons, both physically and virtually.
Kindly, please stand. Please raise your right hand. Do you solemnly swear to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth in the Senate hearing?
Sir.
Thank you.
All right, thank you.
Please take your
Please
seats.
take your
Yeah, let me find out from the from those present who among you will make opening statements. Mr. Yes, Secretary Lorenzana, and then Secretary Año, and then Secretary Esperon. Yes, you may have the floor. And after that, we will open the floor for interpellation, and I will recognize my colleagues in order of their time of log-in. Namely, of course, the Senate President, then Senator Grace Poe, Senator Bongo, Senator Rizon Tiveros, and Senator De La Rosa. Yes, Secretary Lorenzana, kindly proceed.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Good morning to all the senators attending. Good morning to my colleague, Secretary Esperon, Secretary Año, and all those staff who are here, General Parlade. Good morning to all. Mr. Chairman, thank you very much for calling this meeting, this hearing. We welcome this. And my colleagues here will be presenting some presentations and to actually debunk the accusations of the Makabayan bloc that we are attacking them. We will present evidences from the ILCAC, the Vice Chairman of the ILCAC, Secretary Spiron, and also from the ILG, their appreciation of what's happening in the ground. I think this is very timely, Mr. Chairman, so that we can expose once and for all the true color of these people that are trying to destroy our democracy. Thank you, sir.
Thank you. Secretary Ed Anyo.
Senate President Vicente Soto III, Senator Pampilo Lacson, sir, other members of the Senate, fellow public servants, good morning. The government has been accused of some sectors for red tagging people when opposing views or are critics of the administration. First, we'd like to point out that this whole issue of red tagging is not a product of our imagination or fancy, merely to pin down the opposition as the leftist groups would want it to appear. In fact, it was Communist Party of the Philippines Piyoma Season who red tagged these left-leaning organizations such as Anakbayan, Bayan Muna, Gabriela, Pilusang Mayuno, and all the front organizations. This is a free and democratic country, and free speech is constitutionally protected. However, driven by their Marxist-Leninist ideology, when these individuals and groups begin to plot and overthrow existing government, terrorize innocent civilians, and take up arms to overthrow the government, that is a totally different story. And second, we'd like to emphasize that the government is duty-bound to protect its people. It will do everything within its authority to ensure that the people are safe and protected, most especially from the enemies of the people, who are like wolves in sheep's clothing, taking advantage of the people's weaknesses and vulnerabilities so that they would unwittingly join their cause. Sometimes we wonder why these groups complain of red tagging when they themselves admit to being red, meaning communist. Their ideology is Marxist-Leninist Maoist, and their Bible is Season's Philippine Society and Revolution. Directs the waging of a revolution as a transition stage towards a communist state in the country. Third, the government, the DND, the DILG, along with PNP and AP and other agencies, are all for peace. And red tagging is not part of our agenda, nor is it our policy. Our distinguished senators, let me emphasize that we in the government are not the enemies here. We all know who the enemies are, and they are the communist terrorist groups under the CPP, NPA, NDF, and their allies who have been country's bane for the past 5 decades. Maraming salamat, Mr. Chair.
Thank you. Secretary Jun Esperon, you have the floor.
The Senate President, Vicente Tito Soto, the Committee Chairman, Senator Pampilo Lacson, and honorable members of the Senate, thank you for issuing resolution number 559 that called for this hearing. And indeed, as you can see, we are in full force. We have come here to present the vision of the National Task Force to end the local communist armed conflict for peace and development, and later explain in more detail the duplicitous character of the CPP, NPA, NDF, which we collectively call the communist terrorist group. They have stunted the growth and modernization, not only of the countryside, but of the whole country. We may wonder why the NPA, with about 5,000 active fighters, have remained a threat. We know that the NPA is only the army. The CPP, the Communist Party of the Philippines, is the brain or the mastermind, more aptly called mastermind. And the National Democratic Front is the shield. Despite the successes of the security sector and of government in addressing the New People's Army, they continue to recruit new members. The problem really is they resort to radicalization and recruitment of the youth to replenish their rank in a cycle. Mr. President, Mr. Chairman, I would like to propose that I be allowed to present a briefing to this body on the National Task Force purpose, vision, and organization, and how it is envisioned to remedy the malady that has plagued the country for the past 52 years. We certainly cannot allow this generation and the generations to come to continue to suffer from the atrocities and the anti-people activities of the CPP, NPA, and DF. After my briefing, a very short briefing will be given by Secretary Ed Anyo of DILG, concentrating on the recruitment process. I further propose that a briefing be allowed for the Director General of NICA for his briefing on the true nature, the duplicitous character of the CPP and the NPA, NDF. And if Mr. President, Mr. Chairman, we are ready also to present former cadres. If you would call them to give their testimony, we are ready to present them. After our presentation, we hope to have done the trumpet call for unity across the land in one whole nation and one government approach to finally end the communist insurgency in this land. Thank you very much.
Before the briefing and presentation, Senator, the Vice Chair of the Committee on National Defense and Security would like to make an opening statement. Senator Ronald Bato de la Rosa. Yes, Senator de la Rosa, you're recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Good morning to all our resource speakers. Foremost, I would like to thank Senator Lacson for filing Senate Resolution number 559 and spearheading today's hearing to shed light on the issue of red tagging. This proceeding will pave a way both to the AFP and PNP on one hand and those allegedly red tagged on the other for an opportunity to clarify their respective assertions. Mr. Chair, to recall, the Senate Committee on Public Order and Dangerous Drugs, joined with this committee, held two public hearings on Senate Resolution number 38 last year. The committees heard the plight of parents who lost their children to people and organizations whose purpose, it seemed, was to drive families apart and creating rebels out of children. The Committee on Public Order and Dangerous Drugs submitted its findings and recommendations through Committee Report number 10. It was signed by majority of the members of the concerned committees and is now pending in the Senate plenary for adoption. The said committee report carefully considers the statements of resource persons, especially the testimony on recruitment experiences of former rebels who have returned into the folds of the law. The committee reported out, among others, the issue of recruitment of minors as combatants by the communist terrorist groups is an age-old problem. There have been numerous reports in the past that claimed the CPP-NPA terrorists deliberately recruit teenagers as their manpower for armed struggle against the government. And there are allegations that some party list groups advocate communist ideologies. They espouse principles that give semblance to democratic values and doctrines, but with the real ultimate goal of overthrowing the government. Mr. Chair, some of the party list groups mentioned in Committee Report number 10 are also the same group which are allegedly being red tagged now. However, it was the group of parents invited during the Senate hearings who testified on the vicious cycle employed by the organizations in luring young students in joining underground activities as allegedly experienced by their children. Bagamat patuloy na kinakabit sa mga pangalan nila General Parlade, Yusek Badoy, DG Monteagudo, and other military and police personnel ang salitang red tagging, I believe that one of their goals is to protect our countrymen from being recruited by the terrorist CPP, NPA, NDF. This communist terrorist group continues to spread terror even during the time of pandemic. As such, they aim to do their best to prevent any form of recruitment by communist terrorist group from occurring. As the saying goes, prevention is better than cure. Mr. Chairman, it is about time we call spade a spade. Tama na ang 50 taong panluluko at panlilinlang na ginagawa nitong teroristang grupong CPP, NPA, NDF sa ating mga kababayan. Sila ang hadlang sa pag-unlad ng ating bansa, lalong-lalo na sa kanayunan. This has to stop, Mr. Chairman. To the CPP, NPA, NDF legal fronts, I want to pose this question, which was already being asked by other people many times. What do you call an animal that quacks like a duck, walks like a duck, and swims like a duck? Is it a chicken? Hindi yan manok, Mr. Chairman, kundi it is a duck. Instead of complaining that the military and police are red tagging them, they should complain against Juma Sison because in the first place, it was Juma Sison who red tagged Bayan, KMU, KMP, Gabriela, Alliance of Concentrated Teachers, Legal, LFS, Cadena, and others as major component organizations of the NDF, one of the three inseparable organizations, the CPP, NPA, NDF, that aim at overthrowing the government through violent means. With the guidance of our distinguished chairman, I am certain that after today's hearing, the issues between the military and law enforcement agencies of the government and the left-leaning organizations will be resolved for the benefit of the Filipino people, which we all vowed to serve. Maraming salamat. Magandang umaga muli sa ating lahat. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you, Senator De La Rosa. Senator Rizontiveros would also like to make an opening statement, but before that, the chair acknowledges the presence of Senator Manny Pacquiao and Senator Kiko Pangilinan. Go ahead, Senator Risa Ontiveros.
Salamat po, Mr. Chair. Magandang umaga, Mr. Chair, fellow senators, resource persons. I come to this hearing because of two things that are important to me. The first is the protection of women from threats, both veiled and overt, and malicious accusations. And the second is national security. Yung una, madali na po siguro unawain, hindi po ba? Nagpakita ng kamulatan, critical thinking, at pakikipagkapwa-tao sina Liza Soberano, Catriona Gray, at Angel Lacson. Ano ang sinusukli sa kanila? Red tagging, at mayroon pang kasamang death threat. I can't begin to imagine the anguish and emotional toll this must have taken on these women who have been directly hit by these accusations, as well as their families. I'm certain that it's also caused a chilling effect on citizens who only want to weigh in on issues of national importance and hold government to account for its failures to the people. Free speech is essential to democracy and nation building. It should not be suppressed, and least of all by red tagging. The second point, however, Mr. Chairman, is equally disturbing. The National Task Force to End Local Communist Armed Conflict has been allocated a proposed budget of 19 billion pesos for 2021, 16 billion of which has been earmarked for its barangay development program. This is a considerable amount of money. It's more than the proposed budget for the Department of Housing, Settlements, and Urban Development, 632 million pesos, Office of the Ombudsman, 3.3 billion pesos, Department of Budget and Management, 1.9 billion pesos, and even the Department of Finance, 17.46 billion pesos. Moreover, our officials are spending an inordinate amount of time running after ordinary citizens using the communist bogeyman. In the meantime, a former AFP chief of staff has stated that China would seize the Philippines by force if a war were to break out between Beijing and Washington. Is this not a more imminent and more compelling threat, Mr. Chairman? Todo nakafocus sa CPP at sa NPA, the remnants of an insurgency facing imminent defeat in the battlefield. Pero walang angal na papapasukin sa ating bansa ang isang dayuhang bayan. Mr. Chair, I was a member of the GRP-NDF peace panel on the side of the government. The issues of the communist insurgency are not new to me. My party, Akbayan, historically has called for human rights accountability also of non-state actors at kasama dito ang NPA. I will not hesitate to speak against the violations of the NPA as I have done. But I will not sit idly by in the face of red tagging and scare tactics by uniformed agents of the state, especially when they are perpetrated against ordinary civilians, including women, and especially when there is a bigger enemy that is not being confronted. We are holding this hearing on the heels of the strongest typhoon in the world for 2020. Ito'y direktang tumama sa Bicol region, na isa sa mga rehiyon na identified na may communist insurgency problem. Ngayon pa lang sasabihin ko na po, Mr. Chairman, yung 16 billion pesos na budget ng NTF-LCAC Barangay Development Program, I will call for a portion of it to be reallocated to typhoon rehabilitation. I've already called for 8 billion to be reallocated to health. Mag-reallocate din po tayo para sa kababayan nating mga nasa lanta. Salamat po, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you, Senator Rizonte Veros. Before I recognize Secretary Esperon and Director General Nika, General Alex Monteagudo, to present before the committee, I would just like to ask this very important question, which is the meat of the hearing today. Kay Lieutenant General Parlade, have you in any way red-tagged Ms. Liza Soberano, Eddie Lacson, and Catriona Gray? Please answer. Just one question.
No, Your Honor, I did not.
Thank you. You may expound on that later, but in the meantime, we will now listen to the presentation of Secretary Esperon, if you're ready. Yun. After Secretary Esperon, did I hear you right na si Secretary Anyo will also make a presentation, and then Nika, Director General. Okay, in that order. Please proceed.
The President and members of the Senate, ladies and gentlemen, a pleasant morning to all of you. It is with great pleasure to present the National Task Force to End the Local Communist Armed Conflict, NTF-LCAC, and the Framework of Good Governance. The scope of my presentation is as shown on the screen. I will start with the background, go to the strategic framework, the organization, and finally on the issue of red tagging. The communist terrorist threat for a long time has been a domestic challenge for the Philippines. In 2017, due to the CPP, NPA, NDF's attacks on persons who are not participants of the armed conflict, radicalization and recruitment to become child combatants, destruction of private and public properties, extortion against private entities, and other abuses, to include sexual opportunism, the President issued Proclamation 360, ending the peace negotiations with the communist rebels. Following this, the President signed Proclamation number 374 to formally declare the CPP-NPA as a terrorist organization in conjunction with the provisions of the Anti-Money Laundering Act. A year later, on December 4, 2018, the President signed the landmark Executive Order number 70, creating the National Task Force to End Local Communist Armed Conflict, NTF-LCAC, for a whole-of-nation approach in attaining inclusive and sustainable peace. The NTF-LCAC has the following mandates: formulate and implement a whole-of-nation approach, ensure interagency convergence in the implementation of the framework in conflicted areas and vulnerable areas, organize ad hoc interagency and multi-sectoral clusters and councils at all levels to fulfill its mandate. On April 15, 2019, the President approved the National Plan to End the Local Communist Armed Conflict, and the implementing plans of the 12 clusters. The national plan, LCAP, is in line with Ambition 2040 and the Philippine Development Plan, with its national vision of having a prosperous and predominantly middle-class society. The 12 clusters serve as the mechanism to highlight the convergence among the different government agencies and private sectors that will harmonize, synchronize, and integrate the implementation of the programs, activities, and projects of the communities. The National Task Force, LCAP, means serving the people through good governance, guided by transparency and accountability on the part of the government, participatory, so that it will ensure people's involvement in government decision-making process, and rule of law that bring about impartial justice system. This serves as guiding framework in the implementation of the 12 clusters, with primary consideration in the people's mobilization as part of the whole nation approach in addressing the communist terrorist group, or the CPP, NPA, NDF. The NTF LCAP strategic framework is composed of two tracks. The first track is the political, economic, and socio-cultural track that will address the primary issues and root causes of insurgency and the development of strong institutions. The other track is the peace engagement, law enforcement, and military track that will entice the rebels to surrender, delegitimize the insurgents, and conduct sustained military operations. These two tracks shall be undertaken through the implementation of the 12 lines of efforts or clusters under the National Task Force. All these NTF clusters are mutually reinforcing through a whole-of-nation approach and good governance. As a result of these efforts, we expect an influx of surrenderers, dismantled CTG alliances, CTG support structures will cease to function, and leaders and cadres get isolated. As the terminal options, the government will offer a genuine political settlement and policing, which will lead to the defeat of the armed group, peace and security ensured, and development undertakings attained. Let me show again the 12 clusters or programs with the corresponding agencies that are involved. 12 clusters. Please take note that the armed forces of the Philippines and the Philippine National Police and Security Sector are in only one of the 12 clusters. In the composition of the NTF Executive Committee, no less than the President is the chairman, and yours truly is the vice chairman. Shown is the organizational structure, involving 19 cabinet members, plus the Chief of Staff, Chief PNP, DG NICA, and NCIP, plus 2 from the private sector. We have successfully cascaded our mandate through the formation of regional, provincial, city, municipal, and even barangay task forces all over the country. Next slide, please. Next slide. We take note from this slide that the Regional Peace and Order Council and the Regional Development Council are part of the Regional Task Force, LCAP. Shown are 17 joint regional task forces nationwide, led by a cabinet officer for regional development and security. The CORDS spearheads the peace and development efforts to ensure that all programs, projects, and activities of the national government in the region are well implemented for the people through various mechanisms and strategies. Let me have a quick rundown of the accomplishments of the NTF LCAP. The regional, provincial, and local level task forces are critical for LCAP to achieve its objectives. Shown are the updated tally of provinces, cities, and municipalities that established task forces as of September 2020. Undoubtedly, these task forces have been key to the program's many accomplishments. The basic services cluster ensures the efficient delivery of housing, education, social protection, health, and basic utilities services to our people. Shown is the actual handover of 300 housing units to the indigenous peoples at the Manobo tribe based in Capalong, Davao del Norte, as part of the effort to provide adequate housing facility to our indigenous peoples. LCAP has also strengthened DSW-led social programs such as the Pantawid Pamilyang Filipino Program or 4Ps, conditional cash transfers, senior citizens pension, and others. Likewise, the Last Mile School is a major program of DepEd intended to provide new classrooms for communities in conflict-affected and geographically isolated and disadvantaged areas. A total of 13,769 declarations of persona non grata all over the country were initiated by various local government units, indigenous peoples, and other sectors of our society. Sectoral unification, capacity building, and mobilization cluster plays an important role in nation building to include as well the dynamic implementation of people-centered, community-focused human rights programs and advocacies of the government, which will make the vulnerable sectors resilient against the communist terrorist operations and infiltration. Shown in this is the engagement of the NTF LCAP and the NCIP, IPs, ICCT Regional Action Planning Workshop to unify the efforts of the various government agencies in support of our indigenous peoples. The Infrastructure and Resource Management Cluster aims to rationalize the utilization of natural resources. The National Greening Program being implemented nationwide is one of the NTF LCAP's priority programs to provide livelihood to our people while promoting the preservation of our natural resources. LCAP programs conducted various livelihood trainings that have employed thousands of Filipinos were being undertaken by the Poverty Reduction and Livelihood Employment Cluster. Here are the highlights of the efforts of the member agencies of this cluster. Shown in the pictures are TESDA skills training graduates that are now manufacturing personal protective equipment that are being distributed to our frontliners in the fight against COVID-19. Former rebels are also benefiting from the skills training as part of the assistance being provided by the government under the Enhanced Comprehensive Local Integration Program, or ECLIP, another cluster. For our international engagement cluster, we have engaged various organizations in the European Union in an effort to expose the fund generation scheme and terroristic activities of the CTG. As shown, the mission relayed valuable information such as the localized peace talks effort of our government, current programs on poverty alleviation, among others. The International Engagement Cluster also launched awareness campaigns through the Ambassadors of Truth, composed of indigenous peoples, who went around the United States and narrated their personal experiences on the atrocities and human rights abuses committed by the CTG against their tribes. The Legal Cooperation Cluster of the NTF LCAP provides legal assistance to the victims of CTG atrocities and recruitment of minors in armed conflict. Among the cases currently handled by the Legal Cooperation Cluster is the case of Alexandra Pacalda for violation of RA 9156 for illegal possession of firearms and explosives. The case is pending in Quezon. Likewise, legal cases were filed against leaders of the CPP, NPA, and DF for their crimes committed when they killed their own comrades during the series of communist purgings nationwide, one of which is the Inopacan massacre, which is an ongoing case. Inopacan Leyte. The Stratcom cluster of the NTF LCAP promotes the efforts of the government to win the peace. Public information campaign is being undertaken using various media platforms for dissemination. Shown are some of the products of the information operations campaign in social media. Through the Stratcom, the NTF spokespersons were designated, and we cover blue letter days and advocacy and capacity building efforts were sustained. The Situational Awareness and Knowledge Management Cluster, or Intelligence, develops and implements a comprehensive national education awareness campaign, purposely for deeper understanding of the threat situation, including the different aspects of the programs, strategies and tactics of the communist terrorists. They have conducted orientation for government executives and the various government agencies nationwide, as shown. They are also on call by private institutions to lecture on the nature of the enemy. There have been a lot of engagements. The Peace, Law and Order and Development Support Cluster, which are composed of the AFP and the PNP and the Coast Guard primarily, and the security sector, is guided with the strict adherence to respect to human rights, international humanitarian law, and rule of law. To address the CPP-NPA recruitment of child combatants, Provincial Task Force LCAP of Davao Region, in partnership with DepEd, launched its Bayanihan sa School program and established 5 school buildings that will accommodate former students of Salugpungan schools. Salugpungan School is a CTG-affiliated school that is known to have recruited and trained students to become child combatants. The CPP-NPA-NDF is a highly organized outfit that has no boundaries in terms of their deviousness. In previous occasions, I have spoken before you about how they have set up alternative learning centers, more known as Salugpungan schools, in attempt to radicalize children, orient them to communism, expose them to anti-government activities, and train them to be child combatants. These are clear violations of international norms and laws, particularly the UN Conventions on the Rights of Children. As of June 2020, we were able to close down 75 of the identified 97 communist breeding institutions. Through intercluster operations, schools which serve as recruitment hubs were shut down. The schools involved are the Alternative Learning Center for Agricultural and Livelihood Development, the Tribal Filipino Program of Surigao del Sur, TRIPS, Community Technical College, Southeastern Mindanao, and the Salugpungan Tatano in Canugon Community Learning Centers. May I also say that the Armed Forces and the PNP have dismantled 24 out of the existing identified guerrilla fronts, and another 24 guerrilla fronts were weakened. This actually represents the major accomplishment of the AFP, PNP, and the security sector. So far, the outcomes of our LCAP initiatives have been encouraging. A reduction in the CPP-NPA's strength and collapse of guerrilla fronts were noted, as indicated earlier. 13,460 former rebels and militia ng bayan members have surrendered and were successfully reintegrated to society under the Balik Loob program. Moreover, of the Department of Defense. Moreover, they received housing, education, and livelihood benefits through our enhanced comprehensive local integration program. Meanwhile, through various campaigns, we were able to disrupt extortion activities of the CPP, NPA, and NDF against local businesses, various industries, and private citizens. As of June 12, 2020, the ILG provided financial assistance to 4,325 former rebels worth 314 million. This includes immediate assistance, livelihood assistance, reintegration assistance, and firearms remuneration. The ECLIP provides the former rebels with financial and livelihood assistance to help them in their re-immersion to the mainstream of our society. In a show of importance to their allegiance to our government, no less than the President himself led the distribution of ECLIP benefits to 262 former rebels in San Isidro Leyte last January. Since the LCAP program was implemented, we have devised various initiatives, including the Barangay Development Program. The Barangay Development Program, as the flagship program, dislodged the CPP-NPA from their guerrilla bases through development efforts. The Barangay Development Program aims to provide peace building and development interventions in conflict-assisted barangays that have already been cleared of the CPP-NPA presence. For the period 2016 to 2019, 822 barangays have been cleared and are now primed and ready for development. To fast-track the process, we have proposed to Congress the inclusion in the fiscal year 2021 budget that said barangays will receive the much-needed funds of 20 million each. The intent is to provide basic services to transform and free these barangays from NPA manipulation through the provision of a farm-to-market road, 1 kilometer, concrete, and local road projects, school building, water sanitation, health facilities, greening programs, livelihood opportunities, technical and vocational training, and social protection programs and community electrification. For 2020, and this is, by the way, supported by the League of Provinces of the Philippines. For 2020, we have cleared 502 barangays and are intent to clear other vulnerable and affected barangays and apply the Barangay Development Program. The bottom line is the LCAP program has become an important facet of the government's peace and development agenda. And as we speak, it continues to do wonders for our Filipino communities. We are aware of calls to defund the LCAP and discredit its programs. That is why I welcome this platform to straighten out some of the misinformation lodged against it. On the issue of red tagging. Red tagging or red baiting, regardless of the definitions created and adopted by the front organizations, is unequivocally not a matter of policy within the LCAP program. As a construct of these organizations, red tagging has no factual basis and cannot be attributed to any past or current government policy, program, or activity. Given the history of these organizations, one may regard such as part of their many ruses to deflect and distance themselves from the truth. Red tagging is wholly inconsistent with what LCAP is all about. In my mind, Your Honor, in my humble mind, no benefit can be derived from it. That is why it is inconceivable to even consider engaging in such activity. LCAP is a development-centered undertaking. If anything, we have always supported the dissemination of truth. We have information campaigns to provide clarity to address circulating misinformation or for purposes of discouraging our youth from falling prey to the enchantment of cost-oriented groups that actually funnel recruits to the CPP-NPA. If necessary, we exercise the state's moral duty of parents patrae by warning or reminding our citizens, especially the youth, to be careful in dealing with these front organizations. To be abundantly clear, today's message is not about explaining or justifying the government's position on the Makabayan bloc, the various groups under its umbrella and other coalition affiliates. The link to CPP-NPA are real and not imagined. The basis of this actual role in communist terrorism are solid and well documented, and their affiliations and links are in fact intimate and mutually supportive. Testimonies of former rebels and disenchanted front organizations, along with decades of observed patterns of cooperation between the CPP-NPA and front organizations, confirm their connection with each other. From my perspective, there is no need to justify our position that the Makabayan bloc, the various groups under its umbrella, and other coalition affiliates are linked to the CPP-NPA. The briefing of the National Intelligence Coordinating Agency after SILG's briefing will further elaborate and cement the role of the Makabayan bloc in the communist movement and will prove that it has historical basis and well documented. If you were able, many of us who were able to live through the 70s, 80s, and the 90s, it is likely that you will share the same belief that these organizations and the CPP and PA are probably cut from the same cloth. Before I end, I must reiterate that the CPP, NPA, NDF is designated as or listed as a terrorist organization by the United States, the European Union, the United Kingdom, Australia, Canada, and New Zealand. That ends my briefing, Mr. President, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you,
Thank you very
Secretary
much for
Esperon.
the support.
Before I recognize Secretary Anyo, the chair would just like to state that Attorney Sarsa, who is representing the Makabayan Bloc party lists, has requested to make a manifestation after all the presentations, and then afterwards she is requesting to leave. So yes, Secretary Anyo, you are recognized.
Again, Senate President Vicente Soto III, Senator Pampilo Lacson, our Chairperson and Committee on National Defense and Security, Peace, Unification, Reconciliation, Senator Ronald Bato de la Rosa, Senator Risa Ontiveros, Senator Emmanuel Manny Pacquiao, fellow public servants. Magandang umaga po. Ito po ay very brief presentation. 3 minutes presentation and 2 minutes video clip. This is also for the parents, for the youth and students, and young rebels inside who have been sweet talked by the CPP, NPA, and DF recruiters. How are CPP front organizations recruiting idealistic Filipinos to join the revolution? Distinguished members of this chamber, allow me to give an overview on the CPP, NPA, and DF recruitment process. First, they prey on the innocence or even ignorance of Filipinos, especially the youth students, by bringing up legitimate and cause-driven advocates or advocacies for the welfare of our countrymen through regular discussion groups. They convince recruits to join legal leftist organizations, to include party list groups, to have an avenue to advance their personal advocacy but hide the real agenda of boosting party list membership. Capitalizing on the recruits' idealism, orientations, and discussions on societal issues are then conducted to gain their sympathy and support. This stage likewise convinces them to air their grievances and take their actions and voices to the streets by participating in public mobilizations and rallies. Once they stir this empathy, the left now starts agitation and radicalization, selects progressive potential recruits, those with advanced thinking, and urges these individuals to attend special lectures and undergo courses under the Pambansang Demokratikong Paaralan or PADEPA, run by the CPP, and make them embrace communist ideology and eventually overthrow the government. In here, they begin to discuss national issues not related to their respective advocacies and tie these concerns up to point out that these are faults of the government. Then they will take the ESCUM or the Special na Kursong Masa, which is a sectoral orientation focusing on peasants, youth, women, workers, and indigenous people. This will then be followed by another course, the MKLRP, or the Maikling Kurso sa Lipunan at Revolusyong Pilipino, which tackles agitation and introduction to revolution. Finally, they will be subject to take the ARAC, or the Araling Aktivista, which develops commitment to the party and leadership. From the theoretical level of indoctrination, further radicalization now comes in the process of basic mass immersion. This is categorized into exposure, which takes 3 to 5 days, immersion, which lasts for a month, and the tour of duty, which lasts 3 to 6 months. Recruits are brought to the guerrilla zones to show them the real situation and concretize what had been instilled in them during the PADEPA. The ultimate goal of which is to strengthen the resolve and embrace the communist primary form of struggle, which is the armed revolution. They are also required to take party courses to become a Communist Party member. It starts with a basic party course and lecture on CPP Constitution, which are prerequisites for the first oath as candidate party member. This will then be followed by intermediate party course and an appraiser on the CPP Constitution as a requirement for their second oath as full-time party member. Eventually, those who are programmed to higher positions are required to undergo advanced party course to heighten their knowledge about the party. Upon completion of the above aforementioned stages, new party members may opt to stay in the NPA unit where they were immersed and serve as political guide and eventually become a cadre, or choose to go back to the white areas as recruiter, organizer, and member of the party branch that constitutes the core of the CPP front organization. Indeed, the CPP-NP and DF system is intricate, so we must dig deeper into the process. Kailangan mabatid ng lahat kung paano pinagsasamantalahan ang ideolohismo ng mga Pilipino habang hindi nila nalalaman na unti-unti na pala silang narulubog sa kumunoy ng paglilinlang ng mga komunista. So as more and more individuals and groups are coming forward to denounce and unveil the identity of the CPP, NPA, and their front organizations, and as hearings like this expose the truth behind the CNN recruitment and endless propaganda, we hope that we will be in a better position against this predicament. And so I sincerely thank Senator Pampilo Lacson for taking the initiative. And I also thank everyone who heed the call of the good senator to substantiate our position on the brainwashing strategies of the CPP, NP, and DF. Ladies and gentlemen, with your indulgence, allow me to show this audio-visual presentation, a 2-minute video presentation that will hopefully shed brighter light on the communist scheme, which starts from CPP front organization recruitment to their journey as full-time NPAs until their death. Please show that video.
Kasama sa 14 na napatay na umano'y mga rebelde ay isang estudyante, si Josephine Ann Lapira, 22 anyos at estudyante ng UP Manila at opisyal umano ng Grupong Gabriela. Nagpaalam umano ito sa kanila na sasailalim sa isang immersion.
Ito ang larawan ng 3 NPA na napatay sa engkwentro. 5 ang nasawi sa hanay ng NPA. Kabilang na dyan ang alias RJ at Raid Manalo alias Kapandan.
Ako'y matalinong bata at aral po dyan sa UP ay na-recruit po ng mga naging aktivista. Una nakita namin sa TV yung mga rally-rally. Balidaan po namin na ganyan. Hindi naman po nagkulang ng pagpapaalala. Parang hindi na po kayang baliin yung kanyang paniniwala.
Maraming pong salamat, Mr. Chairman. Yun lang po.
Mr. Chairman,
Thank you, Secretary Ed Año. Yes, Senator Risa Ontiveros, please.
thank you, Mr. Chairman.
You're
Just,
recognized.
thank you, Mr. Chairman. Just a very brief comment. Speaking as a mother, and speaking as a long-time peace advocate as well, since the past 3 decades, but mostly speaking as a mother, tama po ba talaga, Mr. Chairman, na magpakita tayo ng ganyang mga video tungkol sa mga bata, mga anak ng mga kapwa magulang natin who are now dead and cannot speak for themselves? May I just make that of record, Mr. Chairman, at salamat po.
Yes, Senator Ontiveros, thank you. This part of the discussion, this part of the red tagging issue raised against the armed forces of the Philippines, and they're here to present their side of the issue. So with that, Director General Monteagudo, you're recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
The Senate President, Senator Vicente Soto III, the Chairman, Senator Panfilo Lacson, sir. The members of the Senate Committee on National Defense, Peace, Unification, Reconciliation. Good morning. Mr. Chairman, would I be allowed to remove for the presentation?
Go ahead, go ahead.
Thank you, sir. In the book of John, chapter 8, verse 32, the Lord Jesus said, "And ye shall know the truth, and the truth shall make you free." Slides, please. As the Director General of the National Intelligence Coordinating Agency and the head of the Situational Awareness and Knowledge Management cluster of the National Task Force to End the Local Communist Armed Conflict, I am here, Mr. Chairman, to present the truth and nothing but the validated truth about the 52-year plague that is the CPP, NPA, NDF. How it has infiltrated the bureaucracy and the society, and how it threatens the hope and future of our country while recruiting, radicalizing, and exploiting the children and the youth. We thank the chairman for calling for this public hearing and for inviting us so that we can finally reveal the truth to the people. For several months now, an NPF LCAC has been accused of red tagging by no less than party list representatives of Bayan Muna, Congressman Carlos Isagani Zarate, ACT Teachers Party List Congresswoman Franz Castro, Gabriela Party List Congresswoman Arlene Rosas, and Kabataan Party List Congresswoman Sara Jane Ilago. They claim that the NPF LCAC, chaired by no less than the President of the Republic, has been fomenting lies and accusing the NPF of red tagging and purveyor of false information. They accuse the task force that all the information revealing their connection to the CPP, NDF, NPA, or the communist terrorist group is just a figment of our imagination. They even tried to silence us by bullying us, threatening us with cases, and even to the extent of blocking our budget. Mr. Chairman, the issue is red tagging. But what is red tagging? In his dissenting opinion in one case, Supreme Court Associate Justice Marvick Leonen cited a 2011 journal article that defined red tagging or red baiting as the act of labeling, branding, naming, and accusing individuals and or organizations of being left-leaning, subversives, communists, or terrorists, used as a strategy by state agents, particularly law enforcement agencies and the military, against those perceived to be threats or enemies of the state. Note, however, that this is not a legal and binding definition, nor is it considered a crime.
We are aware that the CTG proxies want to make this act as a crime so that they can continue to repress any dissent or opposition to their plot of overthrowing our government through violent means and establishing a godless communist system. At the outset, therefore, we at the NTF-LCAC admit that we are exposing individuals and organizations which we have validated as CPP, NDF, NPA members and front organizations. We therefore plead guilty, not to red tagging, but to truth tagging. We have to tell the people who the CPP, NDF, NPA members or front organizations really are, not because we want to curtail their rights, but more importantly, to protect the rights of the general public, the Filipino children and their families, the indigenous people and their communities from the veiled lies, deception, and exploitation by the CPGs. All the information we have revealed about the CPP, NDF, NPA, and their connection with the groups such as the Makabayan Bloc are standing on solid ground. They underwent a rigorous process of evaluation and have been vetted through the revelation of surrendered, arrested, and captured communist terrorist group personalities, as well as documents and videos. Also used as references are published books by former members of the CPP, NPA, NDF, such as the book Debunked, written by Rigoberto Tiglao, and The Wars Within, based on the life of alias Eric Almendras. At the outset, it is imperative that we all understand that the communist terrorist organization in the Philippines is a single entity, which over the years has successfully convinced everyone that it is three distinct organizations, the CPP, NPA, and the NDF. The truth is, as far as their own organizational structure will show, it is just one single organization. The CPP with two main branches, its army, which is the NPA, and its united front, the NDF. In the interest of trying to forge peace with the CPP, even the Philippine government has accepted the CPP scheme that the NDF is separate and distinct from the CPP. My presentation and the presentation of the other resource persons of the NDF will show, however, that the NDF is an integral part of the CPP, and top NDF members are CPP members. In this connection, please allow us to show a video of CPP Chairman Jose Maria Sison himself, taken in 1987, or 30 years ago, when he boastfully identified the front organizations like Bagong Alyansang Makabayan or Bayan, the Kilusang Magbubukid ng Pilipinas or KMP, the General Assembly of Binding Women for Reform, Integrity, Equality, Leadership, and Action, Gabriela, the League of Filipino Students, and Alliance of Concerned Teachers, and several others as integral part of their network in advancing the interest of the Communist Party of the Philippines. Please watch this video. Sound, please. Sound map.
Mr. Chairman,
Yes, Mr. Senate President.
may we have this restarted because we're missing a few minutes already of the presentation.
There's something wrong with your video file. Yeah, sige. If you have another source.
This is actually very important video, Mr. Chairman. I'd like to really show this. This is the premise of our.
Yeah, while waiting for the video, no. Gusto ko lang ipagbigay alam kay Senator Antiveros na naintindihan ng chair yung pinaghuhugutan niya kanina, yung kanyang pag-alala bilang isang ina. Pero sa kabilang dako, mainam na rin napapaalalahanan yung mga magulang, lalo na mga ina, na tingnan nilang ang kapakanan ng kanilang mga anak. Na wag nilang pabayaan na ma-expose sa kung totoo man yung mga video na pinakita, no, ng defense sector. It's just unfortunate and it's sad that the militant groups are not present here this morning, so they can easily or rebut immediately what is being presented by the security sector. Yun lang yung nakakalungkot dito kasi wala sila rito, except of course the one representing them, Attorney Sarsa, no, na nagre-represent sa Makabayan DAP. So ready na ba yung video niya?
Yes, sir. I will play the sound here, sir,
Yeah.
on my microphone
Okay.
simultaneously with
Please
the video,
proceed.
sir. Please play the video. Please play the video. Ako nang bahala sa sound. Start. Umpisa. Okay, please.
Three processes by which the Philippine Revolution is to be advanced. These include the building of the Communist Party of the Philippines, the building of the new People's Army, and the building of the National Democratic Front. The Communist Party of the Philippines was established on December 6, 1968 as the Marxist-Leninist vanguard party of the working class. This party is supposed to be the standard bearer of the working class, which is that class that is the most progressive, productive, and political force in the Philippines. It is true that a minority class, especially only the party which represents it, cannot win the Philippine Revolution all by itself. At any rate, even while there are the forces of armed revolution, there are the legal democratic forces in the Philippines. The biggest of these is Bagong Alyansang Makabayan, or Bayan in short. It has a membership of more than 2 million members in more than 1,000 member organizations. Its biggest component organizations are Kilusang Mayo Uno, which is the labor center, the Pambansang Kilusang Magbubukid, which is the Kilusang Magbubukid ng Pilipinas, or KMP, Gabriela the Women's Alliance, League of Filipino Students, Alliance of Concerned Teachers, Cadena, and so on. As I have earlier pointed out, Partido ng Bayan found August 30 and 31.
May I continue, Mr. Chairman?
Please continue.
We would also like to submit documents that show that the European Union, the United States, United Kingdom, and Canada all declared the CPP-NPA and CSIN as terrorists. A regional trial court has also issued a warrant of arrest for CSIN for his involvement in the Inupacan Leyte massacre, where hundreds of the CTG members were murdered to purge their ranks of suspected informers. Since 1987, the Philippine government has been engaged in several peace talks with the CTG, hoping that this will be the shortcut to bringing peace to our land. But while the Philippine government was hoping to reach a final agreement, the CPP saw this as an opportunity to undermine the government. They made demands that were short of the Philippine government surrendering to the CPP. All the while, the military, police, and security sector's hands were tied behind their backs lest they be accused as spoilers of peace. The CPP, NDF, NPA even have its established peace talks advocates, religious groups, academia, and politicians from the legislative branch to pressure the government to engage in peace talks. Despite the absence of any progress, the different administrations engage in peace talks in the hope that this will be the solution to the decades-long problem of communist insurgency. But as it has always turned out, the CPP-NPA does not want peace. It wants to seize power. Mr. Chairman, allow us to prove this through the statement of Luis Halandoni, a disillusioned former Catholic priest turned atheist, who was the chairman of the NDF negotiating panel and a CPP Central Committee member based in Europe. In this video, Halandoni explicitly stated that their real intention to the peace talks is to support their so-called revolutionary struggle, a euphemism for violently overthrowing the government. To them, peace talks is just one of the means to an end. Please watch this video.
Legal struggle.
Excuse me, sir. Pakiulit. Ay, sasabay ko lang dito. Wala uling sound.
Another form of legal struggle, which is possible to be used by the revolutionary forces in order to advance the revolutionary armed struggle and the revolutionary mass movement. This other form of legal struggle, the peace negotiation, does not replace the revolutionary armed struggle nor the revolutionary mass movement. In fact, it should advance, it should support this revolutionary armed struggle as the main form of struggle, and the revolutionary mass movement, which is a more important struggle than the peace negotiation.
But what has this got to do with the issue on red tagging? We showed the video because this strategy clearly demonstrates the duplicitous nature of the CTG, employing what they call as dual tactics. They engage in peace talks so that they will earn the support of civil society personalities and organizations who are peace advocates. They use rogue priests to represent the CPP-NPA in the NDF so that they will appear righteous, maybe even holy, which works for the Filipino public who are generally religious. Ito po ang tunay na anyo ng CPP, NPA, NDF. Sa madaling salita, sila ay doble cara, a two-faced monster. One face looks like an angel, righteous and morally upright, while the other face is a deceiver. dream is to have a permanent and lasting peace in our land. But typical of the CPP and the FNPA dual tactics, they demanded power sharing from the president, who said that this is not for him to give. They then launched simultaneous attacks all over the country while the government security forces were on stand down. The CTG attacks forced the president to terminate the talks, and in December 2017, declared them as terrorists. Meantime, in order to attain an inclusive and sustainable peace and adopt a national peace framework, the president in 2018 signed Executive Order 70, creating the National Task Force to End the Local Communist Armed Conflict, or NTF-ELCA, with himself at the helm. The NTF-ELCA is guided by the principle of good governance that adopts a whole of government and a whole of nation approach. As such, the Situational Awareness and Knowledge Management Cluster, headed by the NICA, not only provides information to the NTF leadership and regular members, but also to the different agencies of government and various sectors of our society, so that they will be made aware and enlist their support to end the communist terrorist scourge. Dumating na ang oras upang wakasan ang pandolokon at karahasan ng CPP, NDF, NPA. Lahat po tayo mga Pilipino ay kasali sa adhikaing ito. It is for this reason that the NTF needs to inform our people, everyone, and educate them about this 52-year-old problem. Because the only way we can resolve the CTG problem is to harness the support of the people. It may sound cliche, but in our fight against the CTG, the battle is not anywhere else but in the hearts and minds of our people. Whoever wins the people wins the war. That is the only way we can end the local communist armed conflict. But how can we win the minds of our people if we do not inform them of the truth? If we do not speak out, who will deliver the message of truth? During the State of the Nation address in 2018, the president, in exasperation, said, "I have met the enemy face to face, and sadly, the enemy is us. We are our worst enemy. Oftentimes, our apathy and indifference prevents us from solving our problems. But many of our people are apathetic to the CTG problem because they are unaware of what the problem is and who the enemies are. Indeed, how can parents protect their children from CTG recruitment if they do not know that an ACT member is teaching and radicalizing their children inside their classrooms? If they do not know that the books being used in schools have portions that teach their children to hate everything about their government? How can our innocent children and the youth discern what CPP front organizations they need to stay away from if we do not warn them and identify the CPP, NDF, NPA front organizations? Who will protect our children? Honorable members of this committee, we wish to inform you that based on the 5-year program of the CPP, a copy of which we are submitting, the Central Committee has directed the lower organs to recruit children less than 15 years old. So now we have seen an increased number of child combatants from the NPA, whom the NPA started to train as early as 8 and 10 years old. Former indigenous people's child warrior Dato Awing and by Magdalena, both from Mindanao, can attest to this child warrior program of the NPA. A comics about their story, printed with the help of NGOs, is also submitted to this committee. To note, the CTG brought indigenous people, or so-called Lumans, housed at the UCCP Haran Center in Davao City to Metro Manila through a lakbayan to participate in CTG-led anti-ASEAN protests in 2017. Since some of them were minors, they were housed at UP Diliman in Quezon City, where they stayed for several months, even after the culmination of the ASEAN Summit and related summits in November of that year. How can we then empower our people if they do not know the truth? thus the need to inform them the truth about the extent of the problem. Because uninformed people is an empowered people. The great general and strategist Sun Tzu said, if you know the enemy and know yourself, you need not fear the results of 100 battles. Allow us, therefore, Mr. Chairman, to explain how extensive our problem in the CTG is, who this enemy really is, and how they have mastered the art of deception for 52 years. The three powerful arms of the revolution. The CTG adopted the so-called three powerful arms of the communist terrorist revolution in this framework. The CTG uses three weapons. The party, personified by the CPP, provides the direction and political leadership, and that remains the general line and direction of the group. The army, represented by the NPA, serves as the military arm of the communist movement, generally assists the party in creating atmosphere of instability by waging the protracted people's war to overthrow the government through violent means. The United Front, represented by the NDF, the umbrella organization consisted of several above-ground and underground mass organizations that represent various sectors such as the peasants, workers, women, students, youth, religious, indigenous people, government employees, health workers, teachers, artists, journalists, and other professionals. How do they indoctrinate and deceive the different sectors of society? They do this through a process called arouse, organize, and mobilize. It starts with a statement, mayaman ang Pilipinas pero naghihirap ang sambayan ng Pilipino. They then cite poverty as the main reason why there is insurgency. This narrative is so easy to sell because it is close to the heart of the people, and the recruits have no way of refuting this assumption or statement. How can an ordinary farmer or a child know that there are many other countries which have higher poverty index in than the Philippines, but have no communist insurgency? That even the US and China and Japan have poverty incidents. How can an ordinary fisherman argue with a UP student cadre and say communism is obsolete? The United Front efforts of the CTG is generally the root cause of this red tagging issue, as it is in these United Front efforts that they put to full use their dual tactics. The United Front work is being orchestrated by the CPP's National United Front Commission. It includes the mobilization of the various CTG-affiliated left-leaning organizations and establishments of alliances with other anti-government groups and unsuspecting advocacy groups. Based on their own manuals and publications, the principal function of the NUFC is to raise the ideological consciousness of the target groups, forge a broad united front against the government, and pave the way for the so-called People's Democratic Revolution. The NUFC operates at the regional and provincial committee levels through the Regional United Urban Front Committees and Provincial United Urban Front Committees. The importance of the United Front building was highlighted in the new CPP Constitution, published by the party in June of 2018. A new article, Article 10, was dedicated solely to the role of the party in the United Front. According to the updated CPP Constitution, the CPP serves as the advanced detachment of the National Democratic Revolution. To quote, the comprehensive leader and center of the Philippine Revolution in both national democratic and socialist stages. It leads the armed struggle, the United Front, mass movement, the local organs of political power, and eventually the People's Democratic Republic of the Philippines. It is the United Front building of the CTG that fully applies its dual tactics, regular members of the party assuming legitimate personalities as advocates of human rights or women's rights. However, as regular members, they only use their legal advocacy as cover to continue to plot and undermine the government. And that is because their ultimate objective is to violently overthrow the government. The echelon of alliances. The National United Front is continuously being built by the CPG through the so-called echelon of alliances. The echelon of alliances has four levels: the Basic Alliance, the Progressive Alliance, the Patriotic Alliance, and the Broad United Front. The first level of alliance, the basic alliance of the masses, of workers, of laborers, of peasants or farmers, provides leadership and manpower to the CPP, where workers of so-called proletariats are leading force, but the peasantry is the backbone of the revolution. The second level alliance, the progressive alliance of the toiling masses and the urban middle class, forms the bulk of the United Front. It is also responsible for shaping the public opinion through propaganda. This alliance is where some of the complaints on red tagging emanate from. The third level alliance, the patriotic alliance of the progressive forces and the national bourgeoisie, is used to weaken the political system. This is where the Makabayan Bloc and the CPP proxies actively undermine the government with the use of their clout and power. Lastly, the fourth alliance, the broad united front and the patriotic forces and sections of the reactionary classes, is an alliance aligned against the core reactionaries of the government. The alliance is only temporary and can be dissolved once the CPP gains the upper hand in the revolution. This is where the CPP will forge alliances with groups such as opposition political parties to generate the number and support. The idea of the creation of a broad united front led the CTG to create Bayan, o Bagong Alyansang Makabayan. Bayan serves as the umbrella organization of all CTG-linked organizations representing various sectors of society, workers, peasants. The CPP's revolutionary dual tactics. According to alias Ka Eric Almendras, who is here present, as stated in the book The Wars Within, the CPP tries to win the hearts and minds of the people. They also work in the socio-political sphere where the above-ground organization as part of the so-called white or urban area operations. We're continuing underground subversive activities in red or rural areas. Alias Ka Eric added in the book that the CPP has long operated in the legal spectrum by being part of a progressive party list in Congress, such as those of the Makabayan Bloc or other progressive sector organizations. But while they may be working with the bureaucratic institutions of the government, they are never detached from the entire communist movement. Instead, they are part of a parcel of a communist movement which advocates the primacy of armed struggle and the violent overthrow of the duly constituted government. Though they are now seen as part of the legal and above-ground organizations, they could not and never will openly denounce the violent and armed struggle embraced by the CPP. This is why, despite calls for the Makabayan Bloc to denounce the CPP-NPA atrocities, they never once heeded the call. The CTG puts emphasis on infiltration and united front building in pursuing its objectives of overthrowing the government. For the CPP, the infiltration of various sectoral groups along with united front efforts and the conduct of agitation propaganda in the urban centers complement the CTG's trust in the countryside. For the CPP, NPA, NDF, the government sector is an invaluable part of their overall objective because just like the youth, the public sector is a lucrative source of recruits to support its united front activities. As Season stated during a weekly interview on the occasion of the 20th anniversary of Courage, unquote, I quote, "Mahalaga ang papel na ginagampanan at dapat gampanan ng mga kawani ng pamahalaan. Sila ang nag-uugnay sa mga mamamayan upang tutulan ang mga patakaran, opisyal at kilos ng gobyerno." The CTG front organization that undertake infiltration of the government include the Confederation for Unity, Recognition, and Advancement of Government Employees, or COURAGE, the Alliance of Concerned Teachers, or ACT, the Alliance of Health Workers, or AHW. These groups form part of Bayan, which, as you have seen in the video, is the CPP-NPA NDF's biggest umbrella organization. The infiltration of the government is undertaken by the Makabayang Kawaning Pilipino, an underground organization under the National Government Employees Bureau of the CPP, National United Front Commission. Courage claims to have a total of 200 unions, associations, federations, and regional formations affiliated with a mass base of around 300,000 workers from the national government agencies, local government units, state colleges, universities, and government-owned and controlled corporations. The youth and student sector, our youth and our children are under siege. Season pointed out the importance of recruiting the youth in his book, The Philippine Society and Revolution. It is the first book that a new recruit is made to read or is indoctrinated on. To quote, Joma Season said, the majority of party cadres and regular NPA members are, as a matter of course, from the youth. The mobilization of the youth ensures the continuous flow of successors in the revolutionary movement. Season emphasized that if the youth will not be organized, the CPP and its goals will slowly diminish as its leaders grow old. In the book Wars Within, Ka-Eric explained why the CPP targets the youth for recruitment. The CPP targets the recruitment of the youth because they have more capacity for ideological formation and organizing. It takes very hard for the CPP to develop cadres from peasants and workers because it will take 5 to 10 years. But for the youth, it would only take 2 to 3 years to develop a cadre. Shown in the screen is the typical CPP youth recruitment process. Among the groups that undertake recruitment of the youth and students are the League of Filipino Students, Anak Bayan, the Kabataan Party List, the College Editors Guild of the Philippines, the Student Christian Movement of the Philippines, and the National Union of Students of the Philippines. These groups operate under the CPP underground organization called Kabataang Makabayan. According to Ka-Eric, the KM is the backbone of underground movement in the youth sector. It is where the armed struggle starts to be introduced to the youth recruits. As this CPP document shows, the objective of the KM, most salient of which is its role in strengthening of the NDF and the NPA, which is stated in Filipino to quote, lumahok sa armadong pakikibaka at sumapi sa bagong hukbong bayan at tumulong sa pagpapalakas ng National Democratic Front. Pero paano nga ba nila nire-recruit ang mga kabataan? Sa una, yung mga front organizations katulad ng LFS, Kabataan, CEGP, ay nakikipagkaibigan at sasali sa study or social groups. Ito ang unang hakbang kung saan sila ay nag-i-spot na mga pwede nilang ma-recruit. Prospective recruits are later invited to symposia, fora, and lectures, as well as educational discussions and simple teachings. During discussion, the CPP-NPA recruits will insert hints of socialism and communism. The indoctrination of the communist ideology technically begins here. In the course of their engagement with these prospective recruits, tuturuan sila na maging critical sa mga nangyayari sa ating lipunan. Ang unang kataga ay tatanim sa kanilang isip, mayaman ang Pilipinas pero naghihirap ang sambayan ng Pilipinas. Napakaloob ito doon sa tinatawag na General Mass Course, isa sa unang hakbang na pagbe-brainwash nila sa mga kabataan. Once the CPP, NDF, NPA recruiters get the sympathy and support of their targets for recruitment, the victims are invited to join in more discussions and participate in anti-government demonstrations until they are exposed to other CPP and NPA front organizations, such as Bayan Courage Act, and many others. The CTG recruiters also conduct courses designed by their academy, underground organization called Pambansang Demokratikong Paaralan, which is embedded in schools or PADEPA. Once the student becomes a hardcore member of the organization, the recruit will undertake revolutionary courses. The following are some of the manuals and courses they have produced to indoctrinate and brainwash the recruit. Espesyal na kursong masa o ESCOM, Araling Aktivista, ARAC, may ikling kurso sa Lipunan at Revolusyong Pilipino, MKLRP. After undergoing these basic courses, the students are asked if they are willing to make a pledge of allegiance. This could be to the LFS, KM, or just CEGP. But by doing so, they move closer and closer to pledging allegiance to the CPP. If we look at their manuals, they do not mention revolution, but they plant ideology and seeds of hatred, to hate everything about the government, being a puppet of US imperialism, about society, that we are a semi-feudal system, and about you who are in Congress. They claim that being owners of vast properties, people in Congress will perpetuate feudalism. And they are bureaucratic capitalists who will only pass laws that benefit their business interests. Even worse, they indoctrinate these children to hate their families, brainwashing them to question the authorities of their parents over them, making them believe they are not of their parents, but they are child of the revolution, which is a romanticized term for a communist terrorist. These are taught in the courses they teach children and women, courses so expertly designed that after I personally read one 35 years ago, I almost got converted myself. Sabi ng CPP, NDF, NPA, aktivismo lang daw ito, freedom of expression. Subalit bakit pagkatapos nilang maging miyembro ng grupong ito, many of them turn out as NPA members? The national spokesperson of LFS, Kara Tagawa, has admitted and even proud that many of their members have become NPA. Please watch this video.
Nag-rally, naglinaw si Cardeva, hindi mga nag-rally, yung mga nag-NPA. Una sa lahat, wala na scholarship yung mga nag-NPA dahil hindi na sila pumapasok. Pangalawa, sinabi niya sa aming organisasyon daw nagagaling yung napakarami mga kabataan na nag-NPA. Una sa lahat, proud kami na ang aming mga alumni ay maging NPA.
If these children are mere activists exercising their rights and freedom of expression, why do many of them turn out to be NPA members who were either arrested or killed during encounters with military elements, such as Josephine Ann Lapira, Gabriela, youth member? Josephine was a doctor aspirant at UP who joined the NPA believing that taking arms instead of being a doctor is the way to help the people. Josephine was killed during an encounter with
Josephine was killed during an encounter with military forces in Nasugbu, Batangas on November 28, 2017. Giancarlo Alberto Capistrano, an Akbayan youth member. He was a veterinary medicine student of the UP Los Baños, killed on 14 February 2019 during an encounter in Luisiana, Laguna. Malvin Christian Cruz, LFS member. He was killed on June 29, 2020 during an encounter with military elements in Miagao, Iloilo. Kimberly Jewel Luna, LFS member. She was killed on December 15, 2009 during an encounter in Concepcion, Bukidnon. Rendell Raya Kaguda, LFS member. He was killed on November 14, 2014 during an encounter in Maasim, Sarangani province. Remy Beraye, LFS member. He was killed on November 7, 2017 in San Antonio, Cuartero, Capiz. Justin Ella Vargas, Gabriela member. She was killed on September 14, 2020 during an encounter in Magsaysay, Occidental, Mindoro. Ren Manalo, Gabriela member. She was killed on September 3, 2020 during an encounter in Palawan. These are some of the youths who have been deceived by the CTG. They started as so-called activists, but ended up dead in a place so far away from home. Some, on the other hand, are now languishing in jail, while others remain missing. Their whereabouts unknown, just like the children of the parents from the hands of our children. The objective of the indoctrination of the youth and the children is to brainwash them and make them hate everything about the government, hate everything about the society, hate the authorities and teachers who do not agree with their ideology, and hate even their own parents. Once they are detached from these social orders, they become puppets of the communist terrorists, willing to do anything for the CPP, to kill and even give up their lives. Undersecretary Joel Egco of the PCOO narrated to me that he was once a member of a CTG front organization, and when his father tried to stop him, he threatened to kill his own father, arguing that he is no longer his father's son, as he is now a child of the revolution. For the teacher sector, the CTG sees the teachers, educators, as the people who can deliver revolutionary propaganda to the students. The party also sees the potential of the teachers to shape the mindset of the future generation and advance the cultural revolution. The legal organization that coordinates the infiltration of the teacher sector is the Alliance of Concerned Teachers, or ACT, which now has a party list, the ACT Teachers under the Makabayan Bloc. The National Federation of Teachers and Employees Union and the Congress of Teachers and Educators for Nationalism and Democracy are content. There are two ways on how the CTG infiltrates the teacher sector with regards to the school where they teach, namely, ideological infiltration through the creation of discontentment through propaganda, agitating teachers to push for reforms and introduce revolutionary ideas, or physical infiltration by serving as faculty, school workers, or administrators to exploit school publications and other forms of influencing the student body through academic instruction. For the women's sector, the CTG does not define women as a gender, but rather in their role as a class in the advancement of their rights in society and the attainment of their struggle in the revolutionary movement. The party taps into issues such as inequality against women and violence against women, among others. Women who seek empowerment and see the communist movement as a key to catalyst in achieving their goals are thus exploited. The party looks into social problems encountered by women, such as social violence, poverty, discrimination, and patriarchy as motivation for the women's sector to embrace communism as a way of life, to abolish sexism and gender discrimination. Moreover, since women possess unique qualities, resources, and linkages, they are exploited for armed and legal struggle by filling up their ranks through mobilization and for espionage and security operations. The Gabriela Women's Party, headed by Congresswoman Arlene Brosas, serves as the primary front organization responsible for organizing the CPG in the women's sector. This is how the CPP, NDF, NPA infiltrates the various sectors of our society. Shown on the screen is the organizational structure of the CPP, NDF, NPA, detailing the relationships between and among its functional units, including the above ground and underground organizations serving as fronts for this terrorist group. Mr. Chairman, as you have seen, the CPP, NDF, NPA has infiltrated almost all sectors of our society. They are in our schools, in the church, and certainly in the halls of Congress. The CTG and its front organizations claiming to champion the rights of our people are actually the biggest human rights violators of all. They hide under the cloak of legality, but are actually two-faced liars that have deceived the Filipino people, brought pain to the hearts of many grieving parents, and robbed us of the peaceful and prosperous life we all dream of. Ruben Guevara, who once served as the head of the CPP Military Commission in the 60s and 70s, aptly explained why the Filipino rejects the CPG and why the God-fearing, family-oriented Filipinos will never embrace a godless communist ideology. Please watch this.
Nakita ko na dito ang kalutasan. Meron nga tayong ideolohiya eh. Yung ideolohiya ng Pilipino. Likas na ideolohiya na naniniwala tayo sa Diyos. At tayo ay makatao. May pagpapahalaga tayo sa buhay. may pangunahin natin, nakabase tayo sa pamilya. No? Ito'y wasak lahat sa komunista eh. Huwag na tayong patangay din sa sinasabi ng mga komunista, 50 taon na ito, may perpetual war na ito. At kung ito talagang kasagutan noon pa, ang sabi nga ni Mark, kung pinakikinggan pala si Mark, ang sabi, ito'y pakidigman ng mamayan na magtatagumpay lamang kung lalahukan at susuportahan ng mamayan. In 50 years na hindi ito nagtagumpay, ibig sabihin, ayaw ito ng mamayan. Itigil na natin. At ang kawawa ay susunod na lang yung Pilipino.
Ruben Guevara is actually right. The Filipinos will never accept this godless ideology built on violence and deception. Results of an independent survey showed how the Filipinos perceive the CPP-NPA and Jose Maria season, indicating that our people have already rejected this foreign ideology imposed to us by the CPG. On the CPP-NPA, there was a negative 31% trust rating, which means that the respondents do not trust the CPG. On season, there was a negative 21% trust rating, which means that most of the respondents do not trust him. And about half of the respondents, or 51%, are angry and scared of the CPP-NPA because they are perceived as violent criminals and terrorists. Our conclusion.
Conclusion, Mr. Chairman, we would like to reiterate 3 points to summarize our narrative. And these are the following. First, reiterate that we stand by our statement that the party list groups under the Makabayan Bloc, Bayanuna, ACT, Teachers, Kapela, and Kabataan are all CPP, NDF, NPA member organizations. And all their representatives are CPP members. Ilaska Eric, or alias Victor, explained this when he revealed that the CPP has nevertheless been successful in installing its members in seats of power, particularly in the halls of the legislative body of Congress. As we have earlier shown, and as will be explained further by Ka Eric and other resource persons, the party policy is that no one gets a post to represent the CPP unless he or she is a former member or a cadre of the party. And that is because this is all part of the party's revolutionary dual tactics that allows them to openly and legally mobilize the supporters and allies to serve their true intent to advance the CPP and the FNPA's objective to undermine and topple the government in the guise of parliamentary exercise. These party list groups under the Makabayan Bloc, which are represented by Congressman Carlos Isaganis Arape, Congresswoman Eufenia Culiamat, Congressman Ferdinand Gaite, Congresswoman Franz Castro, Congresswoman Arlene Broses, and Congresswoman Sara Jane Lago, are all now crying that we have red tagged them, have been cited multiple times in testimonies of former rebels and documents and publications on the CTG. No matter how much they try to deny it or use euphemistic terms in trying to justify their involvement in these terrorist groups, the fact remains that their prints all over these overwhelming evidence, which we are now respectfully submitting for consideration to this honorable committee. Second, we would like to express our unequivocal support to our two brave spokespersons, Lieutenant General Antonio D. Parlade Jr. and USEC Lorraine P. Badon. The NTF-ALCA is committed to unmassing the CPP members who are leaders of front organizations. The statement of these two officers of the NTF that representatives of the Makabayan Bloc party list are CPP members is not only sanctioned by the task force, but it is supported by evidence and testimonies of former cadres of the CPP and the FNPA. Their statements are standing on a mountain of evidence. Lastly, Mr. Chairman, we would like to emphasize that the NTF-ALCA is committed to finally end this 52-year-old problem that has stunted our growth and threatens the security of our families. The NTF has taken cognizance of the factors that contributed to the insurgency problem. And under the platform of good governance, all the 12 clusters of the NTF are working together to ensure that government services will be provided to our people. But more than anything, the NPF is committed to inform our people of the truth and expose the true color of these terrorist groups. To accomplish this, it is imperative that we unmask all CPP front organizations that deceive and exploit our children, our women, our indigenous people, and even our democratic institutions. When we expose these front organizations, our intention is to warn and inform our people to ensure the protection of the rights of our children and, as enshrined in our Constitution, to preserve and protect the family as the basic unit of society. Therefore, when we expose these threats to our children and families, we are actually performing a sacred duty, a duty that every Filipino is mandated to perform. Like most of us, I too am a father, and I know that every self-respecting parent would do everything in his power to defend and protect his children. Mr. Chairman, honorable members of this committee, the threat of the CPP and the NPA is real. We therefore call on all the members of the bureaucracy, the legislative, the judiciary, and most especially our people to join us. It's about time that we stand up and speak up against these terrorist groups. Help us end the local communist armed conflict. Thank you for your attention and your patience. May God bless us all.
Thank you, Director General Dudo. Anybody else?
Mr. Chairman. Mr. Chairman.
Yes, Senator Kiko Pangilinan is recognized.
Yes, just with the permission of the chair, just a very quick manifestation. I'm very concerned about some of the video material presented, particularly the matter of student activists. Eventually, well, it may be true to a certain extent. Student activists ending up being killed because they have participated or they have become the NPA or part of the NPA. That may be partly true, but that is not the whole truth, Mr. President, Mr. Chairman. Senators Risa Ontiveros and myself, we were both student activists. We were both student leaders during the Marcos regime. We are both senators today. So the simplistic, sweeping generalization, Mr. President, I feel is presenting half-truths up to a certain extent. It is true, yes, perhaps in these cases, the LFS, they joined the NPA and they were killed. That is yes, partly true. That is true. But it is also true that not all student activists become NPA. Just for the record, Mr. President, and Senator Risa and myself, we were student activists. We are in the Senate now. For the record, Mr. Chairman, thank you.
Mr. Chairman.
Mr. Chairman.
Senate President is recognized.
In as much as earlier there was a manifestation by Senator Ontiveros and now Senator Pangilinan, I would like to make a manifestation also. Just as a reminder to not only our colleagues, but the people watching, listening, the media more particularly, the views and opinions and action expressed by some of our colleagues or each senator do not in any way reflect and represent the views of the entire Senate. I just want to place that on record. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you, Mr. Senate President. We will now hear from
Mr.
Attorney
Chairman.
Monica Asistol. Yes, Senator Risa Ontiveros.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. For the record also, yes, I am a proud former student leader of the Social Democratic Movement. Secondly, Mr. Chairman, I would like to make it of record that I have always appreciated the Senate President's standing up for the independence of our House, the Senate, and also the many times that he has done so on behalf of each and every member of the Senate. And third and last for this point, Mr. Chairman, though I have had many political disagreements with some of the legislators mentioned in the previous presentations over the past several decades, I do wish to make of record that I take exception to the numerous times they have been mentioned in those presentations, given that they are not present here, although as the chairman clearly said, the chair invited them, they are not here, but they are represented by their lawyer.
Yes, Senator Risa,
In the
if I
same
may,
principle of parliamentary principles. Yes, Mr.
cut in.
Chairman, of course.
Extraordinary efforts were exerted by the committee secretary, in fairness to her, to reach out to these people as early as October 30. And they sent the legal counsel of the Alliance of Concerned Teachers, who I was told will represent the whole Makabayan block of the House of Representatives. So just for the record.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I submit, I do understand and appreciate the extraordinary efforts of the committee secretariat in that regard. I just wish to make it of record that under the same parliamentary principles that the chair very well highlighted for the committee at the beginning of our hearing, I do take exception to the many times that our counterparts in the other house have been mentioned derogatorily in the presentations, despite my many disagreements with them in the past years. In the same way that their speaker has spoken up for them, and as I mentioned earlier, Mr. Chairman, in the same way that I appreciate the many times that our own leader of the Senate President, has spoken for the individual members of our House and for the Senate as an institution. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Yes, Attorney Manica Asistol Sarza is now recognized. You have the floor, ma'am.
Good morning po, Ginoong Chair, and good morning, Mr. Senate President. Ako po si Attorney Manica Asistol Sarza. Ako po ang legal counsel ng buong Makabayan para sa hearing na ito. Kung papahintulutan po, babasahin ko po ang pahayag ng ating anim po na legislators from under the Makabayan.
Please proceed. You have all the time.
Thank you po, Mr. Chair. Ikatlong araw ng Nobyembre 2020. Committee on National Defense and Security, Peace, Unification, and Reconciliation. Senado ng Republika ng Pilipinas. Senador Panfilo Lacson at mga inaabot ng mga relasyon ng mamamayan o makabayang bloc na hindi kami makadadalo sa pinatawag na pagdinig ng komiting ito. Ang koalisyong Makabayan at mga party list sa ilalim nito ay may mahabang track record ng paglaban para sa mga pangangailangan at interes ng mamamayan. Ang kawalan ng nakabubuhay na sahod at di makataong kondisyon sa paggawa ng mga manggagawa, kawalan ng lupa ng mga magsasaka, pang-aapi at diskriminasyon laban sa mga pambansang minorya at iba't ibang muka ng abuso laban sa kababaihan, bata, maralita at iba't ibang sektor. Simula nang pumasok ang Makabayan sa Kongreso, pinaglaban at pinagwagi nito ang mga konkretong tagumpay na nagpabuti sa buhay ng milyong mga Pilipino, gaya ng pagtaas ng sahod, pensyon at benepisyo, libreng edukasyon, at mas mababang singil sa tubig at kuryente at iba. Naninindigan kami na hindi mariyuyurakan ng anumang bintang at kasinungalingan ang kredibilidad ng Makabayan. Hindi kailanman mapapawi ng anumang red tagging ang track record ng mga militanteng organisasyon ng mamamayan. Umaasa kami na hindi ninyo pahihintulutang magamit ang inyong komite at ang Senado bilang lunsaran ng red tagging or terrorist tagging. Bilang polisiya na makailang beses nang napatunayan ng United Nations Special Rapporteurs na nagbibigay daan sa politikal na pamamaslang sa pamamagitan ng extrajudicial killing or EJK, sa gaagawang kaso at iba pang paglabag sa karapatang pantao. Hindi dapat magamit ang Senado sa paninirang puri na sa kabuuan ay nagsasapanganib sa buhay at kaligtasan ng mga leader at miyembro ng mga progresibong organisasyon. Hindi dapat maulit ang mga nangyari ng inimbestigahan ng Senado, ang issue ng missing minors, kung saan itinanghal ang mga walang ebidensyang akusasyon at nagresulta sa pagsampa ng gawa-gawang kaso laban sa isang kinatawan at ilang opisyal at miyembro ng makabayan. Kasong kamakailan lamang ay binasura ng DOJ dahil sa kawalan ng batayan at sa kalagitnaan ng pagragasa ng krisis pangkalusugan at sa ekonomiya dulot ng pandemya ng COVID-19, sinalantapan ng superbagyong Rolly ang rehiyon ng Bicol at marami pang rehiyon sa bansa. Nararapat na ituon nating lahat ang atensyon sa pagtugon sa mga kagyat na pangangailangan ng ating mga kababayang biktima ng pandemya at kalamidad, hindi sa politikal na pananakot at pagpapalaganap ng kasinungalingan. Sumasa inyo, Rep. Carlos Isaganis Zarate, Bayan Muna Party List. Rep. Eufemia Femia Culyamat, Bayan Muna Party List. Rep. Ferdinand Gaite, Bayan Muna Party List. Rep. Arlene Brosas, Gabriela Women's Party. Rep. Franz Castro, ACT Teachers Party List. At Rep. Sarah Jane Elago, Kabataan Party List. Yun lang po ang the statement ends there, Mr. Chair and Mr. President. Pinaaabot po na hindi ngayon sa date na ito makaka-attend ang ating mga congressmen and congresswomen. They are on separate relief missions, preparing for separate relief missions separate.
Mr.
Are you
Chairman,
done, Attorney? Tapos
That's
na po kayo?
all. Yun na po. Thank you po.
May gusto lang tanongin si Senate President po sa inyo, Attorney.
Attorney, saan po ba galing yung term na red tagging? Kasi I overheard earlier General Esperon saying that nowhere in their policies, nowhere in their documents, they use the word red tagging. Saan galing ba yung pagtawag ng red tag o yung term na red tagging sa pagkakaalam ninyo?
Good morning po, Ginoong Senate President. Ang red tagging po na termino ay matatagpuan sa International Humanitarian Law and International Human Rights Law. At ito po ay yung practice at polisiya ng state, ng ilang gobyerno at ilang state agents na pag-label o pagbabrand sa ilang organisasyon at individual na sa tingin nila ay left-leaning or ay konektado sa mga tinuturing nilang pula or kabilang o miyembro ng armed forces na kalaban ng gobyerno. Sa domestic jurisprudence po sa ating ibig sabihin po sa ating case law sa Pilipinas, nakikita po ang ilang beses na po lumabas ang terminong red tagging, adopting the definition of that practice as I have described. So gamit po
Yeah. In other words, sa sinasabi po ninyo, hindi po nanggaling sa gobyerno natin yung term na yun. Tinatanong ko saan galing. Sabi nyo galing sa international documents or di ba? Sa Human Rights Commission ba or ng international community or something to that effect? Hindi galing sa gobyerno natin yung term na yun.
Bilang kasagutan po, yung termino po na red tagging ay ang basihan for that ay makatagpuan doon sa mga sinabi ko. Adopting those definitions po, kumbaga sa yun po ay kita, kung titingnan po natin yung practice at polisiya ng gobyerno, gaya po ng pinakita ngayon sa hearing na ito at sa mga presentations ng ating iba pang resource persons. Kumbaga sa ordinary na lengguwahe po ay swak na swak. Yung dinidescribe ng international humanitarian law at international human rights po, doon sa red tagging, doon po sa ginagawa ng ating mga military and security.
Just follow up, Mr. Senate President. With the indulgence of Senator Crespo, who's number 1 on the list, and the rest of our colleagues, tanungin ko lang isa-isa yung mga resource persons natin nandito physically present. Simulan natin kay Chief of Staff, General Gapay. Ikaw ba nakapag-red tag na sa mga nabanggit na mga personalidad?
No, sir, I haven't, sir.
Secretary Esperon?
Mr. Chairman, I have never red tagged them. But I am very clear about it that I have heard no less than Jose Maria Sison naming them as parts of the National Democratic Revolution, yung video tape kanina. Furthermore, noong January 2019, nagkaroon ng International League of People's Struggles. Ito yung chairman doon si Jose Maria Sison, ay na-publish na nag-attend lahat yung mga organisasyon na nababanggit. Nandun sila lahat. At sila ay nagsasabing yun ay samahan ng mga people's struggles na sumasanib o sumasang-ayon sa communism. Kaya yung kanilang mga aksyon ay siyang nagre-red tag sa kanila. Hindi kami nagre-red tag. Sinasabi lang namin, bakit naman kayo nandun sa lamay ng namatay na CPP-NPA na leader? Bakit kayo nandun? Parang yung action nila, Mr. Chairman, ang nagsasabi na kung sino sila. Na talagang kasama nila yung namatay o yung mga sinasamahan nila, ay talagang kasama nila sa partido. May mga tulad ng isang nangyari doon sa Talaingod. Yung isang eskwelahan ay aming ipinasara dahil yun ay NPA school sa Lumpungan. Ang sumaklulo bigla doon ay si Miss Franz Castro at saka si Sator Ocampo na kinukuha yung mga bata para dalhin sa ibang lugar. Samantalang alam namin na estudyante mga to, 13 to 15 years old, ginagawa nilang NPA. Kaya hindi na kami mag-iisip ng malayo pa. Ang sinasabi namin, sila talaga ang nagpapatakbo ng mga eskwelahan na yon. Otherwise, sana ang inasikaso ni Miss Franz Castro na ACT representative ay yung kapakanan ng mga teachers dahil alam natin na maraming tayong dapat asikasuhin para sa mga guro natin. Pero bakit nandun siya? Sinong pinoprotektahan niya? Yung NPA na nagtuturo? Kaya hindi na namin kailangan i-red tag sila. Sila ang nagre-red tag sa sarili nila, sa kanilang gawain, at saka sa pronouncement ni Jose Maria Sison. Kitang-kita po naman natin. Thank you.
Thank you. Secretary of National Defense, Del Lorenzana. Personally or officially, have you ever red tagged any of the personalities mentioned earlier?
No, Mr. Chairman, but I always during hearing in the House when the red tagging term comes up, I always tell them, we did not red tag you, you red tag yourself. Thank you, sir.
Secretary of Interior and Local Government, Secretary Anyo.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Sa part ko po, hindi pa po ako nakapag-red tag officially or personally. Sabi po ng kanilang abogado na ang pag-red tag daw ay pag-level sa mga organisasyon na left-leaning. Sa tingin ko po sila naman na makakasagot kung left-leaning sila o hindi. Tama po yung sinabi ng Secretary Esperon na hindi naman po kailangan i-red tag at hindi po kami nagkaroon ng policy ng red tagging.
Lieutenant General Pinag.
Thank you, sir. Sir, yung PNP po as a matter of policy, red tagging is non-existent. As a matter of police operational procedure, it's also non-existent. As a matter of, sir, of doctrine, we operate based on evidence. And personally, sir, no. Thank you, sir.
Undersecretary Lorraine Badoy.
No, sir, I've never indulged in red tagging, but I've always told the truth. And I take my duty as a public official very seriously, which is to prevent, defend, and protect our children from terrorists. And sir, could I also clarify something about Attorney Sarsa, her claim that red tagging comes from the IHL? Red tagging is not a covered provision under the IHL because it is not about armed conflict, and IHL is about armed conflict. Red tagging came from the CPP, NPA, NDF. There is no such word in any dictionary. This came from them. And it's a tool they use to silence anyone who tells the truth about them.
You. Deputy Director General Lopez.
Mr. Chairman, I've never used in my official capacity red tagging anybody from the other side of the position.
Next, Deputy Director General Agdamag.
Mr. Chairman, in all my lectures and advocacies teaching our national security policy and strategy, not even once did I red tag anybody.
Thank you.
Thank you, sir.
Alex.
Mr. Chairman, as a matter of policy, we do not red tag. But as NICA, we know who is guilty of red tagging. And he is with us, Mr. Chairman, behind me. If the chair will allow, he is guilty of red. He will admit that he is guilty of red tagging. A former rebel, because the one who are red tagging are themselves and their former comrades.
Thank you. We'll recognize him later. Ito, natanong ko na si John Parlade. Ito, hindi ko na kailangan tanongin si Yusek Malaya. Pero tanongin ko na rin for the record. Nakapag-red tag na ba kayo?
Good morning, Mr. Chairman. No, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you. So, the floor is now open para sa pagtatanong. Senator Grace Poe, ma'am, you are recognized.
Thank
You
you.
may also ask from the other source persons. Can you introduce them so they will be administered their oath? Kung sino-sino. Para isang misana na lang.
Mr. Chairman, dalawa sila.
Ilan ba yung resource persons ninyo?
We have two former rebels. One is the Ka Eric, who is the author of this book, former rebel who served with the CTG for 17 years. His real name is Jeffrey Celis. And we have another former rebel who is alias Ka Shane. Her complete name is Desiree Miranda.
The chair directs the committee secretary to administer the oath to the rebel attorneys present this morning. All of you, kindly stand up. Sino ba yung isa? Dalawa. Okay.
Please raise your right hand. Do you solemnly swear to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth before the Senate hearing? Thank you.
Thank you. Senator Grace po, is recognized. You may now proceed, Senator Grace.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Before I ask my questions, I would just like to make a brief statement to begin, if that would be allowed.
Yes, of course. Please proceed.
So, magandang hapon po sa inyong lahat. I have always believed that we have to provide democratic space for ideas to contend for as long as it is done peacefully. I think that political discourse, to be rich, should represent all the colors in our flag: red, blue, yellow, white. We lose that rich diversity if politics is monopolized by one color only. While I advocate big tent politics, I, however, believe that there is a price to pay to enter and behavior to be observed. And that is one that is one should only pursue that ideology without resorting to armed means. One should not be penalized for harboring thoughts. But when one uses or endorses the use of violence to promote or enforce that thought on many, then it crosses the line of illegal. The problem with red tagging or whatever labels is whether one is automatically called a communist or a fascist is that it sweeps the message under the rug. Ang problema with identity marking is that it suppresses debate on an idea. Sarado na kaagad ang isip natin. It is an attempt to automatically disenfranchise people who may hold unpopular beliefs. And we should always remember our Constitution extends protection even to minority ideas which we disagree with. Instead of debating, tagging is like painting the Star of David or the sign of the cross on the homes of persecuted Christians and Jews. So when people call a person Stalin or even a General Hitler, then your personalities are reduced to labels which are unfair to both groups. And that is the unfortunate ecosystem we are in today. Political tribalism has created a culture of identification politics instead of idea politics. We look for the motive instead of the message. DDS yan o dilawan yan. End of discussion na kaagad. Debates don't get elevated. More often, it is a race to the gutter. Pero ang problema lang kasi sa red tagging or kung anumang label, aside from the examples I've mentioned above, it is often a dog whistle that is a prelude to acts of suppression. Parang ang playbook ay itag muna, tapos, having cast that person as an outcast, arrest or detention follows. Parang cancel culture, Pinoy version. I will besmirch you first, and having cast you a pariah, then you will be evicted out of the democratic space, either by social ostracism or worse, detention, or the ultimate form of censorship, which is death. If the mere intention of red tagging is to marginalize, then that's par for the course. Pero if it becomes a clear and present physical danger to the tag, dyan malaki ang mali. And that tactic has limits and often backfires. So, alam niyo po ngayon, syempre, yung mga nagsasalita na kontra sa pananaw natin, madalas ay mabilis ang aksyon ng otoridad. Pero meron din mga banyaga na yung ating malayang mga isla ay kinukuha. Pero parang hindi natin masyadong tinututukan o pinibigyan ng pansin at pinapalusot. So, sa araw na to, Mr. Chair, I just want to ask a few questions to verify if this was actually uttered. This is for General Parlade. Nandiyan ba si General Parlade?
Nandito po siya.
Okay.
By the way, just some housekeeping lang. Each senator will be given 10 minutes to ask questions. Thank you.
Okay. Mr. Chair, pwede mo nang ibawas yung statement ko.
Ano man, sige, tawad na yun. Pwede tawad yun. Sige.
Thank you. Totoo bang General Parlade na sabi niyo, Liza Soberano, there's still a chance to abdicate that group. If you don't, you will suffer the same fate as Josephine Ann Lapira of UP Manila. And then you followed up with another statement. The choice is yours, Liza, and so with you, Catriona. Don't follow the path of Ella Colmenares, took in the underground in NPA Quezon. I'm sure Angel Locsin and Nery Colmenares will not tell you to do this. Nasabi ba yon?
Can I answer, Mr. Chair?
Yes, please.
Actually, I'd like to post my entire statement so that I'll be able to answer the question and the context of that question, my statement. Can we flash the statement, please?
Go ahead, go ahead. Verbatim.
I actually have two statements, Mr. Chair. The first one was addressed to Congresswoman Brosas and to the Gabriela, asking them if they informed Ms. Liza Soberano and Catriona Gray about the real nature of Gabriela Youth, specifically the Maki Baka or the Malayang Kilusan ng mga bagong kababaihan, which is the underground mass organization hiding under this Gabriela Youth. I asked that question to Congresswoman Brosas because I was already seeing the bashings of Ms. Soberano and yes, Ms. Soberano was being red tagged already by the netizens in the social media. But since there was no answer from Congresswoman Brosas, I directed my statement direct to Ms. Liza Soberano.
Okay. So, basically, General, ang sinasabi ninyo dun sa Makabayan, sabihin ninyo sa kanila kung sino ba talaga kayo, na kayo ay talagang front lamang ng CPP-NPA. Tama ba?
Essentially, ma'am, I wanted to ask Congresswoman Brosas whether they informed Ms. Liza Soberano about the underground nature of this Gabriela Youth. This is important because in the past, we've always noted that many of these Gabriela Youth members ended up being dead. In fact, I cited 3 incidents there. It was already presented in the briefing previously, the case of Joe Lapira, Deputy Secretary General of Gabriela Youth, was killed in Batangas. And the recent killings, it was only last September 2020, of Ms. Vargas, Gabriela Youth member, was killed in Mindoro, and Ms. Ren Manalo, Gabriela Youth member, was killed in Brooks Point.
Okay. So, General, kasi ganito, no? Kasama sa legal framework natin yung Gabriela, yung Makabayan block, di ba? That is the intention of bringing them out to be part of the discussion in Congress. Now, what you're saying is, front lang talaga sila kasi sila, they're involved in armed conflict. Yun ang sinasabi mo. That's the reason why you're actually trying to warn certain personalities from joining engaging that organization. Am I correct?
Yes, ma'am. In fact, I was
Okay.
emphatic in my statement when I said that there's nothing wrong by being part of these advocacy groups defending women's rights and children's rights.
Pero ito nga yun parang gusto mong sabihin ng Makabayan Block, sabihin dun sa mga personalities na yon, front lang kami kasi actually meron kaming underground group. Parang ganun ba yung gusto ninyong gawin nila?
Yes, ma'am. In fact, we wanted them to be here this morning so that they can also take their oath. We took our oath, but if you've heard the statement, and I take offense from that statement, they are accusing us of lying in these Senate halls. And I really don't think that's acceptable because we all took our oath. We were expecting them to be present so that they can take their oath too. So I really don't know, ma'am, who's lying here or what.
General, you know what? I know what your sworn responsibility is to the Constitution. If there's any group that will pose a risk, especially espouse armed conflict, it's your responsibility, of course, to suppress them. On the other hand, I think it's an unreasonable request to tell a group that's not been, the Supreme Court has allowed them to continue to run or are in our electorate system, for them to say, to openly admit, parang kayo na lang siguro magsabi noon, o Ms. Soberano or kung sino mang personality, alam ba ninyo ganito sila. Pero I respect your opinion. If you want to advocate those advocacies you believe are worth promoting. Pero parang sinabi mo pa, mag-ingat ka kasi baka ano ba yan, parang may mangyari sa kanya, ganun ba? Baka masaktan siya.
Yes, Mr. Chair. Yes, Madam Senator. In fact, that was my intention because of the recent killings of these Gabriela Youth members who were supposed to be activists but ended up being killed while wielding arms. So this is what we are trying to explain to
Okay,
the people.
what did Liza Soberano say that might put her in danger or in jeopardy? Ano yung sinabi niya na baka pwedeng patayin din siya katulad ng mga ibang activists?
Did you say Liza Soberano, ma'am?
But there's a still chance advocate to suffer. Yeah, if you suffer the same fate as Josephine Ann Lapira. So anong sinabi nila na medyo na namimiligro ang kanilang buhay, baka mamiligro?
No, ma'am. In fact, this is what we've been telling the public, that the family of Liza Soberano, through the lawyer, wanted to express their thanks for defending Liza Soberano from her bashers and from those who red tagged her. So they were actually thanking me, and they wanted to send me a thank you letter for informing them of the real nature of this Gabriela Youth.
Jan Parlade, I don't think you're answering the question. Ang tanong ni Senator Grace po, ano ba yung nasabi na bigkas na pananalita ni Liza Soberano para ma-warningan mo siya na baka mag-end up din siya katulad ng mga ibang naipakita kanina sa video? Yun ang tanong ni Senator Grace. Am I correct, Senator Grace?
Yes, actually, thank you for clarifying, Mr. Chair. Ano ba yung sinabi? Kasi maaring sumama lang siya dun sa forum na yon, pero baka naman ang sinabi niya, general, ideological or support for our women and children. Ano bang sinabi niya na maaaring makadulot ng peligro sa kanya?
In fairness, ma'am, she said nothing about being threatened or being in danger for speaking in that forum. But it's the netizens who are actually tagging her as a communist, as a terrorist. That is why they are asking the supporters to boycott her programs.
Okay, so General, basically her mere presence in that forum has incensed many netizens to bash her.
Yes, ma'am. Yes.
Okay, so ganito siguro ang magandang maaring nangyari siguro is you maybe you could have just warned her to be careful because as you have, pero siguro hindi naman or pwedeng sabihin dun sa mga netizens, hindi naman dahil sa lungat sa inyong pananaw ay terorista na o kailangan ng i-bash ng ganon. You could issue just a general statement. She was just there in support of the idea. Kasi kahit naman anong forum di ba? Meron naman talagang mga tayong sinasabi, not necessarily because we support everything that group is doing, but it depends on what the occasion is. If it's an event for women and children, I could very well find many of my colleagues present there, even if we're not a member or we don't espouse everything that a certain organization pushes for. Am I correct, sir?
Yes, ma'am. And in fact, that's exactly what I said. If you just read my statement, that's exactly what I said. That there's nothing wrong expressing your support on women's rights and advocacy rights and children's rights. That is why I wanted to inform the netizens that it is unfair for them to red tag Liza Soberana simply for being part of that webinar. Napakalinaw po. In fact,
Mr. Chair,
kailan dinagdag
the
mo pa kasi
indulgence of
na
Senator
baka-
Grace.
Yes.
Mr. Chairman, with the indulgence of Senator Grace.
Yes, Senator Rizon de Veros is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Thank you, Senator Grace. Just briefly on one of the points replied by General Parlade to Senator Grace's questioning, I just like to make of record a statement of Attorney June Lim, counsel for Ms. Liza Soberano, in Facebook. He says, Mr. Chairman, para sa kaliwanagan ng lahat, nagpasalamat ako kay General Parlade sa nag-iisang dahilan lamang at wala nang iba pa. Tahasan niyang sinabi sa akin na si Ms. Soberano ay hindi bahagi ng NPA at wala siyang kaugnayan sa alinmang grupong konektado dito. Dahil sa sinabing ito ni General Parlade, nalinis ang pangalan ni Liza na pilit na sinisira ng mga mangilan-ngilang irresponsableng personalidad sa pamamagitan ng red tagging. Naway matuldukan na ang isyong ito. Makakaasa tayong patuloy na maninindigan at ipapahayag ni Liza ang kanyang advokasya patungkol sa paggalang sa karapatan ng mga kababaihan at kabataan. Walang maaaring pumigil sa kanya sa paniniwalang ito. Salamat, Mr. Chairman. Salamat, Senator Grace.
Thank you, Senator Tobero.
Thank you. So, General Parlade, how does the NTF ELCAC verify or fact-check statements before releasing them to the public?
We vet our statements. We post our statements to the Stratcom cluster, and then we ask for their comments, including from the legal cooperation cluster. And then once that is approved, it's released. So that's the procedure, ma'am. Everything that we say there are official statements of the NTF. It's not my personal opinion.
Okay. How about General Gapay? Does the AFP have a protocol before its officials can make statements that General Parlade is making?
Yes, Madam Senator, Mr. Chair, Your Honors. Yes, we have a policy in the Armed Forces of the Philippines. And as far as public information operations is concerned, all statements are passes through a group, a strategic communications group, when they also vet and verify information as to their accuracy, truthfulness, and of course, we only state facts as far as our statements are concerned prior to release. So, and we have designated the spokespersons to carry out and speak out in behalf of the Armed Forces of the Philippines. Down even to the units, we have designated spokespersons, Madam Senator.
Okay, lastly, dun sa anti-terror law, and we have the authors also here in the Senate, you need a court order. Do you need you actually need a court order before doing surveillance? Am I correct?
Yes, ma'am. Initially, we have to request to the Anti-Terrorism Council, and it has to be approved by the
So hindi
proper
naman
courts.
dapat so hindi naman dapat like you just take matters in your hands pag if you suspect somebody, it has to go through the council, and in fact in some cases merit a court order before a surveillance can be conducted. Am I correct?
Yes, ma'am. We have to prove initially to the ETC, then to the proper courts. So it's like a thesis we have to prove, and we have to present evidence initially in order to get the nod and the go signal. If initially this ATC says you lack evidence, produce some more evidence, improve on the case build-up, and then we have to do so, Madam Senator. So it goes through a stringent procedure before getting the nod of the ATC and even the proper courts.
Just a way of clarification, you're referring to electronic surveillance, for you to secure a court authorization. Of course, you conduct physical surveillance, and that doesn't need court authorization. Just to clarify.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Chair. Actually, you would know that law back and forth, and you'd know also if others are taking advantage of it, which we are, of course, trying to clarify. I guess I understand the point, and Senator Risa clarified that General Parlade has issued a statement saying na hindi NPA itong mga personalities na ito. On the other hand kasi, uh, part of the statement that was posted by General Parlade said something like, baka matulad ka kina ganito. No? Siyempre, I understand that I'd like to think that you are also concerned about the safety of individuals, but it can also send out a message of fear to others that banta ba ito o ito ba ay para sa kapakanan ko na sinabi yan. Siguro, mag-iingat tayo sa susunod na mga pagkakataon kasi talaga namang maraming salungat ang mga pananaw sa atin. Hindi lamang sa gobyerno, minsan pagdating na rin sa reliyon. Ang importante sa demokrasya natin, lalo-lalo na pag military, ay manatiling ang patas sa issue. Dahil pagka may banta sa ating karapatan na maghayag, yan ang hindi natin dapat payagan. So, definitely, if there's proof of violence, we should definitely act against that. But we should also encourage the free market of ideas, especially if stated peacefully. So that's all, Mr. Chair. If I have a follow-up question later on, and if there's still time,
Thank you.
I will
Kung
ask
meron
for
po
indulgence.
magtatanong kay Atty. Sarsa, kasi nagpapaalam na siya, baka meron magtatanong sa kanya, unahin na yung tanong sa kanya. That goes through sa mga ibang kasamahan natin. Thank you. So now we recognize Senator Bongo. We'll go back to Senator Bongo. In the meantime, we recognize Senator Risa Ontiveros.
Salamat, Mr. Chairman. May mga tanong po ako para kay Secretary Esperon.
Good afternoon, Madam Senator.
Magandang hapon po, Secretary Esperon. Mr. Chairman, Secretary, I've participated in the peace process as a member of the GRP-NDF panel on the side of government. So in principle, I agree with the whole of government approach to building a sustainable peace, including through initiatives at the local level. Even the executive order that created the NTF-LCAC states that insurgencies are symptomatic of broader social, economic, and political and historical problems like poverty and social inequality. However, I'd like to get a clearer picture of how this funding of the NTF-LCAC will be utilized. In concrete terms, Secretary, ano po yung current strategy para tapusin na yung local communist armed conflict? At paano ito iba, kung ito'y naiiba sa kung ano yung sinubukan noon? Kasi honestly, sa presentation kanina, parang sobrang 1980s ang dating, parang throwback Tuesday ngayon. And to implement this strategy, the current strategy, Secretary, anong mga programa ang i-implementa sa local level? Secretary, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you, Madam Senator, Mr. Chairman. I am, of course, very much aware that you are a member of the GRP panel involved in the peace talks because after retiring as the Chief of Staff of the Armed Forces, I was the president. I became the presidential advisor of the peace process.
Opo.
So the matter of peace talks with the National Democratic Front, Philippines, which represented the CPP, NPA, and DF, is always something that interests me. And so, the senator, is asking if the programs of the National Task Force LCAP.
First, the strategy, Mr. Secretary. What is the current strategy and how is it different, if different, from what was attempted in the past and which actually had failed?
Yeah. This National Task Force LCAP works on a plan, national plan, that is two-track. One is the political, the socio-economic portion, and the other one is the political, or that includes also the military. Left hand and right hand, you must have heard about that.
Yes,
You
sir.
must have also heard
In
about
the
clearing,
1980s.
yes, clearing, holding, consolidating, and developing. We all know
Yes,
that also.
CHCD. Opo.
But in the course of in implementing our campaign plans, you have all of us almost left it all to the military and the police and the other security forces to solve the insurgency problem, which is not a military problem. It is a political, a social, and an economic problem, as well as a military problem. Therefore, this National Task Force LCAP is now what we call a whole of nation approach, because first of all, it is a whole of government approach that also includes the private sector. So it becomes
Just a quick intervention, excuse me, Secretary Peron, and with the permission of Senator.
Of course, Mr. Chairman.
Now that we have discovered na yung TikTok pala, part of the revolutionary struggle, tutuloy nyo pa rin yung TikTok. So this is the level of the PNP and
no longer, that's the point here of
Is it me? Is it you? Is it me? Me?
With whom we have just signed an agreement through OPAP. And so we can engage the CPP at the provincial level.
So, lahat ng peace initiatives at the level of Joma season, scrap na.
Suspended. But
suspended. Well, which reminds me, kanina si Alex, Gerald Lamonte Agundo, he quoted Sun Tzu. If you know the enemy, di ba?
Yeah.
Eh, alam mo na yung ganun pala, yung peace talks, part ng revolutionary struggle, why are you still pursuing?
We have suspended it and we have terminated it. The President has terminated it as we have realized that it is so. That they are just using the peace talks to take advantage to propagate themselves.
But not at the local level.
At the local level, we can talk to them
Yeah.
because many of them are coming to us and they want to return to the folds of the law.
Thank you. Thank you, Senator Risa.
So
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. And the Secretary, just to make it of the record, Mr. Chairman, as a long-time peace activist and also former member of the government peace negotiating panel with the NDF, I really regret that government has suspended or canceled even the national level peace talks. Dahil po, kahit na di tulad ng government MILF peace process na nagpakita ng sapat na good faith ang parehong parties to the armed conflict at the negotiating table. At kaya mayroong konkreto silang naibunga ngayon sa forma ng BARM law at yung BARM mismo. Kahit na sa tingin ko po, kulang pa ang good faith ng gobyerno at ng NDF sa negotiating table ngayon sa national level, ay nire-reject ko po yung sinabi ng NDF na ang peace talks ay para lamang magsilbi sa kanilang armed struggle. And so I really regret na suspended yung national peace talks sa ngayon. Dahil dapat yan ay bukas pa rin na larangan na lalo na ang mga civilian, ang mga non-combatants ay pwedeng itulak pareho ang gobyerno at ang NDF na magkaroon ng kasunduan. But having said that, Mr. Chairman and Secretary, I thank you for the Secretary's responses about the national plan. In fact, in the middle of the pandemic, when almost every government department, agency, and office has had its budget cut, we're allocating 19 billion pesos supposedly to resolve the long-running communist insurgency. I'd like an honest threat assessment, Secretary, Mr. Chairman. How great a national security risk is the longest running or the long-running communist insurgency led by the CPP, NPA, NBF? Are the communist rebels a clear and present danger to the country? Is our duly elected democratic government at risk of being encircled in the city from the countryside? Secretary, Mr. Chairman?
Yes, Mr. Chair. Yes, unang-una, gusto ko lang sabihin na ang pag-address, pag-asikaso sa mga problema na dulot ng pandemic, COVID-19, ay binibigyan natin ng diin. Kung kaya nga ang Kongreso ay nagpalabas na nga ng Bayanihan 1 and 2 upang talagang maagapan natin yung ating problema sa COVID. Karamihan sa amin dito ay, halimbawa, si Secretary Lorenzana, siya ang Task Force Commander ng National Task Force COVID. Pero membro kami ng Interagency Task Force. At hindi lang minsan sa isang linggo kung mag-meeting kami. At ang Pangulo naman ay lumalabas ng kada linggo upang upang sabihin sa bayan kung anong ginagawa ng gobyerno patungkol sa COVID-19. We are aware that COVID-19 is a clear and present danger. Kung kaya nga,
pero yung communist insurgency po, Secretary,
sa 500 billion. 500 billion ay emergency. Ngunit, sa gitna ng lahat ng ito, mayroon pa rin tayong number 1 political security threat. At ang
yan po yung number 1, Secretary.
Kayo na rin mismo nagsasabi, at ang Pangulo mismo nagsabi, na ang number 1 threat, political security threat, ay ang CPP, NPA, NDF.
Secretary, ibig po bang sabihin na yung bansa natin ay humaharap sa mas malalaking risk mula sa internal kesa sa external threats? Ibig po bang sabihin din na tingin niyo na yung ating militar ay primarily dapat nakafocus sa counter-insurgency mission sa 2021 and beyond?
That is the dictate of the situation. How we wish, as a former chief of staff, na inaasikaso ko lang ay yung aatake sa ating teritorya. Ngunit hindi ganun ang totoong nangyayari. Unang-una, meron tayong insurgency, kaya ang inyong armed forces ay nagtutuon ng pansin dyan. Ano naman ang sasabihin nyo sa amin kung yung armed forces at saka police, meron na ng patayan dun sa mga barangay, kung saan-saan, mayroong assassination dito sa Metro Manila. Alam nyo naman kung sino yung mga pinagpapatay dyan sa loob ng Quezon Memorial Circle na mga top leaders ng CPP, NPA at yung ABG naman.
Si Rolly Quintanar decades ago.
Anong gagawin po namin? Yung police ninyo at saka military, sasabihin namin na
Secretary.
hindi bagay dyan?
Hindi, sige po, pag-usapan natin ang insurgency. Yes, Secretary. So
by the situation.
Let's talk about the situation of the insurgency. Secretary, nung kayo nga po ang hepe ng Armed Forces of the Philippines, taong 2006 in particular, hindi po ba sinabi nyo noon na yung militar ay iwa-wipe out ang New People's Army sa loob ng 3 taon? Hindi po ba sinabi nyo noon yun tungkol sa ating FP? All right. And hindi nyo rin po ba...
It is never wrong to have some targets.
Yes, agree. And hindi nyo po ba sinabi noon na yung lakas ng mga rebelde ay drastically nabawasan pasalamat sa Oplan na pinangalan ng Bantay Laya? Hindi po ba?
Totoo po yun. Nabawasan sila from 6,000 naging 4,000 plus. Ngunit may mga sumusunod pa rin mga na-recruit. Dahil nga ang nagre-recruit ay mga iba't ibang organisasyon.
Okay.
Yun ang gusto namin mapigilan at isiwalat dito sa hearing na ito.
Tapos po,
hindi natin aawatin ang recruitment ay tuloy-tuloy pa rin itong ating insurgency.
At hindi po ba din, Secretary, nung 2008 naman, sinabi nyo na bubuwagin nyo, ite-tear down ninyo yung 15 NPA front sa loob ng 3 buwan? Na-meet po ba yung mga layunin na yan?
2002? clarification, ma'am.
Ayon sa aking research 2008, na-meet po ba yung mga layuning iyon? 15 NPA front sa loob ng 3 buwan?
Yes.
They were.
There were about 70 guerrilla fronts at that time.
Yes. So, okay, bawas ito. So, dapat mga 55 na lang nung taong 2008. Mas
Marami po
recent,
ulit.
Sir Secretary?
Meron pa rin mga nabubuong bago dahil nga tuloy-tuloy pa rin ang pagrekruta.
Okay, Secretary.
Yun ang ating gustong pigilan. Dahil hanggat mayroong mga organisasyon na nagre-recruit at sumusuporta sa New People's Army, ay magkakaroon pa rin ng mga armado na katulad ng mga estudyante na sa simula ay aktivista ay nagiging NPA. Alam po namin yan dahil ako mismo ay kasama sa first quarter storm po.
Secretary,
pero hindi ako humawak ng armas.
Opo, marami pong aktivista na hindi humawak noon o humahawak ngayon ng armas. More recently, Secretary, nanumpa po ang Philippine Army na kikilos siya double time para i-neutralize yung natitirang quote 15 armed fighters of the New People's Army still running and hiding in the mountains of Leyte Island, close quote. In 2018, sinabi po ng Armed Forces na optimistic siya na yung insurgency problem ng ating bansa ay mareresolve soon. At tinukoy ng AFP noon yung nababawasang lakas kung hindi man imminent defeat. And I use the term imminent defeat sa aking brief opening statement kanina, Secretary. Imminent defeat ng NPA. At ito po ay pagkatapos ng surrender ng 326 na NPA guerrillas. Tapos September 2019, iniulat din na may 700 guerrilla na nag-surrender. Bilang National Security Advisor ngayon po, Secretary, do you stand by these assessments?
Yes, that was the assessment of the military in Leyte. I think 2018, tapos na yata mag-chief of staff si Secretary Anyon. Pero ganito, Madam Senator, Mr. Chair.
Opo.
Sinabi namin yon sa Leyte na maalis namin yung NPA. Totoo nga na maalis namin at yung barangay ay na kung saan nagpupugad sa mga guerrilla bases ang NPA ay aming naklaro dahil meron kaming tinatawag na community support program ay na ngayon ay pinangungunahan na ng local government at ang kapulisan yung retooled community support program. Hindi na military, kundi combined military. Ngunit, maklear man natin yung mga barangay kung wala kang ilalagay doon na development o para iangat ang kabuhayan ng mga tao, ay babalik-balikan ng mga tao, ng mga NPA yan. Kaya ngayon,
pero tell me, Secretary,
sa kabinete na maglagay kami ng development program at inaprubahan ng Pangulo. Nandiyan na nga sa budget ngayon, yung 16.44 billion for development projects in barangays. At nagtataka ako kung bakit ayaw ninyo ma-develop yung mga barangay na yan.
No.
Alam
Mr.
naman natin,
Secretary, Mr. Chairman, ito po ay... No. Mr. Secretary, Mr. Chairman, ito po ay pagdinig... Yes, Mr. Secretary, thank you for your apology. I accept it because for the record, Mr. Chairman, ito po ay pagdinig ng isang komite ng Senado at tayo po ay nagtatanong sa ating mga resource persons, kasama na ang good secretary, at hindi po ito larangan para akusahan nila tayo na ayaw natin ng ganito o ganyan na programa ng gobyerno na magtatrabaho nga tayo double time na habulin matapos ang isang budget para sa 2021 na
sinabi nyo kanina na babawasan nyo ng 8 billion eh.
Mr. Chairman, I'm still addressing the Chair, Secretary. Tayo po. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. So, ang itatanong ko sa Secretary, dahil kami po sa Senado ay we started on time, we kept our eye on the ball, tatapusin namin on time ang budget para sa ating gobyerno sa taong 2021 na COVID responsive, recession responsive at democracy responsive. So sa tingin, maaari nyo po bang sabihin sa akin, Secretary, do 15 rebels in the mountains of Leyte the remnants of an insurgency facing imminent defeat. Inuulit ko, imminent defeat ang hinaharap nila sa battlefield. Para bang 19 billion peso problem sa inyo yon? Secretary,
Hindi lang
Mr.
po late
Chairman?
yung pinag-uusapan natin, Mr. Chairman. May I know?
Okay.
Please
Yes,
answer.
please, Mr.
Madam
Secretary.
Senator, hindi lang po late ang pinaglalaanan natin ng 16.44 billion.
Yes,
Ito po
fair
ay
enough.
nationwide na 822 barangays
Hmm.
na inoperatan ng ating kapulisan at ang ating armed forces at local government. Na-clear nila ito ng 2016 to 2019. Sinasabi niyo na nga kanina,
Cleared na
na-clear
po.
na yun. Leyte kasama na dyan. Anong
So,
gagawin natin
precisely.
sa mga barangay na ito? Iiwanan na natin para lumipat na yung tropa? O
Definitely
gusto
hindi
niyong
yan ang
lagyan natin
balak
ng development? Lalo
No,
na yung
no.
mga pobreng barangay sa Samar at sa Leyte? Gusto niyong iwanan
Precisely,
na natin?
Mr. Chairman,
Okay,
Secretary. Kaya ko
sorry.
sinabi na parang
Akala ko
Mr.
tinatanong niyo ako.
Chairman, hello? I mean, Mr. Chairman?
Yes, Senator Risa. Secretary
Yes,
Esperon,
Mr.
kindly wait for the senator to finish her question.
Yeah.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Kaya nga po sinabi ko kanina, Mr. Chairman, Secretary, na parang 1980s ang dating, parang throwback Tuesday. Dahil yung clear hold, consolidate, develop natin dati, I think yung isang naging leksyon natin ay lalo na yung consolidate at lalong-lalo na yung develop, trabaho na yan ng civilian government. And the past many years, ganun yung klase ng budget na pinapasa namin dito sa Kongreso. So speaking of the clear and lalong-lalo na yung clear, saka yung hold na may bahagi pa rin doon yung AFP, and then yung hanggang consolidate, nandyan yung PNP, of course. Just focusing on the AFP, Mr. Chairman, Secretary, magkano po yung gagastusin ng AFP sa kanyang modernization program sa 2021? At dito gusto ko nang bigyan ng diin yung external defense natin. Magkano sa amount na ito sa modernization budget natin ay para sa layunin ng depensa laban sa external threats, Mr. Chairman, Secretary?
Bago po ipasa kay sa mga dapat na sumagot niyan, ay sasabihin ko lang po sa inyo, Madam Senator, na hindi po ako military. Retired po ako, civilian na po ako.
Opo.
Kaya
But still,
ako
dahil National Defense
Vice Chairman ng
Advisor.
National Task Force LCAP, civilian po ako at ang kasamahan namin sa National Task Force LCAP ay government agencies. Isang cluster out of the 12 ang military at saka police. Whole of nation approach po ito.
Opo.
Kung gusto niyo
Malinaw
malaman
sa akin.
kung anong ginagastos ng armed forces para sa depensa natin ay mas kinaalam ko yan. Palagi ko mas alam ni Senator, ni Secretary Lorenzana at saka ni General Gapay. Mas kinaalam ko yan, sasagutin ko yan. Pero hindi na ako ang military, Madam Senator. Retired na po ako. Kaya pwede akong trumabaho ng civilian activities.
Oh, definitely. And kaya kayo ina-appoint ng appointing authority. Yes, Mr. Chair.
To address the chair when you respond to the senator. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. And certainly, yes, thank you, Mr. Chair. And certainly, this representation is aware that our civilian officials are appointed by the appointing authority, as he is authorized to do by the Constitution. Pero ine-exercise natin bilang bahagi ng Kongreso yung oversight doon sa budget process at yung paggastos ng pera. Dahil sa tingin ko lang po, Mr. Chairman, bilang miyembro nitong Senado, overly mabigat yung kamay sa loob ng NTF-ELCAC sa isang programa which is actually, dahil nga whole of government approach na sinabi ko sa simula ay sinusuportahan ko, ay mas properly iwan sa mga national agencies na civilian, yung ating mga civilian national agencies. Nasabi ko rin po at naalala baka ito ni Secretary Anyo nung pagdinig natin sa budget ng DILG na yung programa ng NTF-ELCAC ay parang nang whole of government program At alam naman natin nandun na yung iba't ibang departamento kumikilos at nagko-coordinate na even before the NTF-ELCAC para isulong yung tugon natin sa roots of the armed conflict at i-develop yung mga area na na-clear na ng ating militar at PNP.
Senator
So,
Rivera,
yes, Mr. Chair.
just as a reminder that your time is up, so you may wind up.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Siguro, just by way of winding up, i-put on record ko na lang yung mga huling tanong ko kung nais sagutin either ni Secretary Esperon or ng ibang resource persons natin bilang pag-iisip pa rin dito sa ating hearing. So, why are we focusing on internal threats when a former chief of staff of the AFP has publicly stated that China will seize Philippine territory by force if a war were to break out between Beijing and Washington? At ito particularly, Sec Esperon, as National Security Advisor, do you think the Philippines has the capacity to project a credible defense posture against the most likely external threats? Sino po ba talaga, Mr. Chairman, ang pinakamalaking banta sa ating pambansang seguridad? A waning insurgency or an external threat from a superpower country? At the same time, even this waning insurgency facing imminent defeat in the battlefield might still recover if we don't address issues of inaccessible healthcare and education, the uneven distribution of resources, and if we open our borders to China at the expense of the livelihood of ordinary Filipinos. Masyado pong nakafocus sa Communist Party of the Philippines, Mr. Chairman, pero hinahayaan ang banta ng Communist Party of China. Marami pong salamat, Mr. Chairman. Maraming salamat sa ating
Thank you,
resource
Senator.
persons.
Would you like to respond, Secretary Esperon? Yes, please.
Tinatanong po ni Madam Senator Mr. Chair kung sino ba talaga ang mas malaking threat. Yung bang isang malaking bayan na komunista o itong Communist Party of the Philippines? Ang tingin po ng presidente, ang number one political security threat ay ang Communist Party of the Philippines, NPA, NDF, because they seek to overthrow this democratically established republic through armed revolution. At ginagawa na nga nila yan. May NPA sila, armado. Meron silang mga prente na pinapatakbo ng mga underground organizations. At meron silang mastermind. Clear and present danger din yan. Matagal na, 52 years na nga tayong pinapataob. Ngayon, kung tatanungin ninyo, kung may threat tayo na China, ang sagot ko dyan, mayroong bansang China at meron siyang mga interest dito sa ating South China Sea o sa Pilipinas mismo. Ang panlaban ba natin dyan ay pure military? Dahil kung gusto nyo pure military ang ilaban natin dyan, ibigay nyo sa amin, ibibigay ba ninyo yung 4.5 trillion para panlaban, panggera? Wala ba tayong pangangailangan sa COVID? Wala ba tayong pangangailangan sa ibang bagay? Doon ba natin ilalahat sa China? Samantala nakikipagkaibigan naman ng China. Ngunit, gwardyado tayo dahil ang kanilang national interest at ang national interest natin ay hindi magkapareho. Pareho tayong may national interest. At lahat ng bansa ay may national interest, pati ang Estados Unidos. Kailangan, kausapin natin lahat yan. Ngunit itong CPP, NPA, NDF, alam na natin na gustong pataubihin o ibahin ang democratic way of life ng Pilipinas. Bakit pababayaan ba natin sila na ituloy nila ang kanilang armadong pakikibaka?
Thank you, Secretary Esperon.
Mr. Chairman.
Next is Senator De La
Mr.
Rosa.
Chairman.
With your indulgence, the Senate President would like to ask his questions.
Yes, well, I was informed, tama-tama, that Senator De La Rosa has logged out temporarily. And there were questions that he would want to pose ka Eric and his companion. Now, related to that, I also have a question for the intelligence community sana, kila General Monteagudo, but mas mabuti kay Ka Eric na itanong na samantalahin natin naririto sila para maiwasan natin muna yung problema sa budget. Recently, there was a 17-year-old member child warrior ng CPP-NPA who filed a rape complaint against their former commander. Sa mga pagkakaalam nyo, sa tagal ninyo doon, ganong kabata ba yung mga nagiging recruits?
Magandang araw po, sir.
Hi, Rick.
Senate President and Mr. Chair, Senator Ping Lacson. Ako po si Jeffrey Celis. Ka-Eric po ang gamit.
Jeffrey Celis, pero ka-Eric ang tawag sa'yo.
Ka-Eric pong pangalan. Ang code ako, marami po kaming ginagamit na code. I will try to address directly first the question, and I will request the good senators to qualify some of my answers. Yung recruitment po ng kabataan sa CPP, NPA, NDF, in my experience, based on doctrine, practice, and experience, nagsisimula po yan kung mga sa baryo ng mga kabataan, meaning sa rural areas. Maaga po talaga, Senator, Senate President, sir. Kasi ang mga pamilya ng mga kabataan na ito, na tinatawag naming mass base, yung mga bata mismo as early as 8, 7, 6, before 10, kahalubilo po sila ng NPA eh. So, kaya nga sabi ko, ipokrito kami sa CPP, NPA, NDF to assert international humanitarian law, samantala mga granada at armas namin sa loob mismo ng bahay ng masa. At kami ay nag-assert ng Karil, Comprehensive Agreement for the Respect of Human Rights and International Humanitarian Law, signed during the time of President Estrada, pero hindi namin sinasabi na ang aming mga granada at armas, natutulog kami mismo sa bahay ng masa. Pero pag sundalo at pulis, bawal matulog sa bahay ng sibilyan, sa chapel at sa mga schools. Dihado talaga sila sa amin. Kasi kami, we do not tie down our rules sa IHL. We only use the IHL and other humanitarian conventions and protocols of war when it is convenient for us. Halimbawa, landmine. Ayaw naming tawagin yan, Senator, when you were Chief PNP, as IED. Gusto naming tawagin yan na CDX, Command Detonated Explosives. Because under the Ottawa Convention, in the Geneva Convention, Protocol 1 and 2, gray area yan. Ang ipinagbabawal ay ang ang pressure detonated and automatic and time bound. But the pressure detonated or the command detonated na may switch gamit ang blasting cap at detonating cord, hindi siya outright na ipinagbabawal clearly sa Ottawa Convention and conventions ng Geneva Convention. So naiikutan namin, Senator Soto sir and Senator Ping. Sa tanong niyo po, paano na i-involve ang kabataan? Two ways. Kung sa baryo po, kahit hindi sila recruited dahil masa sila, mass base area yon, doon mismo kami nakatira. Doon kami mismo nag-organize, kasama namin ang mga magulang nila. So the children are exposed to the horrors and dangers of war. Informal recruitment. Dalawang recruitment kasi ang kabataan, Senator Soto sir, sa schools and universities, urban areas. And then the other side of recruitment sa mga baryo. Kapag schools and universities po, ang recruitment ay nagsisimula usually, sir, minor ka pa niyan eh. When I was recruited in the West Visayas State University, I was about to turn 18. Ang malala ngayon, nakita ko in the last 10 years.
Papunta sana ako ng tanong dyan eh. Paano ka na-recruit? Saan ka nag-umpisa? Ano nangyari?
Okay, thank you, Senator Soto, sir. Na-recruit po ako sa West Visayas State University. It is a premier state university sa Iloilo City in 1991. Ang unang organization na na-recruit ay nag-recruit sa akin.
Sino nag-recruit sa'yo?
Namatay po siya. Pinatay siya sa loob ng bus noong March 2019 last year. NDF consultant siya. Ang pangalan niya po ay Randy Felix Malayaw. He's also a good writer, just pareho kami, mga College Editors Guild. He was arrested before on the case pertaining to the assassination of Congressman Rodolfo Aguinaldo. He was from Isabela. And he, at the time of his death, nasa underground pa siya. Ako'y nagtumutulong na security consultant to the government. Pero ang pag-recruit sa akin, I was not recruited directly to the CPP. Kaya natutuwa ako na nakikinig ako sa mga officials ngayon and the senators discussing things which are never known to public, even to the government themselves, especially the military, Mr. Chair and Senator Soto, sir. I mean, akala ko ang aming pagsama sa aktivismo sa College Editors Guild of the Philippines, which is an open organization, ay laban lamang sa US military bases. Kasi mainit ang talakayan noon sa pagpapata. The abrogation of the US military bases 91 ako na-recruit eh.
1991.
Oo, so kasagsagan ng debate sa US military bases, transition from Cory government to Ramos government. So nang ma-recruit ako sa CGP, tuwang-tuwa ako kasi these are things that I never learned in school. Ito mga itinuturo sa amin. But 3 months thereafter, Mr. Chair, in-invite ako nila Randy Felix Malayao, pagpalain sa ng kanyang kaluluwa. At hindi ko muna pangalanan yung ibang nag-invite kasi active pa po sa media. Mataas na rin ang katungkulan. We were students nung panahon na yun. Nang ma-recruit pa ako sa CGP, I was thinking, yun na yung pagiging aktivista. But 3 months into the recruitment, at least nakikinig ang buong bayan, ang buong bansa. Mga nanay na nakikinig at kabataan. In-invite ako sa isang meeting sa boarding house. Mga 12 kami. At sa meeting na yun, mga student editors, campus writers, at student leaders ang nandun, iba't ibang universities. Pagdating doon, hindi na pinag-aralan ang US military bases. Pinag-aralan namin ang libro ni Joma Sison. Wala pang MKLRP noon. Ang tawag pa noon, LRP. Lipunan at Rebolusyong Pilipino, in English, Philippine Society and Revolution by Amado Guerrero, the nom de guerre of Joma Sison. Yan ang Biblia. I can teach that without the book in 1 day, 2 days, 3 days, depending sa audience. And until now, memoryado ko yung 4 na portion. First part is national situation. Mayaman ang Pilipinas, ngunit naghihirap ang sambayan ng Pilipino. Second part, history. Ang kasaysayan ng pananakop at paglaban ng sambayan ng Pilipino. Third part, 3 ismo. Imperialismo, burokrata kapitalismo, feudalismo, 3 salot ng lipunan. Yung fourth part ang pinakadelikado. DRB. Demokratikong Rebolusyong Bayan ang tanging solusyon sa problema ng mamamayan. Dito ang radicalization. Akala ko, yun na yun. Manunumpa pala kami sa bandilang pula. Yellow ang nakalagay, triangle. May alibata siya. Alibata, everyone knows, is an ancient Filipino alphabet.
Sir President, anong organization ang kinasasapian mo noon bago ka na-recruit?
Wala sir. I was an ordinary student, Mr. Chair. I was a writer. I was part of the editorial board of Forum Dimensions. And I was recruited to the CGP advocating pong mga issues ng mamamayan. Pero nang manumpa po ako after that LRP session in a boarding house, tago na meeting yon, tago. We were told that it was a CGP meeting, but it was not. It was not a CGP meeting, it was a meeting of Kabataang Makabayan, KM. KM was the organization founded by Joma Sison in 1964, November 30, when he was still part of the old PKP, Lumang Partido Komunista ng Pilipinas, sa panahon nila Jose Jesus Vicente Laba. Joma was part of Joma is not the original CPP founder. The original CPP was in November 7, 1930, founded by Crisanto Evangelista. Every party member knows this, and the rest of the Makabayan bloc knows this. Yes, they're party members. We are the same. Sa tanong ni Mr. Chair, Mr. Soto, paano ko napunta sa CPP? KM is the first step to the CPP. From CEGP, you will not be recruited from open organizations direct to the CPP. There is no direct recruitment to the Communist Party. The recruitment will pass open organizations, and then underground, and then party. The underground is the consolidator for the armed struggle. It is the NDF. So the NDF is not innocent. It is a conspirator, enabler, collaborator of armed struggle. It is not a legitimate organization pretending to be legal, but rather it is an underground umbrella of all sectoral underground organizations, Mr. Chair, like Kabataang Makabayan. In December of 91, I was again recruited, Mr. President and Mr. Chair, I was again recruited to become candidate member of the Communist Party of the Philippines. Ako po'y 2 beses na nanumpa sa CPP. 91 of December and May of 92. Kasi ang unang recruitment mo from the underground will be candidate member. No voting right ka sa loob ng partido. Pagka full member ka, na-prove na nila na hindi ka security threat at capable ka to develop as a cadre, you will be recruited to become a full member. At doon ka i-recruit talaga at bibigyan ng pag-aaral. Sa panahon namin, kasama po yan sa summer immersion. I was recruited in the area of Baras, Iloilo. With no less than yung mga regional party committee ng mga matatanda na mga 70s na nakita ko, sila mga instructor ko sa BKP, batayang kursong
Ay,
pangpartido.
nabanggit mo kanina yung CEGP, College Editors Guild, di ba?
Yes, sir.
Miyembro ka nito
Yun ang unang organization na sinalihan
na
ko.
nasalihan mo.
Yes.
So yun ang naging vehicle kung paano ka naispatan na ma-recruit.
Because ang nagre-recruit at namumuno ng CGP are already cadre of the CPP.
Sige, please proceed.
Which hindi nila ina-admit sa amin. We were thinking na pari-pareho kami mga writers. Nauna pong na-recruit si Randy Felix Malayaw sa akin. If you are asking for the historical reference of my authenticity, ang kapanahonan ko po ay si Teddy Casino. He was the national national president of CEGP. I was the regional chairman of the CEGP. Do I know him also to be part of the CPP? Hindi na po ako magpapaka-ipokrito, Mr. Chair, Mr. President. Yes. We were all CPP. They are still CPP. They are still part of the Communist Party. And worse, they deny it and they are not admitting it to the nation. That is why they are not here. I was supposed to meet them here. Maganda sanang nandito kami para lahat ng circumstances to be asked by Senate and to be known by the people ay masasagot. Mr. Chair, I operated po sa dalawang mundo ng CPP na hindi po ito masyadong naiintindihan. From 91 to 2001, Mr. Chair, Senator Ping, involved ka sa history ko. Ikaw po ang Chief PNP. Yun ang huli ko pong bahagi sa Open Mass Movement na pinatalsik namin si Pangulong Estrada. We organized, conspired, collaborated in a broad alliance to establish the ERA Resign movement. It is a known fact. It is part of history. It was a collaboration of the Communist Party, of the church leaders, of traditional opposition politicians na hinayaan ni Pangulong Estrada. At iyan po ay naging bahagi ako. I was a regional coordinator of ERA Resign movement. Nakikinig po sila ngayon, papatayin nila ako sa lahat ng mga isinisiwalat ko. Hindi po pupuno ang buong araw natin sa lahat ng historical accounts ko na ito.
Yung inaalala ko, mukhang sa history mo, mabutin tayo maghapon. So, fast forward muna tayo, no? Doon sa main question ko kanina. Dahil may 17 years old na former child warrior na kinasuhan ng rape yung commander niya. Ngayon, ang tanong ko, is this something that happens or that happened before? Ito ba yung mga this kind of abuses and human rights violations done to the recruits by their commanders or leaders or the terrorist groups? Nangyayari ba ito or isolated itong kaso ito?
Mr. Senate President and Mr. Chair, nangyayari po yan. Sabi ko nga, anong tatag mo sa Marxismo, Leninismo at Maoismo pag tinamaan ka ng prinsipyo ni Freud ng libido, malilimutan mo ang disiplina ng Marxismo, Leninismo at Maoismo. I confirm the question of the Senate President. Naaabuso ba mga kabataan kababaihan? Yes.
Former Congressman Colmenares, ang request niya kung pwedeng yung mga resource persons na mag-aakusa, dapat may personal knowledge. Tatanungin kita ngayon, meron ka bang personal knowledge sa alinmang pangyayari na binabanggit mo?
Ang testimonya ko po ay mayroon akong personal knowledge. And to Mr. Chair, with your indulgence, I would like to address also Mr. Nery Colmenares, my former comrade in the CPP. The personal knowledge required is only in the court of law, sa trial sa court. Kaya ayaw nyo kaming humarap sa Senado at lumabas sa media, kami mga kasama nyo, because malalantad kayo. And in the court of law, in the judicial requirement, Mr. Senator, required kami doon na mag-produce on the weight of evidence based on the rules of evidence ng korte. Yun ang gusto nila. Itatali ang kamay namin. Sa tanong ni Mr. Chair, the Senate President, do we have enough knowledge of the things that we want to testify before the people in the Senate? Yes, we have. Depende po sa itatanong nyo at ibibigay yung panahon. Sasagutin ko lang po, Mr. Chair, Senate President, ang tinanong.
Kung nangyayari ito before, hanggang ngayon nangyayari ba ito?
Nangyayari po yan, Mr. Senate President, matagal na. Although in fairness to the NPA, kapag ikaw ay nahuli ng rape, pinapatay ka namin. That is death sentence. That is automatic death sentence. Pero dahil yung ibang nagko-commit ng rape and abuse sa mga miyembro na NPA na kababaihan, lalo na kabataan, ay mga matataas ang katungkulan sa partido at sa NPA, Mr. Senate President, pwedeng itago po yan. At yan ang nangyari sa dalawang bata na magkakapatid sa Leyte ngayon. Ilang taon silang inabuso. And I am not at liberty to discuss that kasi right at the halls of Congress, Senate right now, siya po ay naging biktima din. But baka sensitive yan. Hindi ko alam kung sa television tayo. If you want direct testimony for that, nandito rin siya sa Senate ngayon. NPA siya, kabataan siya ng ma-recruit, at tanungin niyo siya po mamaya. I think baka i-suspend natin ang coverage or rules sa executive session kung anong detalye, pero sagot sa tanong ni Senate President, yes. The abuse and the vulnerability of children and mga minor na NPA na nare-recruit, nangyayari po. Ang kinababahala ko, Mr. Senate President and Mr. Chair, in the last 8 years, on the recovered document from Vic Ladlad, the Acting Secretary General of the Communist Party nang mahuli siya sa Novaliches, proud na proud sila that they were able to recruit in 3 years ng 8,000 kabataan muli in the underground movement at ang mostly senior high school. From PUP, UST, FEU, ito yung umiyak dito sa Senado. They were not crying ladies for nothing. They were grieving mothers like our mothers na umiiyak nang kami naglayas at nag-full-time sa NPA during our time. Nangyayari po ito ngayon, dokumento ito ng CPP-NPA. In the last 3 years, 2016, 17, and 18 hanggang 19, more than 8,000 na kabataan, senators, Mr. Chair and Senate President, ang na-recruit nila from the document mismo ni Vic Ladlad. Nakuha ito at ang karamihan senior high school, which means 16 and 17 years old. And I share the concern of the Senate President right now.
Yes, it is really alarming na nangyayari nga pala ito. Ngayon, ilang taon na po ba kayo? If you don't mind my asking.
Ako po'y pinanganak noong October 14, 1971. Libra pong zodiac sign ko, ako'y 49 years old.
71, medyo bata ka pa. Hindi ka,
Ka-birthday ko po
namin
si
ano.
Mr. Joey De Leon, a very good artist.
Okay. Pero hindi mo kalinya kami nila Senator Lacson at saka ni Brad, no, Secretary Del. Medyo bata-bata ka pa. So, kasi bigla akong nag-alala at naalala ko rin, parang reminder sa akin, nung araw, natatandaan ko kasi, pagka hindi ninyo alam, kaming mga edad na ganito, naalala namin, na dapat talaga nag-iingat yung ating mga kabataan. Dahil nung araw, may mga beauty queens na sumali sa sumalib eh. Nagbago ang buhay nila eh. No? Kaya dapat sabihan nga talaga na medyo pag-aralan natin mabuti mga kilos natin, lalo sa ating kabataan. Hindi nyo siguro kilala si Maita Gomez, si Nelia Sanchez. Nelia Sancho.
Mr. Senate President, hindi ko siya inabutan, but I confirm they were part of the CPP-NPA.
Mga beauty queens.
Maita Gomez, si Nelia Sancho. Yung iba po, mga magaganda talaga. Sina Vic Costignani ng Negros, magaganda yan eh. Maraming magaganda sa NPA, kaya maganda ang asawa ko po.
Kaya nga, bali, paalala natin
Mr. Senate President, ikaw ba ay nag-surrender, nahuli? Paano ka ba nakatiwalag?
Very different pong circumstansya ko, Mr. Chair and Senate President. Hindi po ako na-captured. Hindi rin po ako arrested kasi wala ako sa warrant of arrest. Pero nasa order of battle ako. Naglaylo ako, nag-awol ako. Ang last unit ko po from the Era Resign Movement, I was deployed in 2002 September. Yeah, September.
You were never a combatant?
No,
Never ka naging combatant?
Naging part po ako ng NPA National Operational Command. I was part of the N2. NPA National Operational Command. Kapanahonan ko po.
Ito, water under the bridge, total nasa kamay ka na naman ng gobyerno. Nakapag-participate ka sa mga armed encounters?
Am I protected? Isa po sa mga naging trabaho.
Wala naman details, General question.
Meron po.
Yes or
Isa
no
doon po.
naman. Don't give details anymore.
Sir?
Hindi ko kailangan ng detalye.
Yeah.
Yes or no lang.
Yes.
Nakapag-participate ka rin sa mga ambuscades?
Yes, sir.
Nakapag-participate ka rin sa mga depredations like yung mga unarmed civilians?
Yes, sir.
Thank you.
And sir, if you may, Mr. Chair, Senate President.
Before you continue, baka tayo malero sa sinasabi ko tungkol sa mga bataan. Papaalala ko lang yung sinabi ni Rizal. Naalala mo ba yun? Sinasabi ni Rizal na kapag yung paru-paro na-attract sa kandila, at hindi nag-ingat, maaaring mapahamak. Go ahead.
Sir, ang last unit ko po ay National Operational Command ng NPA. Buong Pilipinas po. Ako po ay napailalim sa N2. I did a lot of things under that unit. Na-missing po yung mga kasama ko. Sina Prudencio Calubid, the Legion of Samar, and Leo Velasco. Yung asawa niya si Elizabeth Principe. Si Leo Velasco ay na-missing sa Cagayan de Oro, sa Limkitkay. Limkitkay. Hindi ko na po i-refer sino ang chief of staff that time. Digmaan po yung sinamahan ko. Yung binabanggit kanina dito, yung Kamameshi Restaurant sa Quezon Memorial Circle, si Romulo Quintanar. Hindi na po ako magdidetalye, pero redemption ko po ito ngayon. And I'm very happy, Mr. Chair, Mr. Senate President, for me to liberate ourselves, from the demons playing in our conscience for the many sins that we have committed to the people. Maraming salamat po, Mr. Chair.
Popoy Lagman.
Sir?
Popoy Lagman.
Popoy Lagman was never assassinated by the NPA. I will not tell kung sino, alam din namin.
Pero hindi NPA.
Hindi NPA po. Tabara, yes. Sa Fairview, SM Fairview po. Arturo Tabara. Yes po. Rolly Quintanar po.
Hindi, si Rolly Abadilla.
Rolly Quintanar was a major project.
Hindi, Abadilla.
Hindi po, sir.
Rolando Abadilla.
Hindi po, sir. You will learn a lot from us, sir. Pero ABB. ABB. Sir, 1 minute, Mr. Chair, if I may. I am very happy, we're very happy, maybe maririnig din mamaya si Kashane. Mas younger siya sa akin, and she has a lot of testimonies to tell. Baka mas mayayanig mamaya ang maririnig mula sa kanya. Ang message ko lang is very clear. Napakagandang pagkakataon po ito upang mag-unite ang buong bayan at ang gobyerno, ang Senado, ang Kongreso, ang Executive, and even the Judiciary for us to stand against the CPP, NPA, NDF. Sa tanong, sir, from the perspective of a former cadre, anong kapabilidad ng CPP, NPA, NDF? They cannot overthrow the government, but they can make Smart and Globe pay 200 million more every year combined. Is that not a threat? They can make 300 to 400 million from the NGO racket coming
I'm telling you, that's an open secret.
Correct po. And they can make AAA contractors na gumagawa ng mga airport, ports, mga yan.
Again, that's an open secret.
Yes, sir.
2% yung cut ng NPA sa mga infra. Naging 3 na ba?
I confirm, sir, 2%. But in the recent documents are 3.5.
Sa lahat ng infra, walang under, lalo sa mga influenced, kung walang 2% from the contractor. That's in addition to the 10% of the congressmen.
Agree, sir. At ang source, sir, I will reveal, not Secretary Villar.
Some congressmen, by the way. I'd like to qualify.
Some congressmen. At ang source po ng information namin, Senate President, Mr. Chair, kung paano namin nalalaman ang mga project, saan ang location, magkano ang cost, sinong project nito, ang manager, DPWH. The information on the extortion, if there is one single biggest mafia style, highly organized, most prolific extortion machinery to come before the face of the earth, it's the CPP, NPA, NDF. At hindi yan napipigilan ng ating government.
So paano din sorry, Mr. Senate President, curious lang. Paano nare-remit yan? At saan? Magkano ilang porsyento napupunta sa the Netherlands? Ilan yung nagagamit dito sa operation dito sa local?
Ang sa Smart and Globe po ay bank remittance pero outside the Philippines.
Ilang percent? Halimbawa, sa 300 million per year, ilang porsyento doon o magkano ang napupunta doon sa The Hague?
Okay. Ang policy po is pag regional operations finance, 40% i-remit sa Central Committee, 60% sa region. It's 40-60.
When you say Central Committee, yung Central Committee dito, ang tinatanong ko, from the 40%, ilang percent yung pumupunta sa Netherlands?
Hindi ko po masagot categorical, pero tama po kayo sa inyong very logical questions, Mr. Chair. May napupunta po sa Netherlands kasi nandun ang CPP International Department, nandun si Joma sa Barrio Utrecht, the Netherlands, sa Barangay Utrecht. At tama po may napupunta doon. At ang napupunta doon, sir, ang naririnig ko na nandun dito pa ako, hindi po bababa sa 50% ng mga nakikita dito nare-remit doon. So, yun po, that is very clear. At ang pinakamasakit po, the CPP and PNDF are able to circumvent the Anti-Money Laundering Council because we are able to establish web network of conduit NGOs that can that can channel funds amounting to 300 to 400 million coming from partners from Belgium, Netherlands, Europe, etc.
With further indulgence of the Senate President, Kusulay Porso, do you have a list of the NGOs naging conduit para to circumvent the anti-money laundering law?
Yes, I think
You don't need to tell this committee right now. Pwede submit na lang yan
yes, sir.
sa committee.
We will do, sir. Thank you for that
Have you
guidance.
furnished the anti-money, or at least through NICA or whoever is handling you, nakarating na ba sa Anti-Money Laundering Council yan?
Yes, sir. We will comply.
Okay. I will not ask any further questions in that regard. Thank you, Mr. President.
Siguro na lang, just a manifestation also na baka ngayon maintindihan ng mga nagtatanong bakit daw yung mga telcos mahilig maglagay ng cell site sa mga kampo, sa mga military camp. Ano? Yan ang sagot. Kasi pag hindi sa military camp, piperwisyoin.
Bubumbahin, susunugin, wawasakin.
Sunugin, wawasakin.
Mr.
Hindi,
President?
magbayad.
Yeah, Mr. Senate President, Mr. Chair. The armed forces and the Philippine National Police cannot be the private security guard of Smart and Globe.
Oh. So yung mga nagtatanong kung bakit sa kampo, yun ang sagot. Hindi dahil gustong i-monitor ng China ang military. Ano?
The weaknesses of the government, security sector to secure, Mr. President, Mr. Chair, the facilities and infrastructure of these telecommunications. Kasi under the law, bawal man maging security guard ng Smart at Globe at mga private companies ang police at ang army at ang armed forces. So the weakness of that, manipis at maliit ang ating armed forces, malawak ang area, they cannot really secure every critical infrastructure. It becomes favorable to the operations of the enemy.
Right. With your permission, Mr. Chairman, yung tanong kong original kay Jeffrey, kay Eric, ay pwede ko itanong kay Miss Miranda. Ano po ba ang tawag sa inyo nung araw?
Ganun po, Mr. President. Ang talagang tawag po sa akin noon nung aktivista pa po ako is Lady Miranda. Anak Bayan, chairperson po ako ng Anak Bayan Central Luzon.
Lady Miranda.
Yes
Okay.
po.
Yung pong tanong ko sa kanya na nagkaso po ng rape yung isang former warrior ng NPA na babae, 17 years old. Sinarge yung commander niya ng rape. Nangyayari ba ito? Nangyayari
Yes po,
ba sa mga alam nyo?
Yes po, Mr. Senate President. Isa po ako sa buhay na patunay ng pang-aabuso sa loob ng kilusan. Not just once, but thrice.
Mga kasama ninyo o ng mga opisyal?
Officer po, mga commander po namin.
Akala ko ba pinapatay yung death penalty yung mangre-rape?
Yun nga po yung masakit, Mr. Senate President. Kasi po, ang paniniwala ko din po nung una is ganun. Akala namin, pinoprotektahan ng kilusan yung mga kabataan, kababaihan, in terms of rights ng mga kababaihan, lalo sa violence. Pero, yun nga pong masakit, inilaan ko yung buhay ko sa loob ng kilusan. From 14 years old po ako, tapos po 18 ako nung nag-NPA. Doon ko po naranasan na yung napagsamantalahan po nung CO namin. 19 years old lang po ako nung panahon na yon. Naulit po yon nung ako ay 20 years old. Tapos po, nung hindi ko na po kinaya yung depression dahil sa sunod-sunod na pangyayari na yon, pinaratangan po ako na nababaliw. At mayroon daw po akong PTSD tsaka bipolar tendency at sinabihan pa nila ako na parang may sex disorder daw po ako. Sex addict daw po ako. Kaya yun yung naging reason ba't nila ako pinauwi. Kasi delikado daw ako sa mga kasamang lalaki kasi baka gapangin ko daw sila.
So binaligtad ang usapan. So at ito hindi lang sa iyo experience mo. Nakikita mo sa mga kasama mo, nangyayari din sa iba't ibang lugar sa Pilipinas?
Yes po, Mr. Senate President. Yung isa pong commander po namin na babae, dumagat po siya. Bagong sampa lang po siya noon nung ni-rape din po siya nung vice CEO din po nila. Kwento din po niya sa akin yun noon. Kasi po may talakayang babae po kami na nagaganap sa loob ng NPA. Doon po namin sinishare yung mga karanasan namin bilang mga babae, simula nung sibilyang kami hanggang nung mag-NPA kami. Kaya doon po nila shinare sa amin yung iba't ibang mga pang-aabuso din na nararanasan sa loob ng kilusan. Kaya nung naranasan ko po yun, mas doon ako naniwala na totoo pala.
Wala silang ginawa doon sa mga nang-abuso na yan? Doon sa iba, pati sa'yo, wala silang ginawa?
Diniilang po nila dahil mga CO po yun, tinanggal lang po nila sa pagka-CO.
14 years old ka nung na-recruit ka. Paano ka na-recruit? Katulad ng tanong namin kay Ka Eric. Paano nangyari?
Parang ganun din po, ang kaibahan lang po, out of school youth po ako, Mr. Senate President. 14 years old po ako nung na-recruit po ako sa Anak Bayan. Ang recruiter ko po noon yung, kung naaalala niyo po, yung nakulong na 2 UP student po sa Caranglan, Nueva Ecija, si Gerald Salonga at si Gilier Cadano. Sila po yung mga recruiter ko. Si Gerald Salonga, si Kuya Jiri, siya po yung nag-recruit sa akin noon, February 2011, ni-recruit niya ako doon sa amin sa community. Out of school youth po ako noon. Ini-discuss niya sa amin yung tungkol sa karapatan ng mga kabataan tungkol sa edukasyon. Dahil nga po out of school youth kaming magkakaibigan, madali kaming naniwala. At nung una, hindi po namin alam na aktivista pala sila, yung Anak Bayan. Nalaman ko na lang po na aktivista sila nung tatay ko mismo yung nag-explain sa akin. Kasi po dati din po yung father ko na nasa loob ng kilusan.
Pero iniwan mo yung magulang mo, sumama ka sa kanila.
Yes po. Ang totoo po niyan, pinalayas po ako ng tatay ko. Kasi yung tatay ko po, ayaw niya mag-full-time ako. Sabi sa akin ng father ko, pwede lang na sumama-sama ka sa kanila sa mga rally, ganyan. Pero huwag kang mag-full-time. Kasi alam po nung tatay ko kung ano talaga yung nangyayari sa loob ng kilusan.
Saan mo kayong probinsya?
Taga Pampanga po ako, Mr. Senate President.
Thank you. Salamat.
Yeah, thank you.
Ka Lady.
Senator De La Rosa, it's your turn. Senator ba to? Senator Manny Pacquiao? Ayan. Senator Manny, are you there? Senator Kiko Pangilinan is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Maraming salamat at magandang araw. I have a few questions for some of our resource persons. Ako po ay naniniwala na tama lang ang ating Armed Forces of the Philippines sa kanilang concern regarding internal threats sa ating bansa. At dapat lang bilang protektor ng ating mga kababayan under our Constitution, indeed, internal threats should be addressed and effectively confronted by the Armed Forces of the Philippines. Of course, apart from internal threats, external threats too should be a primary concern and responsibility of the armed forces. We all agree that our armed forces has to be an effective fighting force to protect our sovereignty as a nation. Dangan nga lang, may ilang mga insidente o mga pangyayari which as part of our responsibility as senators and as a co-equal branch of our government, we act as a check. And this representation feels that there are concerns regarding this latest red tagging or the linking of celebrities, for example, to radical organizations and what appears initially to be a threat to their security, I mean threat to these celebrities, is a cause also of concern. Pinag-usapan kanina yung red tagging. Ako ay naging aktivista sa UP nung panahon ng diktadura. Doon pa lang naramdaman na natin itong red tagging. In fact, si Ninoy Aquino, Liberal Party Secretary General, inaresto ng at nakakulong ng 8 taon halos, nasentensyahan ng death penalty kasama ang mga akusadong communist rebels. Sabay nga silang sinentensyahan ng death penalty ni Bernabe Buscaino, who was NPA head, as well as Victor Corpus. At ang sistema ng diktadura noon ay dinidikit ang oposisyon, yung opposition senators, sa pagiging komunista. Naging katakataka yung red tagging dahil nung una si Senator Ninoy Aquino ay binansagang in collaboration with the communists. Tapos nung siya umuwi nung August 1983, nagkaroon na naman ng red tagging dahil ang pumatay sa kanya di umano na si Rolly Galman, ang sabi ng Marcos regime, ay isang communist hitman. Itong pagdidikit ng personalidad sa oposisyon sa mga komunista noong unang panahon pa yun. In fact, when General Parlade's name cropped up with his controversial post on Facebook, ay naalala ko, it's the same General Parlade who accused the Liberal Party in 2018 of being in cahoots with the Communist Party to oust President Duterte in a plan called Red October. But when we raised this issue with the Secretary of National Defense and the Armed Forces Chief of Staff then, in the budget hearing of 2018, they both denied and said categorically that the Liberal Party had no involvement in this Red October plot. I raise all these points because precisely we in the Liberal Party have in many occasions in the past been red tagged, accused of conspiracies, and even without basis. So ito ang ating concern dito. Yung pag-red tag o pag-aakusa o yung banta, kanina nabanggit ni Senator Grace po, yung tanong kay General Parlade, kung nabanggit nga ba niya yung you will end up or else you will, in fact will, hindi nga may, you will end up like itong aktivistang pinatay. These are serious concerns. And serious enough for no less than our Secretary of National Defense to admonish the good general. I really have no questions at this point. I can, Mr. Chairman, I just wanted the manifestation that we have to be very careful. The Armed Forces of the Philippines as an institution is a professional organization. We have to be very careful with the words that we pronounce. Being spokesperson of this entity, of this task force, carries a lot of weight. And to say that Liza Soberano should stop doing what she's doing, otherwise she will end up being killed like some other activist, I think was uncalled for. Also linking us, the Liberal Party, to ouster plots, publicly stated, opposition figures in the Liberal Party, we believe then was without basis and uncalled for. And thankfully, the AFP and the DND establishment is not a monolithic organization, and that this was immediately denied, and categorical statements from the AFP Chief of Staff then, General Galvez, and Secretary Lorenzana belied such accusations. Our concern is, we hope that the General Parlade will be careful in his public pronouncements. This is not the first time that a public pronouncement has created quite a controversy in Easter. We really have no questions, Mr. Chairman. We support the Armed Forces of the Philippines. We want the Armed Forces of the Philippines to be an effective force to fight both external and internal threats to our country. We understand and we believe that the AFP as an institution is a professional organization. And as a professional organization, we expect precisely that it will conduct itself in a professional manner, and that if there are gaps or lapses, that we expect an organization like any other organization that it will correct itself and will address these gaps. We have no other questions, Mr. Chairman. We just wanted to make that manifestation.
Thank you, Senator Pangilinan. Kanina sa briefing, meron ka nabanggit na 3 courses, ano? Basic party course, intermediate party course, advanced party course. Ang tanong ko is, what transpired in each of these courses? Maybe si Ka Eric or sino yung mas knowledgeable? Paano na indoctrinate? Gusto ko lang malaman.
Yes, sir. The basic party course, intermediate party course, and the advanced party courses can only be offered and discussed to party members. Hindi po siya binibigay sa hindi regular party members. Ang ibinibigay po sa recruitment papunta sa underground at party members, PADEPA courses. Pambansang Demokratikong Paaralan. Ito po yung dating tinatawag na General Mass Course set. Noong 1998 po, nag-devise kami ng tinatawag na PADEPA. PADEPA is both for the above-ground open activist and open organizations na nilalanguyan naming mga organizers at kadre, like I mentioned, College Editors Guild, LFS, CGP, etc., Nakbayan, Kabataan. In the underground, it is the same. You cannot proceed to BKP, IKP, and AKP, sir, if you are not recruited to the party. What are the basic tenets ng tatlong ito? BKP, sir, medyo malalim na siya because it is the start of your theoretical, ideological journey to the CPP. Ang pinag-aaralan dyan ay mga Marxism, dialectical materialism, historical materialism. It has around 10 courses. It will run 7 days. Ang IKP ay pangkadre. Ibig sabihin po, sir, mag-a-assume ka ng leadership position from party branch to section party committee to district pataas sa national. Ang pinag-aaralan dyan, sir, ay mga bakit ang China ay hindi na komunista? Bakit ang China ay nasa landas na ng modern revisionism? Ang Soviet Union, pagkapatay ni Stalin at pagpasok ni Brezhnev at Khrushchev ay hindi na siya komunistang bansa. So malalim siyang talakayan. These are nuances on the discussions farther from the basics of socialism and communism to the next degree. Ang pinaka-abanti, sir, yung abanting kursong pangpartido. Kung sa school, ang BKP ay ito yung college degree course mo. Tapos yung IKP ay ang masteral course mo. At ang abanting kursong pangpartido, ang doctoral course mo sa CPP. It will take you years to undergo that.
Sa security sector, since 1970, nung natatag na yung NPA, ilan na yung sundalo na napatay? Sundalo muna. Sundalo kasama na yung police. On record. Officially,
Mr. Chairman, we do not have the figures, but we can submit, sir.
2,300 plus, no?
Marami na rin, sir.
How about civilians?
Sa aming estimate, sir, sa NPA?
Paano ginagantimpalaan yung mga nagiging victorious, yung nananalo sa labanan o kaya yung nakapag-ambush? Meron bang merit system dyan?
Wala pong monetary reward, but rather you become...
Merit system?
Wala din po, sir. Informally, it can be considered as a merit system kasi you will be promoted to higher positions in the command of the NPA. I would like just to emphasize, sir, that the Communist Party of the Philippines, being the leader of the NPA, siya po magdedetermine ng anong i-ambush, sinong i-ambush, saan gagawin, papaano. Because the CPP exercises direct and absolute leadership over the army, including the informal merit evaluation.
Lady Miranda, nakapag-file ka ng rape complaint against doon sa mga sinasabi mong tao? Hindi pa?
Hindi pa po. Pero
hindi
kasi...
pa yan nagpe-prescribe, so pwede ka pa mag-file. Kung kilala mo naman, that's another legal offensive, ano? And probably with the help and guidance of whoever is handling you, then probably you can make that approach because this is a personal experience that is, seeking justice, di ba? So kung ilan yung insidenteng kinasangkutan niya at kung ilang tao yung liable, criminally liable, mas mainam siguro i-portion na lang maski at large yung mga tao. I suppose buhay pa yung mga yon, di ba?
Mr. Chair, yung isa po patay na po. Isa po siya sa namatay doon sa Karanglan 9, Nueva Ecija po, noong 2017.
Pero meron pang buhay.
Meron pa
At
po,
kilala
pero
mo
yung isa po kasi is nakakulong na po. Yung isa na lang po ang hindi pa.
Maski nakakulong, pwede namang sampahan ng additional na kaso. Mas mainam ngayon. Kasi ang rape is an unavailable offense, di ba? Just in case na isa lang yung kasong hinaharap niya patungkol sa pagiging miyembro ng NPA, kung murder man yan, kung ano, at least meron pang ibang kaso. You know, I was just handed a letter from Gabriela, no, si Congresswoman Arlene Rosas. Second paragraph, sinasabi dito again, sabi niya, we would like to put on record that Gabriela Women's Party is not an armed group. Meron ba nagsabi sa inyo na yung Gabriela is an armed group? Hindi, di ba? Wala. Anyway, just for the
It's a
record.
front organization.
And you confirm that it is not an armed group. Di ba?
It is not an armed group. Front organization.
Yeah, front organization. And
Mr. Chair, if I may volunteer, tinanong po
sige,
niyo kanina.
okay.
Yung killed in action na sundalo at saka pulis sa anti-NPA operations ay 14,992 since 1975.
That's 14,000.
Regular troops. Regular troops po yan.
Kasi sa record ng yung mga foreign jurisdictions na nagtag sa NPA, CPP-NPA as a terrorist organization or nag-designate, United States, United Kingdom, maliit yung record nila, nasa mga 2,387 yata.
From 1975 po yun, Mr. Chair.
No, this is from 1970 to date, yun ang record. Or I think up to the time that they were designated by these foreign jurisdictions as a terrorist organization. Now, I'd like to belabor that point, because the President issued the Proclamation 374, tagging or declaring the CPP-NPA as a designated terrorist organization. And the basis, it seems, is RA 10168, yung definition ng designated persons. Particularly, I think, ang naging basis dito, yung sa paragraph 1. Any person or entity designated and or identified as a terrorist, one who finances terrorism or a terrorist organization or group under the applicable United Nations Security Council resolution or by another jurisdiction or supranational jurisdiction. So dito, hindi limited sa United Nations Security Council resolution. Ang ginamit dito is or. But the point I want to clarify is, ang basis ng 10168 is HSA, Human Security Act 9732, di ba? Which has already been repealed by the Anti-Terrorism Act of 2020. Now, if the basis of RA 10168, kindly educate me kasi gusto ko lang ma-clarify because this might have a bearing on several petitions filed before the Supreme Court. I hate to discuss that, but ito, academic discussion ito. Kung ang basis ng other lawyers here, by the way, sige. Kung ang basis ng 10168 is a repealed law, would that still stand? Kasi na-repeal na ito ng 11479. 11479 ba yun? Anyway, ATA, Anti-Terrorism Act of 2020. Repealed, not amended. At in the Anti-Terrorism Act, yung procedure ng pag-designate spelled out. Whereas under the Human Security Act, wala. And even under the under RA 10168, walang procedure except na kinokot lang yung probably yung Human Security Act. So ang question ko lang is, would that stand? Would that be valid, or would the repealing law which is the Anti-Terrorism Act of 2020, not render invalid the proclamation issued by the President 374 declaring the CPP-NPA as a designated terrorist organization.
Good afternoon po, Mr. President,
Sige po.
Mr. Chair. This is just my legal opinion po. Yes, sir. If the basis of RA 1168 has already been repealed, and there is already the Anti-Terrorism Act, and the declaration of the President is pursuant to RA 1168. It is my legal opinion, sir, that the declaration still stands po. Yes, sir.
We have a representative from DOJ. Maybe we can hear from him.
Good afternoon, Your Honor. Assistant Secretary Abiti from the Department of Justice. Your Honor, with respect to your question, we understand that the Anti-Terror Act, the current Anti-Terror Act, actually has provisions for designation. Moreover, Your Honor, the Anti-Terror Act also has a repealing clause as well as a saving clause. So on the basis of these provisions, Your Honor, it would appear that the President's designation under the presidential proclamation that you mentioned can stand.
Because of the saving clause. And that
Because
holds
of the
true. That holds true also with the pending proscription case in the Manila Regional Trial Court. Kasi under the Anti-Terrorism Act, Court of Appeals na yung magpo-proscribe. But under the HSA, kasi ang saving clause, the way I recall it or I remember it, yung all cases pending action. So since the proscription case is a case pending action by the Manila Regional Trial Court, it follows na covered siya ng saving clause. Am I correct? Yeah. So it's your opinion na pati yung designation by virtue of the presidential proclamation is still valid, still stands.
Yes, Your Honor.
But under the law, it is only the Anti-Terrorism Council that can designate a group, an organization, or a person as a terrorist organization or individual. Is that correct?
Under the current law, yes, Your Honor, designation is performed by the Anti-Terrorism
So
Council.
it doesn't need an official action by the Anti-Terrorism Council to validate or to confirm, to affirm, or affirm the proclamation issued by the President. No need.
Your Honor, from where we look right now, it appears that there's no necessity for additional action.
By the Anti-Terrorism Council.
Yes, Your Honor.
Yeah. Thank you. Thank you very much. Yes, General Binag.
Mr. Chairman, sir, in response to your question a while ago related to the atrocities committed by CPP-NPA, although hindi po ito yung numero ng mga namatay sa Armed Forces saka sa Philippine National Police, we have this Joint Committee on Legal Action, AFP and PNP, and we were able to document, sir, the incidents perpetrated by the different threat groups from 2010 hanggang 2020. Sir, out of the almost 5,000, 90% po dito ang may gawa ko ay CPP-NPA. So ito na, pinagsama-sama na namin, Abu Sayyaf, PIFF, 90% po nito ang CPP-NPA ang may gawa. Kung i-breakdown ho natin to sa mga biktima ho, mga 50% dito, sir, ang biktima ho dito ay ang military. Okay, so halo-halo na ho to, may namatay, may wounded, yun ho. Ang PNP naman, sir, mga 10%. Itong numero na to. Tapos yung civilian, ito yung mga pinapasabog nila, sir, yung mga backhoe, yung mga construction project. So roughly around yung sir, mga 40%, and other government officials, siguro mga less than ano to sir, mga 1 or 2%, sir. So, ni-round up ko na to sir. So ganito sir, kalawak to, yung kanilang atrocities na ginagawa sa buong Pilipinas to, hindi lang to sa isang region. So ang pinakamarami dito ang Region 13, 1,175. Dito rin sir ang Region 5, 449. So kung i-correlate natin to sir siguro sa poverty ng lugar, pwede nating makita yung impact ng ginagawa nitong mga CPP-NPA. Kaya lalong naghihirap yung mga lugar na to. So we have these numbers actually sir. And what we did after documenting these incidents, then we filed these cases, nung case build up kami sa prosecutor, tapos yung iba umabot sir sa court, tapos meron na rin sir search warrant, meron kaming standing na 1,000 plus na search warrant dito sir sa mga CPP-NPA members. So ito sir ang from the perspective of the police.
Search warrant or warrant of arrest?
Sorry, warrant of arrest sir. Warrant of arrest. Yun sir ang so sa perspektibo namin sir, sabi ko nga kanina, we operate based on the evidence. So we're building up all these cases so that we can firm up yung campaign natin against them as part of the NTF-L sir.
Do you have an estimate of the amount being generated dun sa progressive taxation? And would you know kung saan yung malalakas na base of operations pagdating sa progressive taxation? Because I think a good way of, yung tinatawag nating resource denial, di ba? Operations. Kasi kung walang resource denial, free-flowing yung pondo, yung pati pag-armas, pagpopondo, at pagre-recruit. Kasi if you don't have that much effort pagdating sa resource denial operations, hindi kayo mananalo. Referring to the CPP-NPA, we're not referring to the United Fronts, to the legal fronts. No? Let's confine our discussion to the CPP-NPA in the meantime.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. We actually have we prepared a report. I do not have the copy of the report, sir, but we do have a compilation of the collection or the taxation, revolutionary taxation, extortion, actually, we call it extortion, sir, by the CPP-NPA from different business establishments, corporations. I cannot recall the exact figure, but one of the biggest is the telco, the two telcos, telephone company.
Yung combined 300 million per annum.
At least yan, sir. We estimate more, actually, because in one island alone, sir, my memory is not that good, sir, but they demand extortion per tower. They do it per tower. So if you can imagine how many thousands of towers they have. Although in some areas they cannot impose this, where they do not have some control, but in other areas where they have large presence of New People's Army, they're able to demand a rate. But this is negotiated at the central committee. The large corporation, national corporations, nationwide coverage are transacted at the national level.
It seems that we're losing the propaganda war. In spite of Yusek Badoy, it seems that we're losing the propaganda war. With all the resources of government, that's the reason, doon ako sa segue kung bakit gusto ko malaman magkano ba yung resources na de-generate nila. Because sabi mo nga kanina, this is a battle for the hearts and minds of the Filipinos, di ba? Kasi pag natalo ka sa propaganda war, paano ka mananalo sa hearts and minds?
Yes, sir. That's why, sir, that is the focus of the National Task Force. We admit we cannot move forward, sir, and we cannot improve ourselves unless we admit where we failed. And one of the biggest failure of the government is in the information war against the CPP-NPA. And thus, there is a focus by the task force to intensify its information operations. We are learning because we are 52 years behind. There was never an effort of the government to have a comprehensive and whole of government campaign for information operations.
Now,
Only now.
in the advent of yung LCAP,
Yeah.
are we gaining headway?
Sige. Very much, Mr. Chairman, and the communist terrorist group are really reacting so much to the National Task Force LCAP. They have come out with manuals to counter our retold community support program. They're being hit by our strategic communications and information operations. We have put together the agencies of government under one strategic communications group, coordinated with our intelligence group or the situational awareness group, who also goes around informing the public. There is really a big effort in informing the schools in the countryside, different organizations, the whole of government. We go to the government, led by our lecturers. When we started, there were very few who would take us. But today, they're demanding that we go around, led by our SACAM group, Intel group, with these kinds of briefing. And so they appreciate it so much. The CPP and PA are really reeling from our pronouncements because we are simply telling the truth. But they have some means to block the budgets of PCOO, NSC, NICA. They would even try to block the budget of defense just so they could get back at us. But we said, budget or no budget, we will tell the truth. But in the end, we know that the majority of the members of Congress will understand us. And so from the House of Representatives, our budgets reach the Senate. And we hope we get the same kind of support from the Senate. Mr. Chairman, in terms of returnees, we have this very good program, the Balik Loob program, or the Enhanced Comprehensive Local Integration Program and Amnesty Program. Napakadaming bumabalik dahil meron tayong binibigay na pabahay, livelihood, firearms remuneration, and security. At yung ibang social services tulad ng eskwelahan. Kaya pinag-aaralan po namin lahat ito sa National Task Force LCAP at pinag-uusap-usapan namin. Kung ano yung sabihin ng spokespersons namin, talagang pinag-usapan namin yan. Yung sinasabi nila ay nag-fact-checking kami, nag-verify kami, at inaalam namin kung paano sasabihin sa public. Kaya po, tinatamaan sila ng katotohanan. Hindi kami nagpro-propaganda dito. We are not playing dual tactics. We are simply saying what is the truth. Tulad nitong si Yusek Badoy. Galing ng UP ito eh. Wala siyang, sabi niya, minsan naloko pala ako ng mga to. Hindi ko sinasabing lahat ng taga-UP ay aktivista. Kasi kukunti lang naman ang aktivista dyan sa UP. Ngunit, yung mga nakakaloko ay kukunti lang yan. Ganon din sa ibang organisasyon. Sinasabi namin, kukunti lang yung talagang membro, ngunit may mga naluloko sila. At lalong-lalo na yung kabataan. Mr. Chairman, this Barangay Development Program did not come from the idea of just one person. This came from the proposals of the local governments and the people who said they want these kinds of projects. Because these are the geographically isolated and disadvantaged areas na talaga namang we have to admit, napabayaan natin. So ngayon, nadadalhin natin yung kalsada, yung eskwelahan, konting waterworks at irigasyon, courtesy of DILG, eskwelahan, DepEd, Department of Agriculture yung kalsada, National Greening Project of DNR, at iba-ibang project ng lahat ng department. Ngayon na dinadala ng LCAP yun at in one bunch to be more effective, nagtataka kami kung bakit mayroong mga umaayaw o pinitigilan ito. Samantalang alam naman nila na maski na walang insurgency dyan, just look at that area and you will know na talagang napag-iwanan na yung mga lugar na yan. How much more na may insurgency na pwedeng bumalik ulit dun sa mga lugar na yun. Sa katunayan, Mr. Chairman, may mga na-clear kaming barangays noong 2010 to 2016. Napaka-konti ng projects na nailagay dyan. Kaya yung iba, nabawi ng NPA at binabawi pa natin hanggang ngayon. Kaya itong paglalagay natin ng projects ngayon, sana ay maging totoo at matupad sana, matuloy sana. Dahil kung pababayaan natin ulit ito, nagiging paulit-ulit lang yung cycle na pupunta kami doon. Magkakaroon kami ng immersion at titignan namin yung problema nila, idudulog namin sa nakakataas at umaasa na yung mga ating kababayan. Gusto nila, inaasahan na nila yan. Kaya dapat lang siguro naman, ibigay na natin. Otherwise,
do not convince me.
Yes sir.
You know,
baka may mga nakikinig pa.
I'll be defending the budget of the DND next week in plenary.
Yes sir.
And anyway, itemize naman lahat itong yung nire-request yung budget for LCAC, di ba?
Yes sir.
So anyway,
822
let's
barangays.
leave that behind and I'll just see you next week on November 12. At any rate, on another issue, that's on the domestic front. Sa international, it seems na hindi rin tayo nanalo sa battle, di ba? Yung propaganda war. For example, yung issue ng recruitment ng mga children into the ranks of the CPP-NPA. Have you exerted or undertaken any effort to bring the matter up to the United Nations Convention on the Rights of the Child? Meron? May effort na? So anong feedback?
Mr. Chairman, we have this cluster that we call the International Engagement Cluster. Ito po ay kami na naman magkakasama. Yung unang trip sa Europe to do the information campaign was led by Yusek Badoy.
How many cases have you filed? Or, ilang reports ang nasabit sa United Nations Convention on the Rights of the Child?
Sir,
specific cases.
we have, sir, but we don't. How can we be say public, sir, because that's our.
Natanong ko lang kung meron.
But we have, sir, we have. In coordination with other agencies of government. Cases like we use that, sir, for filing cases against the CPP and against the we also even submitted reports to EU and funding agencies so that they will stop funding their.
Kasi napansin ko, we're always on the defensive.
Yes.
Don't you notice that?
Yeah.
Lagi na tayong defend. Lagi tayo ng issue. Pag binulaga tayo, defend tayo ng defend. So our hands are tied, our hands are full, defending ourselves or yourselves. And this has happened before, even during my time.
We are now on we are now on the offensive, sir. I mean, we are.
Well,
we have
I'm glad
learned
that you have all these materials, and I hope you follow this up with some concrete action. Kasi briefings are good, but you know, if yung briefings nyo mag-end lang dito and not do sa mas intended na audience, then baka sayang yung effort.
if I may give a quick look, sir, for the chair, sir. We actually have sent out indigenous peoples, not we, but indigenous peoples were sent abroad in the US and EU to engage the European Union Parliament itself and the US government and the UN to debunk all the propaganda against us.
And that's part of your resource denial operations
Yes, sir.
or efforts,
Yes, sir.
di ba?
Yes, sir.
Kasi malakas pa ba yung pasok ng contribution or funding from
It has been
from foreign NGOs?
it's still meron pa rin, sir, but we were able to put a lot of we met with these funding agencies and we told them that 60% of the money they give goes to the CPP. And they do not understand how because they say they have a very strict auditing procedures. And we explained very simply that what an NGO or a front organization of the party does is they have triple funding. They write to 3 different funding agencies from 3 different countries. And so they can report the project is being complied as programmed, but the money, they get 3 funding sources, so they can divert 60% to the party. And when they realized this, they said to themselves, actually this is the word they say, how can we check that? That's very difficult to do because we do not connive with the other funding agencies. So this is the weakness in the European funding agencies exploited by the CPP. But when they found out about this, these funding agencies actually, some of them put a halt to the funding. Others instituted additional measures to prevent this from happening. And the other day, sir, I talked to our source from the inside. They're actually running out of funds. Some regional party committees.
Yeah, but most of the funds are coming from here, no, in country.
Both
Mas malaki
abroad,
na yung
yeah, yes, sir.
nanggagaling dito kaysa yung foreign. Unlike before, mas malaki yung nanggagaling sa labas.
Yes, sir. But the local funding also, sir, because when we prepared that report to the president on the funding sources, this watch list of funding sources were provided to all our the PNP and the AFP, and there was an effort to talk to these funding sources for them to stop. Otherwise, they will be liable under Anti-Terrorism Act. So some of these funding, these victims, extortion victims, are holding back and not providing these funds. That's why we see some being attacked and their equipment being burned or may mga arson attacks.
This is the most common challenge heard by the so-called United Front, yung legal fronts. Do you have direct or circumstantial evidence to bring them to court? Kasi that's contained in the letter of former Congressman.
We already have a case against the Rural Missionaries of the Philippines for terrorist funding.
Excuse me, no? Instead of attending daw this hearing, public hearing, mas maganda pa, filean nyo lang daw sila ng kaso kung meron kayong ebidensya. That's the essence of the letter of former Congressman Colmenares, which I received.
We are building up our case, sir, and in due time there will be cases. Yes, sir.
Mr. Chairman,
Yes,
in regards fundings, we have actually caused the freezing of some assets of the NGOs that seem to be very benign NGOs. And I'd like to relate the case of the Rural Missionaries of the Philippines, who turned out to be the funders, the channel for the funding, conduit of the funding from Europe going into the Salugpungan schools. Can you imagine that? I thought, I have so much respect, of course. We all do. Sa mga madre, di ba? But they turned out to be the conduit of the funds. And they happen to be presenting themselves to be a legal organization, when in fact, their organization have an expired permit with the Securities and Exchange Commission since 2003. And so these were all just, well, we did not mind them before, but now we are going after all this. There are many NGOs through which funds are funneled to the movement. Admittedly, the funds go to some projects, but 40%, according to the documents that we got, 40% of these funds go to the NPA. I think Eric can attest to that. By the way, Mr. Chairman, we have also 12 other former rebels that are now on standby, if you would require them to talk in the 2nd Division, in the 9th Division, and we have Ruben Guevara, who is founding chairman of the CPP-NPA, on standby to testify, just in case.
Are they physically present or
No,
virtually?
Mr. Chair, medyo for security reasons, doon muna sila sa lugar nila. They can participate by Zoom.
Well, we can call them.
Would you like to get one?
Mr. Chair, they're actually on standby. They've been given the link if you want to
Yeah,
to
go
ask
ahead.
questions from
You
them.
can kindly identify them or him or her, kung sino. Sino mauna?
Mr. Chair,
Yes, Kyrie.
may I request Ka Noel and Ka Amihan from Mindanao first? They are I know them.
Kaamihan and Kanuel.
Ka Noel. I think they're on standby now.
Sige.
Meron din sa Mindanao. Given more time, Mr. Chairman, we can come up, can bring them in with your permission.
Yeah, Ka Noel is present now. Sir.
Yes, Sir Kanuel. Ayun po si Kanuel. Sige po. Yung inyong sariling karanasan, paano kayo na-recruit, anong ginawa nyo nung nasa loob na kayo, paano kayo na paalis. Sige po.
Magandang hapon po sa lahat. Magandang hapon, Mr. Chairman. Ako po ay na-recruit sa isang paaralan dito po sa Region 12, particularly Mindanao State University po noong 1990s. Ako ay naging membro ng League of Filipino Student. Then after 2 years, I was recruited as a member po ng Kabataang Makabayan. Then after 1 year, naging candidate member po ng CPP. Then 1996 and hanggang 1998, naging full-time organizer po ako ng youth student sector dito po sa area ng Jensan at sa buong area ng South Cotabato. Then 1998, nag-decide po ako na sumampa na sa New People's Army. So I had been in the New People's Army since 1998 hanggang 2018 po. January 2018 lang po ako umalis at sumuko po sa gobyerno. So all in all po, 26 years ako sa Kilusan, 6 na taon po yung white area experience ko at 20 years po ako na nasa armado po.
Sige, ano pong naging activities nyo nung nandun kayo sa Kilusan?
Yes, Mr. Chairman. Nung nasa paaralan po kami, of course, gaya ng sinabi ko kanina, when I was recruited as a member of TM, and later on, naging member po ng CPP as candidate member, nag-organize po kami ng mga kabataang estudyante. Hinihikayat po namin silang sumali sa Kilusan namin. Sa totoo lang, napakasimpleng mga issue lang naman yung pinagbabatayan namin. Issue lang ng kakulangan ng libro ng paaralan, medyo mabahong facilities ng paaralan gaya ng mga palikuran. Kasi yung paaralan namin ng mga panahon na yon hindi pa masyadong marami yung infrastructure dun sa loob kasi nga medyo maalikabok. Yun yung mga domestic issues dun sa loob na pinapalaki namin para makahikayat kami ng mga mag-aral na sumapi sa Kilusan namin. Then later on, i-indoctrinate na namin doon sa sinasabi naming national situationer na kung saan andun na nakapalaman yung pananaw ng Kilusan hinggil sa gobyerno. Then later on, medyo palalimin yon. Bibigyan na namin sila ng initial na pag-aaral hinggil sa Philippine Society and Revolution. Actually, yung main main reference book namin doon sa pagbibigay sa kanila ng usaping panlipunan at revolusyon ay ang libro mismo ni Amado Guerrero na pinamagatang Philippine Society and Revolution. Actually, nile-lecture namin yan sa loob ng paaralan. Ginagawan lang namin ng outline para mas mabilis at madali naming ma-lecture sa mga estudyante. Then later on, pag medyo okay na yung mga mag-aral, medyo buy doon sila sa idea, isasalin na namin, pasasalihin na namin sila sa iba't ibang mga mass actions. And later on, dinadala na namin sila sa iba't ibang mga communities ng urban poor, communities ng mga manggagawa, community ng mga magsasaka, community ng mga indigenous people. Pero yung mga community na yon, yun yung mga community na organized na rin ng CPP no, sa urban areas. At yung mga magsasaka naman ng mga komunidad at IP ay organized ng CPP-NPA talaga kasi nasa kanayunan yon. Mayroon ng usapan kami ng mga organizers sa white area at saka yung mga organizers doon sa mga komunidad kung paano yung handling sa mga kabataang dinadala namin sa komunidad. Kaya pagdating doon sa komunidad, doon sa tinatawag na basic masses integration, ang nangyayari noon, nasusupplement ng mga masang na-organize namin, yung mga pinagsasabi namin sa mga kabataan. Kaya nga, napakadaling makumbinsi yung mga kabataan na paniwalaan yung narratives namin sa kanila. Kaya may mga pangyayari na na makaiksing panahon, yung iba ay nagde-decide talaga na huwag nang magtapos ng pag-aaral at direkta nang sumampa sa New People's Army. Yun po, pero yung iba na ayaw din pa na pumunta ng kabundukan para humawak ng armas, ay mini-maintain namin sila na maging aktibo sa loob ng paaralan at doon sa tinatawag naming urban work, no? Kaya yung iba hindi man namin ma-recruit bilang mga kadre ng partido at ng New People's Army na madideploy sa kanayunan, pero naging mga kadre din sila at organizer sa revolutionary urban work. Kaya na-assign sila sa hanay ng mga manggagawa, na-assign din sila sa hanay ng mga maralitang tagalungsod, na-assign sila doon sa tinatawag namin pag-organize ng mga middle forces, yun pong hanay ng mga professionals. And later on, kasi nga yung iba sa kanila naging mainit din kasi ginagasgas talaga namin sila doon sa usapin ng mass mobilization sa kalunsuran, kaya napag-iinitan din. Kaya yung ibang napapag-iinitan, ang nangyayari, kinukumbinsa na namin, ito na yung pagkakataon na pumunta na kayo ng kanayunan para direktang sumama sa bagong hukubbayan. Kasi pag tigil kayo dyan sa urban areas, ang isang pinakamalapit na posibilidad ay may mangyaring masama sa inyo kasi pinag-iinitan tayo ng state forces. Kaya yung direction pa rin, kahit hindi kaagad sumampa sa NPA yung mga na-organize ng mga kabataan sa paaralan, pero yung direction pa din later on, doon pa rin. Kaya after na nag-full-time organizer sa urban areas, may mga ilang kasama kami na after 2 years, 3 years, 4 years, 5 years, ayun, pumunta din sa NPA. Ngayon nung nasa NPA na, ako naman nung 1998, nung pag-akyat ko, napakabilis nung promotion ko sa loob kasi nga galing ako sa hanay ng kabataang estudyante. Naging dumaan ako bilang political guide ng isang squad ng NPA, naging squad leader, naging CO ng isang platoon, naging political instructor ng isang platoon ng NPA. Then later on, naging secretary po ako ng isang front. And noong 2005, I was installed by the Far South Mindanao region na maging spokesperson po ng NDF Far South region. Yan pong region na humahawak po ng buong Region 12 at mayroong dalawang probinsya na sakop po ng Region 11. Yan po yung AOR ng Far South Mindanao region. And noong 2013 hanggang 2016, binigyan din ako ng isang task pa bilang isang regional political director ng New People's Army dito for sa Far South Mindanao region. And 2016 hanggang 2017, before I left the movement, naging head po ako ng Regional Peasant Bureau, and I was elected noong 2006 hanggang 2017 as Deputy Secretary po ng Far South Mindanao region. So yung karanasan ko po doon sa loob ng Kilusan for 20 years, na especially doon sa CPP-NPA talaga, napakarami po. Napakarami kaming napag-uusapan. Lahat po ng napag-uusapan kanina, nung nagsimula po yung hearing, talagang napag-uusapan din sa loob. Yung usapin po ng ano ba itong mga legal fronts. Actually, hindi po talaga red tagging kasi kami sa loob, part talaga po ng party policy talaga na palakasin yung tinatawag naming legal national democratic movement. Yan po yung naka-assign talaga sa urban areas po. Kaya nga may tinatawag kami na white area orientation ibig sabihin nun, sa white area orientation, kailangang palakasin yung pambansa demokratikong kilusan sa kalunsuran, lalo na po sa hanay ng mga manggagawa, sa hanay po ng maralitang tagalungsod, at sa hanay po ng mga kabataang estudyante. Yan po ay integral part ng National Democratic Revolution. Hindi po maaaring manalo yung revolution kung hindi po epektibong mapapakilos yung mga sektor na to na nakatira po sa urban areas. Kaya kasabay nun, yung tactics po na kailangan magtayo ng iba't ibang mga legal organizations. Huwag lang magpatali sa isa. Kaya kung nakikita po natin, dati-rate LFS lang yan, dati-rate NUSP lang yan, CEGP lang yan, Bagong Alyansang Makabayan lang yan, noong 1987 sa election, Partido ng Bayan. Pero lately po, nagkaroon na po ng iba't ibang organizations gaya ng party lists. Kaya nga pumasok yung Bayan Muna sa taong 2001, then later on, idinagdag yung Gabriela, idinagdag yung Anak Pawis, idinagdag yung Migrante, idinagdag yung ACT Teachers, idinagdag yung Piston, idinagdag yung Kabataan Party, Bangsa Suara Moro Party, at saka marami pang iba. So lahat-lahat yun ay creation talaga ng CPP. Ginamit niya yung...
Manuel, gano'ng kalalim yung kaalaman ng agenda? Of course, ang tanong ko susunod, paano niyo pinagtitibay yung link between yung underground, yung CPP-NPA mismo, doon sa mga legal fronts na sinasabi niyo kanina, at gaano kalalim yung kaalaman ng agenda doon sa mga legal fronts na binanggit ninyo? Sino lang ang nakakaalam ng tunay na agenda ng CPP-NPA? I suppose hindi naman lahat ng miyembro ng Gabriela o miyembro ng ACT o yung mga nabanggit kanina mga kilusan, mga legal fronts, alam nila kung ano yung tunay na agenda, hindi ba?
Tama po, Mr. Chair. Dito nga pumapasok yung sinasabi naming deception kasi sa totoo lang din naman po, hindi naman lahat ng member ng Gabriela, Bayan Muna at iba pa ay alam to. Kaya nga yung karamihan sa kanila ay unwittingly na deceive lang talaga ng kilusan. Ang may alam lang talaga nito, Mr. Chair, of course, yung CPP, no? Mula sa national leadership hanggang sa pinakababa kasi hanggang sa sanga ng party branches ng partido, kasi napag-uusapan ito bilang isang pulisiya at bilang isang programa. Ngayon, yung link talaga ng CPP sa mga organization na to, part kasi sa organizational na policy ng partido na maglagay talaga ng tinatawag naming party group sa loob ng mga legal organization na itinayo niya. Kaya yung nasa pamunuan ng bawat legal na organisasyon, I'm sure po 100% ay mga party members yan. Kasi policy yan at saka programa ng partido, hindi po sila maaaring mapunta sa ganung posisyon ng legal na mga organization na yan kung hindi po sila party members. Malinaw po yan kasi nakasaad din yan sa party constitution po ng partido. Nandyan po yan, may provision yan. Kaya sinusunod lamang naman po ng mga party members at kadre yung laman ng party constitution na bawat legal na mga organisasyong itatayo dapat mayroong party group sa loob. Yan po yung link, yan po yung nagli-link.
Ngayon, another question. Ano nagiging pasihan o batayan kung sino yung mapupunta sa armed guerrilla sa NPA at sino yung mananatili para din sa mga kilusan na nakalutang?
Mr. Chair, actually, yung CPP naman, yung panawagan niya as much as possible kung sino yung ready talaga na mag-opt for armed struggle, talagang tinatanggap niya. May tinatawag na kami sa loob na ideological campaign Dapat lahat ng nasa white area, pagkatapos ng ilang taon, dapat umakyat na. Pero it so happen na mayroong mga iilan na ayaw talaga at gusto lang manatili sa sinasabi nilang parliamentary struggle. Kaya naiiwan sila sa urban areas. Pero may mga pagkakataon din po na base sa assessment and evaluation ng party kung sino yung effective talaga sa sinasabi naming white area operation, talagang pinagdidesisyonan ng party na maiwan. Say for example, of course, yung mga party list representative po na under sa Makabayan Block and considering po sa kanilang skills, no, at saka yung capacity nila, ay talagang ano po sila, fit na fit po sa white area operations ng Kilusan. Kaya dyan po sila inilagay. Ngayon yung requirement po para sa kanila, in the first place, dapat maging party member yan to ensure the loyalty, no, yung kanilang loyalty sa party. Kasi nga, yung pagiging representative ng isang party list, napaka-vulnerable po sa tinatawag naming co-optation. Kaya nga, sa loob ng party, pinag-uusapan din talaga sino yung maaaring ilagay doon. So may requirements. Kaya nga, gaya ng sinabi ko kanina, dapat party member yung magiging nominee ng mga party list. Hindi lang po party member, kundi kinukuha mo na talaga yung loyalty niya. Pagkatapos, hindi lang simpleng membro, kundi kadre talaga ng partido yan. And specifically, yung task nila bilang kadre ng partido ay para sa tinatawag naming open legal mass movement, including po yung mga usapin sa loob ng Kongreso bilang mga representative po sila ng iba't ibang party lists ng CPP na created po ng CPP.
Thank you. Si Kaamihan nandiyan. O pareho rin yung kanyang i-testify.
Mr. Chair, Kaamihan is also from Mindanao, but like me, di doon siya na-recruit sa UP Visayas sa Iloilo. Maganda rin ang kwento niya at I think nasa online na siya.
Yeah.
Kaamihan,
Kaamihan.
can you come? Mr. Chair, thank you.
Good afternoon po, Mr. Chair, and to all our honorable senators. First and foremost po, this will be my first revelation of my face and my identity. I am Kaamihan. I am the former Guerrilla Front Secretary of Guerrilla Front 20 under the Sub-Regional Committee 1 of the Southern Mindanao Region. So sa kanayunan po, kilala po akong Amihan, Che. Che din po yung isa kong koda. And this will be my first time to take off my mask in public. So, ako po si Joy James Sagino. Na-recruit po ako bilang member ng League of Filipino Students sa UP, sa Iloilo City Campus, way back in 2007. Ang issue that time, Mr. Chair, was 2007 was the first year of implementation of the tuition fee increase in UP and the revitalized socialized tuition fee and assistance program or the STFAP. So dahil po sa issue na yon, syempre sa part ko din na galing sa mahirap na pamilya, sumuporta dun sa panawagan ng LFS at saka ng ibang progressive organizations na tutulan yung pagtaas ng matrikula sa University of the Philippines. After 3 months po of being a member of LFS, naimbitahan ako sa isang sikretong pagpupulong. It was held sa likod ng auditorium ng UP Visayas sa Iloilo City. And yun na pala yung orientation at saka recruitment sa akin para maging member ng Kabataang Makabayan. I still remember the person who recruited me. It is the very person who personally attacked Mr. Jeffrey Celis. The person who recruited me sa Kabataang Makabayan is Lian Porquia, the son of the late Jory Porquia, a leader din ng mass movement sa isla ng Panay. So when I was recruited po sa KM, a year after, I've been active as the city spokesperson of the League of Filipino Students, chairperson din po ng LFS sa UP Iloilo City. Tumakbo rin bilang officer ng Student Council sa College of Management sa UP Visayas CM sa City Campus. And naging kabahagi rin ng National Union of Students of the Philippines kung saan yung pinanggalingang organization ni Congressman Sara Ilago. After a year, Mr. Chair, naprograma akong pumasok sa isang guerrilla front ng NPA sa Southern Front na kumikilo sa mga bayan ng Igbaras, Miagao, San Joaquin, somewhere in the southern mountain range of Panay Island. I stayed there for 3 months. And then paglabas ko, yun na yung naging program sa akin. I was invited to become a candidate member of the Communist Party of the Philippines. I was given an orientation. I was also given yung tinatawag kanina ni Mr. Jeffrey Celis na basic party course, included some Marxist, Leninist, and Maoist inputs on the revolution of Europe, Russia, and China, etc. And that in 2010, as a cadre of the Communist Party unit sa youth and students sector sa Iloilo, para po sa tugunan yung pangangailangan for the electoral campaign as a Communist Party cadre, I was assigned as the spokesperson of Anak Pawi's party list and particularly deployed to the province of Antique to become the electoral coordinator of Anak Pawi's and Nakabayan Coalition dun sa Antique para po mangampanya at saka ma-manage yung mga watchers ng Makabayan doon sa probinsya ng Antique. And then after the election, I was deployed to the regional party group. Yung sinasabi kanina ni Ka Eric, ni Lacanuel, na party group, ako po yung na-deploy sa isang regional party group directly under the Regional YS Bureau of the Regional Urban Party Committee ng Iloilo para mamuno sa Anak Bayan. And thereafter, I was assigned and elected as the regional spokesperson and the regional chairman of Anak Bayan for the entire Panay Island. That was in 2009 until sometime in the mid of 2010. And then I became a controversial personality during the city council session of the Iloilo City when I was arrested. When we were having a protest, silent protest inside the session hall of Iloilo City. That was, I believe, October of 2010. Dahil rin sa takot na naging sentro ng atensyon ng buong syudad ng Iloilo, I decided and asked sa mga higher organ namin sa organization na maglaylo ako. So instead of at maglaylo at umuwi muna sa amin sa Zamboanga or kung saan po yung probinsya namin, instead of layloing, I was offered to be redeployed kasi nangangailangan din yung buong rehiyon ng Zamboanga ng isang kadre para pamunuan yung recovery ng WMRPC, the Western Mindanao Regional Party Committee, partikular sa siyudad ng Zamboanga at sa ilang bahagi ng Zamboanga Sibugay. So in the December of 2010 until 2011, I was the Anak Bayan Regional Coordinator of the entire Zamboanga Peninsula. I was able to attend the National Assembly and National Council meeting of Anak Bayan sometimes in May 2011. And I was elected as the National Vice Chairperson for the entire Mindanao of the Anak Bayan National Executive Council. And after that, Mr. Chair, December, I was invited na dumalo sa isang intermediate party course, isang pag-aaral ng partido sa isang in the hinterlands of Davao Region, particularly Sitio Cogonon, Barangay Salvacion, Trento, Agusan del Sur. At after ng pag-aaral, I decided to become a full-time NPA thereafter. And hindi rin matagal yung promotion at saka yung pagtaas ng aking posisyon, I became a party political guide ng isang squad ng NPA. Kalaunan naging political instructor, naging political officer, and in 2016, I became the front secretary of the Guerrilla Front 20, at the same time, a deputy secretary of the sub-regional committee under the SMRC. So nung nasa NPA po kami, hindi pa rin hiwalay yung mga gawain namin. We have a sub-regional urban committee kung saan sila yung nagiging legal organizers namin for the peasants. So yung mukha nila ay mga KMP organizers. We also have a committee for YS. We have Anak Bayan, particular Anak Bayan, Compostela Valley. And during election, kami talaga sa Guerrilla Front yung nagpapatawag ng mga susing mga personality sa loob mismo ng Guerrilla Front sa kampo ng NPA para pag-usapan ano yung magiging role ng mga Guerrilla Front ng NPA sa panahon ng eleksyon. And there was indeed a time in 2016 nung tumatakbo si President Duterte, hindi naman ikakailan ng lahat na the entire revolutionary movement were supporting the President Duterte in his candidacy for the president. And NPA mismo po, kami mismo yung pumupunta sa mga baryo, sa mga guerrilla base namin para ikampanya si President Duterte, ikampanya yung Bayan Muna, ikampanya yung Anak Pawis, and Kabataan Party List, etc. So, yung sinasabi nilang red tagging, ako minsan natatawa na lang po, Mr. Chair, kasi para sa akin po, hindi po siya red tagging. Kasi ako po, as my first time revealing my true identity sa public, especially here in the Senate inquiry ng ating Senate of the Philippines, I really testify na there is no such thing as red tagging. Kami sa Anak Bayan, the regional party group na namumuno sa Anak Bayan. A regional party group is a party group being of the Communist Party of the Philippines. Kami talaga yung namumuno at saka nanghihikayat ng mga estudyante. May program yan, first immersion sa mga peasant communities, immersion sa mga urban poor and worker communities, until the time na makakapag-decide yung mga members namin na sumampa sa New People's Army. Gaya ko na na-program din at saka dumating sa point na nag-decide ako before na sumampa sa New People's Army. And these party list groups na tumatakbo sa under the Makabayan Coalition ay mga party list groups talaga na we are leading. Even the regional party committees ng SMRC and all other regional party committees all over the Philippines, down to its NPA units, have very crucial role in campaigning, in implementing solid votes, solid command votes. Command votes, ibig sabihin, all members of the underground mass organizations, members of PKM, members of Makibaka, members of Kabataang Makabayan na nasa loob ng guerrilla base, it's mandatory for them to vote for these party list organizations na tumatakbo sa Congress, Mr. Chair.
Paano ka nagbalik loob? Anong nagbunsod sa iyo para magbalik loob sa gobyerno?
Umalis po ako sa pagka-NPA, Mr. Chair, in 2017. If I remember it correctly, it was September 2017. It was a complicated situation kasi before that, yun yung simula ng pagde-declare ng martial law sa Mindanao. Dahil sa kahirapan, nagkakaroon ng kahirapan sa loob ng NPA unit, wala kaming gawain. So I witnessed a lot of things na opposed doon sa personal ko na prinsipyo. For example, yung nakakwento ni Kashane about violence against women, rape against women, isa rin ako sa naging saksi doon sa exploitation, sexual opportunism ng aming mga commanders sa loob ng aking guerrilla front mismo, na may mga commanders, platoon leaders taking advantage of these new women recruits, mga kabataang babae na lumad na nare-recruit namin na 1, 2, or 3 months pa lang, kahit may mga asawa sila, they really are thick-faced na ligawan, ang iba naman talagang ginagapang. So yung mga bagay na hindi ko talaga makain, na nare-realize ko na we have that 3-8 na tinatawag. Isa dyan, 3-8, Mr. Chair, yun yung policy of discipline ng NPA na nagsasabi isa doon, wag pagsamantalahan yung kababaihan, but ang nangyayari talaga sa loob ng kilusan, yung policy na yan is just a paper policy. What really is happening inside the movement, these commanders, these platoon leaders, these NPA cadres are sexual, most of them are sexual opportunists. They take advantage of this new recruits ng mga babae na kahit may mga asawa sila, ay pinagsasamantalahan yung mga kababaihan. There were, I believe that was in May 2017 to June, na imbes na pag-usapan sa loob ng committee namin ay paano harapin ng NPA unit namin yung martial law ng pamahalaan, ay yung parating na pag-uusapan namin sa araw-araw na meeting namin ay mga violation, mga paglabag dun sa palisiyan ng NPA na pagsasamantala sa kababaihan. And it is being tolerated na imbes na bigyan ng karampatang disciplinary action, hindi, ang nangyayari, redeployment to other places or demotion, which I believe, para sa akin, it's not enough pag ganun so, isa yun sa mga nag-ano sa akin, nagtulak sa akin na lumabas. And second, I actually don't want to share this in public kasi may ibang mga AFP officers natin probably might get offended. Kasi I was included, I was able to join an NPA ambush sometimes in 2016. I believe that was July, against forces of the 25th Infantry Battalion sa bukirin ng Kilometer 56, Barangay Rizal, Moncayo, Davao de Oro, na may isang tropa talaga na sundalo na patay na. Nilaslasan pa rin talaga ng liig. So, sa part ko, syempre, tingin ko napaka hindi makatao eh. Na I believe this is...
Kamihan, nandun ka mismo? Doon sa
Yes,
ambus na yon.
Yes po, I was there. I was the political officer of that unit who ambushed those 25th IB troops operating. And we decided as cadre na we should withdraw. However, may isang platoon leader, I believe he was a platoon leader or a political instructor sa isang platoon namin, na imbis mag-withdraw na kami, talagang nilaslasan pa yun ng leeg yung patay ng tropa. So napaka inhumane. I understand some issues of the Communist Party and the NPA are legitimate. For example, landlessness, poverty, these are legitimate issues. But having this dead human being killed twice, hindi ganito yung gusto kong hindi to yung gusto kong advocacy, hindi ganito yung hindi to yung prinsipyo ko. So yung nangyari, when we had a meeting, Mr. Chair, sa loob ng sub-regional committee, equivalent po to ng isang provincial committee ng partido, pinag-usapan talaga. And syempre sa loob ng party may death penalty. I really asserted for death penalty against that political instructor na naglaslas ng liig ng isang tropang patay na. However, some of our cadres sa loob ng SRC decided for a demotion instead of a death penalty. And I was very insulted kasi malaking violation yan, hindi lang sa batas ng NPA, even sa Geneva Conventions, IHL, etc. Tayo, NPA is claiming to be compliant to this international humanitarian law, to this Geneva Convention. However, yung kami din pala yung parang nag-cover up dun sa mga violations. So napagtanto ko, Mr. Chair, na these are all deceptions, na yung mga sinasabi namin sa propaganda, sa social media, sa media, etc. Ano lang pala to, pagpapanggap na yung NPA ay mga hukbo ng mga mahihirap, yung NPA hukbo ng magsasaka. Pero hindi, ito ay isang NPA na walang prinsipyo, NPA na nangahasik lang talaga ng ligim for the sake of overthrowing the government, and that's a thing I can't accept. Bilang ako, I entered initially the organization as an LFS member, believing that this is an organization that advocates for social change, an organization that advocates for government empowerment, etc. Pero hindi kahit na sa mga rally sinasabi na namin na yung mga pulis lang nag-i-initiate para magkaroon ng mga riot, etc. Pero hindi, I was able to join, Mr. Chair, a rally in US Embassy, I believe sometimes in 2011. Kami talaga yung nagdadala ng mga cellophane, mga plastic, mga kabalot na mga tae, nakabalot na mga panis na mga pintura, at kami talaga yung na-observe ko talaga na sa hanay namin na anak bayan at LFS, kami yung nag-i-initiate para mag-create ng riot sa mga kilos protesta. And that's a thing na tingin ko naman na hindi naman necessary dapat na ganun dumating kasi may nakulong na mga kasama, may mga nasaktan, nasugatan, iba mga nasagasaan, at it's na parang labas na siya dun sa yung gusto kong mangyari. Ito yung dahilan, Mr. Chair, bakit ako nag-decide na umalis sa Kilusan, bakit ako nag-decide na sumuporta sa government. Kasi I realized, Mr. Chair, na hindi naman dapat dahas yung paraan para makamit ng mga mamamayan, ng mga mahihirap, kung ano yung mga advocacies, ano yung mga demands ng mamamayan, kundi the government is always there to listen. I was able to observe that when after I left the organization. Nakita ko yung sincerity ng government to reach out to people who are vulnerable to exploitation and infiltration ng CPP and PNDF, Mr. Chair.
Hindi ba mahirap umalis? Hindi delikado? Ano yung risk ng pagtiwalag mo Ganun kasimple lang na basta't nag-awol ka tapos nawala ka na lang sa kilusan ninyo?
Actually, Mr. Chair, after I left, I hindi pa talaga ako totally na umalis sa organization. Umalis lang ako sa NPA unit kung saan ako nanggaling. Syempre, balot po ako ng takot ng time na yun kasi it's my first time na umalis.
Unilateral yung decision na yon na basta ka lang alis, lilipat ka na lang ng ibang assignment. Alis ka sa NPA, magiging political organizer o assignment mo sarili, wala kayong patakaran tungkol dito?
Actually, Mr. Chair, merong talagang patakaran sa hinggil dyan. That's why what I did was outside and beyond the policies of the party. Paglabas ko, kasi I was operating as an NPA leader in Compostela Valley and in Davao.
Tatanungin ko sana kung sino yung uno mong kinontak sa gobyerno. Opisyal ba siya? Sundalo o kawani ng pamahalaan? At paano ginawa mo?
Sir, naputol, sir. Maybe there's another former rebel who can.
I'd like to find that out simply because there might be others, no, similarly situated
Yes,
na
sir.
ayaw, gusto na umalis pero hindi alam kung paano. Yes, Kyrie. While waiting for the next...
Mr. Chair, kapag ikaw ay nagprangka sa CPP, NPA, NDF na aalis, hindi ka papahintulutan. Kakausapin ka muna. Kapag sa NPA, ang kakausap sa iyo political officer. The function of the political officer or political instructor is moral booster. Kakausapin ka, na huwag ka maglaylo, baka na problema ka lang. Hindi ka talaga papayagan. And then you will be, kung insistent ka, you will be put into camp confinement sa headquarters. Then you will be observed. And then, pero pag mag-insist ka talaga na hindi na mapigilan, sasabihan ka, sige, bumalik ka sa open organization at tumulong ka pa rin. The same way that happened to the sister of Angel Lacson, Ella Colmenares. General Parlade was not lying. Ella Colmenares, the sister of Angel Lacson, was an NPA in Quezon. Na-meet ko siya personally.
According to Congressman Colmenares, hindi raw kapatid. Pamangkin actually ni Miss Angel Lacson si Ella.
Si Neri ang pamangkin, sir. Si Neri Colmenares. Anyway, si Ella Colmenares, sir, ay umalis yan. Hindi niya mapipigilan. So, bumalik siya sa open mass movement. Pero CPP pa rin siya. And she's operating underground. At ngayon, ang alam ko, nasa Makibaka siya sa Gabriela. So, nangyayari yan. Pero kapag umalis ka, kapag ginawa namin, sir, facing the government and the people and telling the government everything that we know, kaya umiiyak kanina
Then you'll be marked.
Papatayin kami. Are we dead man walking, sir? Yes. Ang wife ko ngayon, sir, inaharas sa Iloilo City.
Pero it seems na yung pagtiwalag ninyo, hindi ganun ka-risky. Para madali lang kayo nakalabas eh. Like si Kaamihan.
Tumakas kasi siya, sir, sa loob. I think pwede siyang magsalita tungkol doon. Hinabol pa siya sa labas. Ganon din sa akin, sir. Nang magtago ako sa Tagaytay, nang bumalik ako sa Iloilo City, after I talked to Secretary Raul Gonzales, nang buhay pa siya noon, hinabol pa ako at pinareport sa region, sa headquarters ng region, sa Igbaras, sa minimension niya. And I was made there to stay 3 months. Pag-isipan mo, Eric, dito ka na kumilos muli sa Panay. Hindi naman nila alam na nag-NPA ka. And now they're denying na NPA ko. So sabi ko, sige, pag-isipan ko. So the process of recruitment, sir, ay mabilis. Pero yung pag-alis mo napakahirap. Kapag talagang aalis ka, mag-aawol, like nag-awol ako, sir. So pag-awol ko, sinabihan ako na pwede ka ba mag-infiltrate sa city government so that we can have a base for the government employees, more than 4,000 sa City Hall. And to move forward, yun pong rason, sir, hindi na po ako magtatago sa inyo.
The best way out is to contact first, to have a contact person first, who would take care of you once you're out, di ba?
Agree po ako, Mr. Chair. That should be. Pero sir, dahil sa matagal na panahon kaming pinaniwala na hindi mapagkatiwalaan ng gobyerno, papatayin kami, nag-aalangan kami. Ang nangyari sa akin, sir, I have a personal friendship with Secretary Raul Gonzales. He was part then of the core group for the Era of Resign movement. And pareho kaming Ilonggo. I was able to penetrate. In fact, sir, maglalahad na ako, sir, confession time na naman ito. When I was with the NPA, National Operational Command, when Secretary Raul Gonzales, ito nakikinig lahat, was DOJ Secretary, our backstop ID ay WPP, Witness Protection Program, pero NPA, National Operational Command kami. Saan ko pa kinuha? Sa loob ng Padre Faura. Pero sa isang undersecretary niya, nandyan din siya. So, ganun kalalim po mag-infiltrate ang CPP. Hindi ko to sinabi noon, nakuha na rin to sa akin. When I go to the airport, ang ID ko WPP.
So, hindi alam ni Secretary Raul Gonzales na ini-infiltrate nyo pala yung DOJ.
Alam niya na NPA ako.
Yeah, alam niya dati ka NPA kasi sa kanya ka nag-seek ng sanctuary. Pero hindi niya alam na infiltrator ka pala ng DOJ at the time.
That was
Ang
part of my-
cover mo is nasa WPP ka.
NPA talaga kami, sir, pero that was 2006 eh, 2007.
At the time, you were not yet cooperative sa government.
Hindi pa po ako cooperative sa government. We were using the DOJ access because of my personal friendship to Secretary Gonzales then to get backstop ID and access to the programs of WPP to cover our operations. Pero NPA kami. Bakit ko sinasabi ito? Kasi ganun po kami kalalim, sir, mag-infiltrate, magkukunwari, manlinlang, manloko ng mga tao. Even the government maluloko namin. What's the logic of that? Ganun po ang panluloko sa Congress. When Amihan, Noel, and me, and the rest, hundreds of us now, telling the Senate, right before you, Mr. Chair, and the people, Mr. Senate President, na kami manluloko, totoo yun. Saan ka nakakita sa Pilipinas lang na ang Congress natin, may party group ang Communist Party sa loob. May sweldo pa at may pondo na 68 million per year each one of them. And then ngayon, hindi sila haharap dito sa amin para magkonfrontahan dahil iniiwas nila ang issue, dalhin na lang daw sa korte. Sa korte, iba ang rules of evidence. Dito sa Senate, as a public opinion, ito ang tamang korte pertaining to this kind of modus operandi. And we're thankful for this opportunity. Not only for you, Senator Ping and the Senate President, but this is for the people. Lantaran na ito. Hindi ko na po sasabihin ang ibang infiltration operations namin. Precisely po, kasi baka makalimutan po ninyo bakit ko nagagawa ko yon. I was part of the N2 of the NPA National Operational Command. My work is to infiltrate
Ito ng Philippine Navy.
No. Marami pa kaming ginawa na nanggagaling sa inyo po mismo. N2 is intelligence unit ng NPA. The NPA has N1, N2, N3, N4, N5 hanggang N6. N2 is intelligence. Intelligence unit ng NPA.
Pareho rin ng military. N1 is personnel.
N1 is personnel and training.
N3 is operations.
SOG. Yan ang dalawang taton dati na naka-full-time na.
So ginagaya yung armed forces, yung
yun ang
structure.
tumira sa kay Quintanar N3 yun.
Ready na ba sino may sunod?
Ay, sige sir.
Si ano, sir?
Yes, General Perlade.
Mr. Chair, gusto kong balikan.
No, I'd like to reiterate, it is unfortunate that those that we invited from the militant groups are not here. Kasi kung nandito sila, mas malaya yung talakayan natin and they are here to rebut, to disagree, and to justify or to disprove. Yan ang malungkot dito. Wala sila, it's actually their loss, because they chose not to be here. Sige, General Perlade.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Actually, gusto kong balikan, sir, yung issue on these celebrities. Kasi importante ito dahil alam ni Ka Eric ito na gamit yung celebrities because this is one way of convincing the masses that they are winning. Actually, sinasabi nila, kita nyo, ito, may makasama na tayo mga artista, kaya sumali tayo sa...
Sandali baka lang makalimutan ko. Tingnan mo lang kung tama itong yung nakasulat dito sa aking Senate resolution, yung isa sa mga whereases. Facebook account mo ito, Whereas on October 21, 2020, Lieutenant General Antonio Parlade Jr. posted the following message on the National Task Force to End Local Communist Armed Conflict Facebook page. Ito yung direct quote. Let us not red tag Liza Soberano. It's not fair to her. She's merely supporting advocacy for women's rights. She has to be protected in the exercise of her rights. Is she an NPA? No. Of course not. Not yet. So let's help educate her and the other celebrity targets of malayang kilusan ng bagong kababaihan o makibaka the underground mass organization hiding under Gabriela Women's Party. So, and so forth and so on. Ito yung medyo masamang parte na open to misinterpretation or, shall I say, for lack of a better word, exploitation. Sinabi mo kasi rito eh. So, Representative Arlene Brosas and Gabriela, shame on you if you haven't informed your recruits about your hidden violent agenda. Now, Gabriela is claiming that it is not an armed group, which you have just confirmed. So, why right here, but mo sinabang hidden violent agenda and they are not an armed group? Okay, to proceed. Liza Soberano, there's still a chance to abdicate that, referring to Gabriela Youth Group. If you don't, you will suffer the same fate. Ito binabanggit ni Senator Kiko kanina. As Josephine Ana Lapira, bakit mo dinugtungan pa ng ganun?
I have to cite examples to make them realize that the threat is real. That there are so many instances already. In fact, that's why I cited the incidents, September incidents, because it's recent. And I have to cite those just to give them an idea that an idea of these activists against the terrorists. So yun lang po, sir.
But your problem is it's subject to so many interpretations. It may sound like a threat coming from you. You see what I mean?
Yes, sir.
Yeah. Anyway, that's for future reference.
Anyway, sir, I also mentioned there Ella Colmenares because it's really true that Ella is an NPA. I never said that Angel Lacson is an NPA. But ito yun, ang statement nila yun, sinasabi niya na hindi raw siya NPA. I never said that she is an NPA. Angel Lacson is an NPA. No, sir. I never said that Nery Colmenares is an NPA. No. Ang sabi ko, CPP, si Nery Colmenares. Those are two different things. So now, we have so many witnesses actually who can testify that Ella Colmenares was part of the underground. It's not only Eric who saw her. In fact, dyan po sa Tanay ngayon, they're there and they're ready to be interviewed. If we can call Mirna Paray, who's a member of the...
Glad you mentioned that in your own words, that Angel Lacson is not an NPA. I'll make a disclosure. Her fiancé, Yusinil RC, is a family friend. As a matter of fact, pag kinasal yung kukunin ako ninong. So, you know, I'm just making a disclosure. Mabuti na yung kwantas claras. And I'm glad that you mentioned that she is not an NPA.
Yes, sir. They're not.
And I hope she's monitoring para malaman niya na sa'yo mismo nang galing na hindi siya NPA. And I think she will feel relieved coming from you na talaga hindi siya NPA. Referring to Angel Lacson.
Yes, sir. But sana hindi na siya magsinungaling na si Ella Colmenares ay hindi NPA. Dahil talagang NPA si Ella Colmenares.
Or she may not know that. And I'm not trying to defend her. Pero she may not know that. And you wouldn't know that for a fact na hindi niya alam or alam niya, hindi ba?
I know that she knows.
Okay. Sige, I'll give it to you.
So anyway, sir, we came here, we took our oath, and we're not going to say any lies here. And that's the reason why we wanted them to come here also para sagutin yung mga tanong nila kung meron silang mga tanong. But sir,
si Mirna ba yun sasabi mo?
Yes, sir. Si Mirna kung pwedeng ma-invite natin. Thank you, sir.
Mr. Chairman, can
Yes,
we
Alex.
present another former rebel who is a former Kabataan party list? Si Chan Sabado.
Yes po, good afternoon po. Sure. So ako po si Ray Christian Sabado po, former member po ng Kabataan Party List at former member din po ng Anak Bayan Polytechnic University of the Philippines po. Hello po.
Yeah, proceed.
Sige po. ako po ay isang estudyante ng Polytechnic University of the Philippines sa PUP Main sa Santa Mesa, Manila. Recruit po ako ng sandigan ng mag-aaral para sa bayan, isang po ng mga student council sa Polytechnic University of the Philippines po. Then, August po, nagsimula yung pagrekruta sa akin sa sandigan ng mag-aaral para sa sambayanan noong August 2014. Then, October 2014 naman po ay na-recruit na po ako ng Kabataang Makabayan or KM na same student kung sino nag-recruit sa akin bilang isang student council ay nag-recruit din sa akin bilang isang KM. After a month po, November 2014 ay tsaka na po ako isinapi sa Anak Bayan under po ng College of Accountancy and Finance at naging organizer po nito at tagapagsalita din po nung College of Accountancy and Finance bilang ako po ay isang student council. Naging candidate member naman po ako ng Communist Party of the Philippines noong May 2014, May 5 to be exact, 2015. At inilipat naman po ako ng organizing from college namin, which is the College of Accountancy and Finance sa Polytechnic University of the Philippines, ay nailipat po ako sa Anak Bayan University-wide Community Committee Organizing, na kung saan po yung particular na recruit namin o in-organize namin sa community ay o sa labas ng PUP ay itong mga anak din po ng janitor sa loob ng PUP o anak ng mga manggagawa sa loob ng PUP at itong mga informal settlers na naninirahan doon sa vicinity o malapit sa campus o sa university po namin. July 2016 naman po ay naging member po ako ng Kabataan Party List, College of Engineering and Architecture, kung saan po ang task ko po sa Kabataan Party List ng panahon na yon ay ako po yung PADEPA person o nag-e-ensure po ng pambansang demokratikong paaralan na makakapaglunsad ng mga pag-aaral sa ilalim ng mga members ng Kabataan Party List. Which is yung binibigay po naming mga pag-aaral ay mga nabanggit na rin po kanina. Itong maikling kurso ng lipunan ng Revolusyong Pilipino. Andyan din po yung espesyal na kursong masa ng mga magsasaka, ng mga kababaihan at ng mga kabataan. Andyan din po yung araling aktivista na kung saan hinuhubog namin yung mga bagong members ng Kabataan Party List upang maging isang ganap na aktivista isang aktivista na batay doon sa mga pag-aaral na nakuha niya ay later on i-recruit na rin po namin sa Kabataang Makabayan. After po noon, January 2017 po yung naging assignment ko na po ay napagpasyahan ko po na umakyat sa kanayunan o sa kabundukan na kung saan bilang isang member ng New People's Army. January 2017 po ito. January 8, 2017 to be exact ay nakarating po ako dito sa kabundukan ng Northern Samar at naging ang first task ko po nung panahon na yon ay deputy political guide sa isang squad o sa isang larangang guerrilla na kinikilusan ng isang platoon. Then April 2017 po ay naging finance officer ako ng platoon na kung saan ako ay naging political guide. After po ay July 5, 2017 ay naging full member na po ako ng candidate ng Communist Party of the Philippines. At the same time ay binigyan din po ako ng mga gawain. Ito ay yung bilang isang deputy political instructor, at the same time ay political guide at isa pong member ng KT nung sangay ng partido sa platoon or party branch sa loob ng platoon. Then March 2018 naman po ay naging nakasama ko sa party group ng sub-regional committee na ED staff na kung saan yung particular task namin ay magbigay o maging isang machinery para sa pagbibigay ng mga pag-aaral sa mga
members ng New People's Army at sa mga basic masses na at sa mga basing masa na nalulubugan ng aming unit. Naging kasabay po nung pagiging EDS ko sa CPP ay vice squad leader din po ako sa formation ng platoon na kinabibilangan ko. At January 2019 na nga po ay naging secretary na po ako ng party group ng sub-regional committee na ED staff. At later on ay naging ED secretary nung January 2019 ay naging ED secretary din nung party branch ng platoon na kinabibilangan ko. At nitong 2019 August ay naging ED secretary naman ng isang front committee at the same time ay deputy secretary doon sa nabanggit na front committee, sa front committee 2 ng SRC Emporium dito po sa first district, sa part po ng first district ng Northern Samar. At deputy political instructor din po nung platoon na kinabibilangan namin. Na-apprehend po ako o nahuli po ako ng 28th Infantry Battalion sa kabundukan po ng Barangay San Francisco, Las Navas, Northern Samar, na kung saan po ay binigyan po kami ng mga pangalan para sa kanilang kampanya o ginamit yung pagkahuli namin para sa kanilang kampanya at kami po yung tinatawag na Las Navas 3 na kung saan ay binabanggit na illegal daw po at tinorture na inaresto ng 28th Infantry Battalion. Ito po yung mga binanggit ng Kabataan Party List, nung College Editors Guild of the Philippines, nung Anak Bayan, League of Filipino Student, at nagsagawa pa nga po sila ng mga kilos protesta sa Polytechnic University of the Philippines sa Tacloban upang parayain daw po ako dahil illegal daw po ako na inaresto na isang researcher sa area ng Northern Samar.
Hello? Na-torture ka ba?
Po?
Tanungin lang, na-torture ka ba talaga?
Hindi po. Actually, sobrang trinato po kami dito sa 28th Infantry Battalion. Tatlo po kasi kaming nahuli. Trinato po kami nung 28th Infantry Battalion ng accommodating po. Binigyan po nila kami ng damit, binigyan po nila kami ng mga pagkain. At later on po, kinabukasan din po ay turn over din kami sa PNP para i-proseso po, idaan sa tamang proseso yung pagkahuli sa amin. Kung saan, turn over po kami sa Northern Samar Provincial Police Office, doon po kami in-inquest at pinatakbo po yung kaso na kung saan ay na-dismiss po at naka-enroll po ako ngayon doon sa Witness Protection Program po.
Sige. Salamat. Tuloy mo lang.
Na umalis ako, nagsalita ako against sa CPP-NPA, hindi dahil sa kung paano kami pinalabas o paano yung ipinapalabas ng mga legal front organization, example yung tinorture, kundi nakita ko yung pagkakaiba nung itinuturo sa amin simula nung aktivista pa lang ako hanggang sa naging NPA ako, dahil yung kamulatan na yung kinamulatan ko na pagtuturo sa amin ay ito yung tinotorture daw itong mga nahuhuli hanggang sa umamin, later on ay papatayin rin. Tapos andyan din po yung binabanggit nila na wala namang ibang ginawa yung mga sundalo o walang alam yung mga sundalo kundi pumatay. Doon ko po nakita yung pagkakaiba dahil habang nakakulong po ako, dahil hindi nga po libre yung pagkain sa loob, sa lock-up cell nung police office, doon sa lock-up cell ay simula sa umaga, breakfast, lunch and dinner po, yung naghahatid po nung pagkain sa amin ay yung Philippine Army po mismo, yung 803rd Brigade. At andun din po yung lahat ng pangangailangan namin sa lock-up cell, katulad na lang po ng mga toiletries at karagdagan na damit, ay sila din po yung nagpo-provide. Dagdag po dyan ay sila po yung nag-ensure na matulungan yung parents ko para makita. Yung parent ko po kasi ay nilapitan din ng Hands of Our Children, pero hindi niya po pinaunlakan yung Hands of Our Children movement. Pero dahil nakita mismo nakita ko po mismo na kung paano pinursige po pinagtulungan ng Philippine Army at nung PNP yung pagpunta at pag-convince sa nanay ko para mabisita ako dito sa Northern Samar habang nakakulong po ako noong panahon na yon, ay doon ko po nakita yung effort ng Philippine Army na hindi lang pagpatay ang alam ng mga sundalo at ng mga kapulisan, na hindi lang pagto-torture yung alam ng mga nabanggit, kundi andoon yung makataong pagturing nila sa amin, yung makatao na pagbibigay ng pangangailangan namin, at kahit yung security ng parents ko habang nakakulong ako ng panahon na yon, kasi dumating po sa point na meron na binabanggit na po ng nanay ko habang nasa phone call na meron daw pong mga tao doon sa labas ng bahay namin, mga nakabonet na tumatambay sa tapat ng bahay namin. Nung moment po na may mga ganong pangyayari ay yung binanggit ko po agad doon sa provincial director na naka-area kung saan po ako nakakulong, at nabigyan naman po nung agarang aksyon, nag-provide po yung PNP noon nung security doon sa lugar namin, na kung saan nagtataka na nga po yung mga kapitbahay namin na kung bakit nga daw po napakaraming mga pulis na umaaligid doon sa bahay namin. Kaya doon ko po nakita kung bakit ano yung pinagkaiba ng PNP na binabanggit at ano yung pinagkaiba ng Philippine Army na binabanggit sa amin. Kaya doon, yung moment po na yun yung nakapagpabago sa akin, at talagang buong buo ay nagbigay ako ng pahayag ko na pagtulong o pagsuporta doon sa pagsugpo ng komunismo na umiiral, o yung sa ideolohiya ng komunismo na kung saan ay nakita ko kung paano at naging kasama ako sa proyekto na kung paano mag-organize dito sa mga barangay o baryo na pinapasok ng mga New People's Army, kung paano yung kakainin na lang ng mga magsasaka ay ibibigay pa doon sa mga nagpapakilalang hukbo ng mga mahihirap. Kaya sa ngayon po, hanggang ngayon ay andun yung isa ako sa mga kinatatakutan doon sa mga barangay na merong nagbibigay ng mga statement yung mga tao sa mga barangay na napuntahan ko, na if ever daw po ako makita doon sa mga barangay nila ay talagang ambush yung gagawin nila sa akin, na hindi nila papayagan na makapasok ako sa barangay. May mga threat na rin po doon sa buhay ko para lang liquidate at hindi na makapag-share pa doon sa iba pang mga magsasaka na kung ano nga ba talaga yung reality na nangyayari doon sa loob ng CPP-NPA. Dagdag na rin po dyan, ay yung isa pa pong nakapag-convince sa akin na umalis ay yung binabanggit na nga po na violence against women, na kung saan nakita ko po mismo kung paano yung process nila doon sa case nung rape sa loob. Tulad nga po ng binabanggit, yung rape po kasing kaso ay kamatayan po yung katumbas niyan. Pero dito po, ako po mismo ay may kasama nung isang komite na kung saan nagde-decide kami doon sa isang platoon leader ng isang unit ng NPA kung saan ay may rape case na nangyari doon sa unit namin. Pero matagal laylo awol na lang po yung platoon leader at hindi na po nadesisyonan yung ganong kaso. At dagdag pa po dyan ay yung mismong ipinaglalaban namin ng ayaw namin doon sa korupsyon ay nakita ko po mismo kung paanong umiral yung korupsyon doon sa unit namin, at kung paano yung korupsyon ay kung paano kinakamkam yung pera na dapat para sa mga tao doon sa barangay, pero hindi naman talaga napupunta sa kanila. Kaya yun po yung isa sa mga nakapag-bigay o isa sa mga factor kung bakit napili ko din na umalis at napili ko na magsalita laban doon sa CPP-NPA.
Right. Salamat. Unless meron pa itatanong si Chairman, no? Sa madaling salita, sa narinig ko sa iyo, in the media lingo, ang ibig sabihin mali ang press release.
Opo. Actually, yung mga press release po, naglabas din po. Opo, actually nag-press release din po yung Kabataan Party List, yung Kadamay, yung Anak Bayan, League of Filipino Student, yung iba't iba pong mga progressive organization, tinatawag nilang progressive organization sila, ay nagbigay ng pahayag at pagsuporta para pakawalan daw po ako o paalisin o pakawalan mula doon sa NSPPO dahil hindi naman daw po ako NPA. Kaya nakakatawa na lang din pong isipin na may ganun silang effort to the point na magsagawa pa sila ng rally para lang palabasin kaming tatlo na mga nahuli nung 20th Infantry Battalion po.
Thank you. So General Parlade and perhaps anyone of the armed forces or the PNP, ang narinig ko, ang deduction na narinig ko sa social media ngayon, sa naririnig nila rito ngayon, yung mga celebrities, wala silang kinalaman doon sa mga underground organization. Ang nangyayari, sila'y nagagamit upang makapag-recruit. Parang gano'n ang dating. Ano? Now, mapag-usapan yung recruit. Paano kayong nare-recruit muna? Nare-recruit kayo sa front organization muna, di ba? Patulad ng kwento nyo kay Eric. Okay, ngayon.
Tama po.
Tapos, later on, through some machinations, you become a candidate for member of the CPP.
Correct po, Mr. President.
Candidate muna kayo, di ba? Okay.
Pero dadaan muna, Mr. President, dun sa underground organization na ang unang tina-target yung leadership mismo ng open organization.
Yan nga. So yung front organization
Yun ang process
diba? Yan. Tapos yun ang proseso. Pagpasok mo rin, papunta ka ng CPP, magiging candidate ka muna, tapos magiging full-fledged ka. Okay.
Full-fledged member ka.
Full-fledged member
Parang
ka.
probationary stage mo yung candidate membership. Titingnan nila kung qualified ka na maging cadre later or ang iyong security and loyalty to the Communist Party will be proven enough.
Kaya nga. So, in this process, wala bang initiation yan?
Hindi siya parang kagaya sa ordinary traditional fraternity recruitment. Ang initiation mo will be done doon sa tinatawag kanina ni Secretary Anyo na immersion. So, mag-immerse ka or mag-integrate ka sa manggagawa, magsasaka o mga area ng katutubo or urban poor kung ikaw ay kabataan estudyante. Kasi sa CPP-NP NDF po, the primary role of the Communist Party is to develop a very strong workers movement in the urban area and a very strong peasant movement in the rural area. Ang kabataan estudyante po, Mr. Senate President, sir, ay nare-recruit sila para pag magbibigay ng malaking tulong sa propaganda.
Alright.
Propaganda.
So ngayon, sabi mo, doon din natetest ang loyalty before you become a full-fledged CPP member. Okay. Paano nila tinetest ang loyalty?
Ang process niya, may tinatawag po kami, Mr. President, na talambuhay. Form 1, Form 2. Ang sinasabing talambuhay, ito yung narration ng iyong buhay mula doon sa open organization. Before ka i-recruit, i-interviewin ka ng kadre ng CPP na namumuno din ng open organization. For example, in my case, I was the chairperson, provincial and regional coordinator ng College Editors Guild of the Philippines. Pero kabataang makabayan din ako. Underground yun sa sektor ng kabataan. And CPP na rin ako, Mr. President, Mr. Chairman. Ang gagawin ko dyan, pag may target ako, like si Lady Desiree, kukunin ko pa, papapilapin ko siya ng Form 1. Ang tawag dyan, talambuhay Form 1. Para yun sa recruitment sa underground. Doon ko makikita ang kanyang history at iba pa. May parang Form 168 kung sa DepEd, no? Tapos, pag nag-Communist Party member target siya after 6 months to 1 year, mag-fill up siya again ng talambuhay Form 2. So may Form 1, may Form 2. With due respect, Mr. Chair and Mr. Senate President, hindi po totoong walang program ang CPP sa showbiz industry, entertainment, musicians, and artists. Nakalimutan ko lang pong banggitin. Maybe in the next session we can have. May tinatawag pong underground groups sa hanay ng mga artista at mga manunulat at mga sa showbiz. Ang tawag po nito ay ARMAS, Artista at Manunulat ng Sambayanan. Ang open organization ay tinayo ng CPP para magkaroon ng recruitment ground para dito na hindi mahalata ay Concerned Artists of the Philippines at ang Musicians and Artists of the Philippines. Nabuo ito mainly mga middle 80s, yung Musicians and Artists of the Philippines, I think nabuo sa panahon ng Era Resign campaign. From that open organization and loose organization of showbiz personalities, entertainers, musicians, compositor at mga artists, ay nabubuo ang underground organization, which is one of the founding members of the NDF, kung hindi ako magkakamali, kasama sa Christians for National Liberation sa church. ARMAS is for the showbiz industry and for the entertainment people, not mainly to recruit them. Ika na mention kanina, Mr. Senate President, like Maita Gomez, Nelia Sancho, and many of them. Iwan ko po kasi ang iba dito, national artist na basta, dalawang director na magagaling ay membro po ng ARMAS. Hindi ko alam kung na-process sila sa Communist Party. Hindi ko na po pabanggitin. Pabanggitin kong pelikula nila, Ora Pro Nobis. Maynila, sa Kuko ng Agila, Walang Himala. They were part of a very long tradition of infiltration and recruitment into the showbiz personalities. At ang iba ay active pa, but they are not NPA right away. But they are supporting the NPA indirectly or directly.
Alright, then balik tayo sa NPA. Nag-member na ng CPP, tapos naging NPA. Sabi mo parang ibang klase yung initiation. Hindi initiation, kundi yung Talambuhay 1, Talambuhay 2. Tapos di ko makuha kung paano yung sinasabi ninyong ma-prove ang loyalty. Parang medyo mahina eh.
Okay.
Mahina para ma-prove ang loyalty.
Yung loyalty,
magiging full-fledged ano ka,
yung loyalties, Mr. President, Mr. Chair, doon yun sa pag-investigate sa iyo. Na hindi ka nagsinungaling sa iyong security background, sa iyong class origin, sa iyong historical background. Number 2, yung loyalty mo, itetest ka doon sa number of years na ilalagi mo. Kaya ang full membership sa panahon namin, matagal-tagal, mahigit 1 taon. Pero dahil mabagal, ang recruitment, tinitingnan ka doon. Alam ko yung dulo ng, I may be surmising your position, Mr. Senate President. Pwede bang ang test mo sa loyalty ay sumama sa ambush? That can be possible. Kasi pag nag-immersion ka sa NPA, kahit hindi ka pa NPA, doon ka matitest.
Kasama na yan.
Sa immersion, that can be.
Maaari. Okay.
Immersion.
Did you still believe in God? Do they believe in God?
Sir?
You don't believe in God?
Kami, sir? Hindi po pinag-uusapan sa CPP, NPA, NDF recruitment, lalo na sa CPP kung ikay naniniwala sa Diyos. Pero ang paniniwala nila, ang lahat ng bagay dapat na iniisip kung may material na basihan. Kaya dialectical materialism. Kung hindi mo ma-prove na Diyos, may Diyos dahil walang material na batayan, huwag mong i-discuss yan. The discussion about God and religion is not so much discussed inside the Communist Party, although you are not also disallowed or prohibited to believe in your God. Pero kapag may enkwentro na po, kami po ay napapaganon din. Kapag may mga military operations, natatakot din po kami. So, ang God po is not a center topic for the CPP. As much as possible, your religion and your belief in God shall not be part na makapagpigil ng iyong revolutionary commitment at hindi makasagabal sa iyong trabaho. Okay lang yan kung may Diyos ka. Pero, correctly, hindi po naniniwala na may Diyos kung hindi mo ma-prove, never discuss that. So, iniiwasan yan sa loob ng CPP. So, sa bahagi ko ba po, ako ay naging atheist?
Walang nagtatry na mag-prove. Napakadaling i-prove na may Diyos eh.
Kaya nga, so that's the way they think. Ultimately, tama ka, Mr. President. Logically, ang CPP, ang isang komunista, ay mahirap maniwala sa Diyos. Kaya mahirap magtiwala sa isang organisasyong walang sentro sa Diyos.
Sira logic.
Kaya nga. Tama po kayo, Mr. President, on that notion. And on that effect, kami ba po ay umabot sa panahong hindi naniwala sa Diyos? Hindi naman po, pero nagduda kami sa Diyos. Doon po magsisimula. When you're recruited to the underground, into the CPP, magsisimula kang magduda na may Diyos.
Pero sabi mo nga, pagka sa encounter, you make the sign of the cross.
Patago lang.
So totoo pala yung kasabihan na wala raw mga atheist pag mamamatay na. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Yeah, thank you. Yeah, anything more? Sige. Hindi, meron lang ka-clarify, ano? Yung term na secretary o kalihim sa CPP, NPA, sa organization, hindi ito yung common understanding ng mga tao na secretary. Pag sinabing secretary o kalihim, puno ito. Ito
Iyan ang head.
Okay.
The word
tawag mo,
chairman
secretary.
is only used to the party chairman.
Yeah.
The secretary or kalihim is the head of the party
Of
unit.
the unit or organ.
Yeah.
Any organ.
Hindi po siya record keeper.
Okay. So you're about to say something?
Yes, thank you po, Mr. Chair and Mr. Senate President. The urban mass movement operations in the infiltration, sir, extends beyond government offices and religious community. Right now, sir, ang pinakamalaking infiltration ay nasa UN, United Nations, European Union, and in the Filipino communities. Sir, in the last 5 years, may na-recover po na document, ang title niya ay Oplan Walibay. Oplan Walibay is an underground operations of the Communist Party designed to infiltrate the international community. One, to infiltrate the United Nations to weaken the position of our government at the international community. Two, to establish broadest network support among pro-communist, pro-socialist, anti-imperialist workers groups and associations. Three, to infiltrate favorable international groups such as European Union. And fourth, dito binabanggit ni Senator ni Mr. Chair and ni kanina, sir, to generate funds through infiltration of big NGO partnerships. And fifth is to develop a very strong support among Filipino communities and expatriates, building the underground organizations of compatriot, supporting the NDF. That is why in Hong Kong, the United Filipinos in Hong Kong, Migrante chapter, and in US, in the Europe, they are operating in 7 global regions, all with with CPP units, party committee. Even in the US, sir, napakalakas po ng CPP infiltration sa San Francisco, Los Angeles, sa New York, and even in Europe, and then sa other global regions. In the documents na pinabasa sa amin ng mga kadre, recovered last 2018, that Oplan Walibay shows that the government is including, the security sector in the Department of Foreign Affairs are blinded for so long of how the CPP exports infiltration, operation, and radicalization abroad. And ito ay unchallenged. Default po tayo, sir. This is a very serious problem. Kung kaya po mga report ng UN, mga rapporteurs na i-infiltrate po ito, na i-influence. And ito po ay very seriously undertaken, similar to the infiltration of Congress and government offices.
Eric, isang question lang You have reached the point of no return. Sigurado yan?
Yes, sir.
Baka after 2 months, 3 months, 1 year, ando ka na naman sa underground.
May lesson pa ako, sir. I will not be going the way of Ador Mawanay.
And so with Lady Miranda.
Mr. Chair, papatayin na po nila kami pag nagtangka kaming bumalik.
Siguro ganun din sina kaamihan. Si Camille na lahat.
Senator, Mr. Chair, Mr.
Meron bang instance na yung isang nagbalik loob sa gobyerno bumalik ulit?
Kung hindi po siya ma-expose at wala po siyang ginawang kagaya namin. Pero kapag ikaw ay naugnayan ng government, your worth and value to the revolutionary movement or the CPP and PNDF lessens. And you are be suspected again.
If I were a kalihim, I would definitely recruit you back and project you to be our infiltrator. But that's me.
Pwedeng mangyari po yan, sir. Kaya yun ang naging basis ng CPP Central Committee sa pag-liquidate at pag-assassinate kay Quintanar sa Kay Tabara. They were viewed as that way.
Hindi, iba naman yung yun, mga rejectionist yun
Part na yun, sir.
Liquidate yun because yung nag-liquidate sa kanila, di ba yung firmest? Kaya isa yan
Yes, sir. Mayroon ba, sir, pagkakataon na nahuli pero bumalik? Kung ikaw po ay kategorya siguro ng mga chamson, pwede, sir. Pero pag mga ordinary categories sa mga kadre na hindi mga kategorya ng mag-asawang chamson, mahirap mo kunin. ang tiwala agad ng partido. There will be the so-called, kung sa atin sir may custodial debriefing or debriefing process, sa kanila there will be cooling and observation period. Ilalagay ka sa isang gawain na obserbahan kanila bago ka bumalik sa gawain dati muna po.
Mr. Chairman, hindi nila maiisip yung naisip mo dahil hindi naman sila naging officer ng MISG.
Baka pwede mo sabihin hindi sila nag-PNP. Jan Fernandez.
Mr. Chair, gusto kong balikan yung tanong niyo kanina about the test, ultimate test, kung ikaw ay pwede nga mag-CPP. And I hope Eric will corroborate my, well, as of now, ano pa lang sir, haka-haka pa lang ito. But based on the revelations of former rebels, there's one common denominator. It's really lying. Lying ang isang na-perfect nila para labanan lahat ng narrative ng gobyerno. So, balikan ko sir yung kwento tungkol dito kay Ella Colmenares because this is very important, especially that we are talking of a celebrity. Ang celebrity sir, ang daming naaakit niyan and we have to establish or we have to debunk her claims na porke ikaw ay isang artista, palagi ka na lang tama. Porke ikaw ay si Darna, hindi ka na pwedeng magsinungaling. So gusto kong, kung pwede sir, pakinggan natin yung testimony nitong tatlong members ng main regional guerrilla unit dyan sa Quezon na nakasama nito ni Ella Colmenares just to put an end to that issue whether Ella Colmenares, kapatid ni Angel Lacson, ay isang NPA or not. So may we have the
Yes.
video of
Yeah, please proceed.
mga code lang sir ang gagamitin nila kasi there are still active operations where this
I would just like to inform you na in case the militant groups who failed to appear today in today's hearing, kung atin sila sa next hearing, I'll give them the same opportunity. Fair is fair. Okay? And it's up to you if you're willing to attend alongside yung mga kung darating sila. It's all up to you, but we're going to invite you nevertheless to attend that same hearing in case they'll be here.
If we
Okay.
get the invitation, Mr. Chair, we will prepare immediately.
Sige, okay.
Webex sir, naka-Webex sila, they are on standby. Kung meron tayong mga
Webex?
tanong,
Go ahead, go ahead.
they're in Tanay right now.
Can our host check the login?
Yeah, kung naka-login sila, start video na and audio.
While waiting, sir, let me just explain that there are so many of them waiting to be interviewed. They're all over the country. There are 6 in Tanay. 6 in Bicol. There are 12 in Tanay. Nandito na ata sila, sir.
Good afternoon po, Mr. Chairman. Ako si Christine, kumilo sa Central Quezon sa bilang kabataan makabayan. 1990 na nagsimula akong mag-organisa ng mga kasama dito sa aming lugar. Dahil ang katangian ng aming lugar ay libid, malayo sa kabihasnan, malayo sa kabayanan, malayo sa halos sa panahon iyon na kumbaga tinawag ang aming lugar noon na malayong purok. Malayong purok dahil hindi ganun ka-active ang kilos militar ng panahon yun sa aming lugar. Halos sa amin na tumitira ang mga kasama, ang mga ubo. Pagmulat pa lang ng aming mata, nandiyan sila sa aming harapan. Doon sila kumakain, naglalaba. Kung ngayon madali na sa akin na maorganisa, dahil araw-araw, yun ang naririnig ko. At bukod pa doon sa aking mga magulang ay kasama sa unit Sangay Pambaryo. Nasa parehas ang aking mga magulang ay miyembro ng Sangay na naorganisa rin nila doon sa aming baryo. Ako bilang kabataan, naging grupong pang-organisa, itinayo bilang paggrupong pang-organisa sa baryo na nagpalawak ng organisasyong kabataan sa aming lugar. Sana una, target namin noon, palawakin ng mga kabataan para magkaroon ng bilang mapakilala o kaya maintindihan ng gobyerno kung anong pangangailangan namin bilang mga kabataan sa ganung liblib na lugar. Ang aming mga pangangailangan ay edukasyon, eskwelahan, walang maayos na eskwelahan, walang medikal, may health center, wala sa aming lugar. Doon kami binayo. Kumbaga doon kami binugbog ng propaganda ng mga kasama dahil totoong yun talaga ang nararanasan namin ng panahon yun. Kaya bilang ako na nakaranas ng ganong sitwasyon, nahikayat ako na buuin bilang sa isang grupo na nag-umpisa sa ilang member lamang. Ako ang itinayong bilang grupong pang-organisa na ito ay naparami ko sa iba't ibang sitio ng aming lugar. Na yung isang layunin, palawakin ang sumasa, mulat ang pangangailangan ng mga kabataan sa ganong klaseng lugar na napakalayo sa kabihasnan. Nung ako'y elementary pa nung time na yun, nag-aaral ako, ang mga kasama, parang normal na sa kanila. Normal na rin doon sa aming lugar kasi na may makitang may bitbit na armas kahit ang mga kabataan. Ako nung time na nag-aaral bilang estudyante, pumupunta sa school namin ang mga kasama, bitbit ang armas, ibinibigay sa akin. Hinihintay ako sa aking paglabas sa eskwelahan. At upang isama ako sa pagpropaganda, paghikayat, pagbibigay ng pag-aaral sa mga kabataan at mga kababaihan. Doon lumikot ang aking kabataan ng panahon yun. Na kung bakit naman ako ay napapultay sa edad na 14 na taong gulang dahil ang aking teacher ay mayroong karelasyon militar. Isinumbong ako ng aking guro sa militar na ako ay miyembro ng CPP-NPA dyan panahon yun. Nung time naman ako isinumbong sa militar ng aking guro, wala ako.
The audio is out.
Mr. Chair, mukhang nawala yung signal. But maybe we can clarify to our resource persons yung tanong kanina whether or not Ella Colmenares was an NPA. Kasi itong tatlo na ito, sir, puro yan members ng main regional guerrilla unit. Isang unit na nakasama ng unit ni Ella Colmenares. So pwede pong resource persons, kung pwede, pakikwento po ito para matuldukan na itong issue na ito. Thank you.
Alex.
Mr. Chairman, I'd like to, with the indulgence of General Parlade, represent again Kashane, on the issue of involvement of prominent personalities, because she personally has a experience in meeting underground meeting with current congressmen, sitting congressmen, representatives now, and I would like her to share that testimony with the chairman, because they all claim they are not member, but she can attest personally. Yes, yes, sir.
Sige.
Good afternoon po ulit. I-share ko lang po yung isang pangyayari na nagkasama po kami ni Representative Sara Elago po sa isang meeting sa College of Law sa UP Diliman, Quezon City po. Noong 2013, panahon po yon na magkakaroon ng nomination for the representative of Kabataan Party List for 2013 election. Isa po ako sa pinadala ng Central Luzon noon para dumalo doon sa pulong nagaganapin para palabasin na legal talaga ang Kabataan Party List. Pero sa totoo po, lahat po kami na mga dumalo doon is mga KMK mga CPP members na kami po yung kumakatawan sa bawat mga regional youth sector po na naka-under sa Regional Urban Committee ng CPP sa region. Ganyan po. NUSP pa po siya that time, si Representative Sara Elago. At ang nominee pa po noon sa pagkakatanda ko, hindi pa si Terry Ridon dapat eh. Si Vencer Crisostong pa po, ang anak bayan, chair ng anak bayan national that time. Siya po dapat ang papalit kay Mong Palatino bilang first nominee ng Kabataan Party List. Kaya lang po, dahil naghabol ulit yung Communist Party, dahil sabi nga nila, hindi pang kongreso si Vencer Crisostomo, kundi panglansangan siya. Dahil mawawalan ng malakas na boses at matapang na muka ang kilusang kabataan sa kalunsuran pag ilalagay sa loob ng kongreso si Vencer Crisostomo.
Paano mo nalaman ito?
Nandun po kasi ako.
Nung pinag-uusapan yon?
Yes po.
Nung nadesisyonan nila na hindi po pwede yung isa kasi panlansangan.
Opo, kasi po ibinaba po yun ng party sa bawat region. Nagbaba po yung Central Committee ng memo. Tapos binaba po yun sa mga Regional Party Committee hanggang po sa pinakamababang party branch at party group po. Yung anak bayan po kasi merong party group po yan sa loob. Kasama po ako doon bilang KMK leader po. Dahil po 16 years old pa lang po ako that time, 2013. Isa po ako sa tinatawag na Youth Communist League. Kumbaga KMK leader po, na pagtungtong ng 18, full-fledged member na po ako ng Communist Party of the Philippines. Kaya,
Paano sinagawa yun? In-announce openly?
Hindi po. Ano po yun? Underground meeting po yun. Hindi po yun publicly
No,
na-announce.
openly I mean sa inyo.
Yes, po.
Open sa inyong grupo, nandiyan kayo nung sinasabi na hindi po pwede itong si Crisostomo ba yan?
Yes po. Ibinababa po yung memo sa amin.
Memo lang ito, hindi ito yung verbal na announcement.
Opo, memo po talaga to ng party. Pinatawag po kami ng mga collective po namin. Binaba po
Hindi mo ba naitabi yung memo na yon?
Wala po kasi po ano po yung internal documents po, hindi po kami binibigyan. Basta mga kalihim po yung
Sino
nagtatago.
nangangalaga ng mga dokumento na yan?
Mr. Chair, that is one aspect that the government finds it very hard to file cases legally in court because there is the nature of compartmentalization, strict code system, and once you ask questions pertaining to violations doon sa security protocols, you will be suspected as a spy. Kaya iniiwasan po namin yan. If you're not entitled and allowed to hold documents, magpagdududahan ka po kapag nagkuha ka ng dokumento.
Meron kayong document security.
Very strict. And then we do not ask permanent questions related to names, circumstances, unless you are a higher organ. If you belong to a higher organ, like Regional Party Committee, you will be entitled to know down below.
But who's keeping all the records?
There is the person known as Deputy for Organization.
And of course, the kalihim.
Deputy pangalawang kalihim.
Pangalawang kalihim.
For organization.
Siya yung caretaker.
Siya yung party officer for personnel records, finance, security.
Siya lang ang merong access yan.
As much as possible sa computer files. Yes.
Yeah, of course.
According to level, Mr. Chair, Mr. Senate President. Kung front ka, pababa lang.
according to security clearance ang tawag
Clearance
sa
and
military.
authority level. So if regional party committee down the line, but it's not up. If you're guerrilla front level or district level, you cannot have security access up.
And the security sector has not gotten hold of any similar document. Wala.
Related to this testimony.
Yeah.
Yeah,
Yung
there are.
sinasabi niyang dokumento na memong binababa, because that's material and that's material evidence. If you don't have that, then you don't have any evidence. Di ba? Aside, of course, from testimonial or testimonial evidence. Pero kung yung testimonial evidence will be supported by the documentary evidence, meaning probably yung memo na binababa, if you have not gotten hold of that document, then you cannot prove, at least you cannot convince the court na meron talagang link between the party list groups and the CPP.
In that note of the Mr. Chair, Mr. Senator Lacson and Mr. Senate President, we have documents. I think hindi lang kayang i-present dito. I will give a hint.
What kind of documents?
Central Committee document order related to the campaign for implementation of party list. Yes.
You have that?
We have. Captured enemy materials ito during encounters. With the
Why can't you share that with the committee? Or why can't you discuss it openly? Why?
It needs clearance, Mr.
Clearance
Chair,
from
the
whom?
security clearance from the armed forces because they have to process that first. If you will ask me the document I have seen, yes.
This is a vital piece of evidence. Why keep it from,
Mr. Chairman, actually, we have declassified a lot of documents. Maybe for this one, we can also do the same.
Just wondering why you will treat that as a classified document. Why not put it into good use?
That was actually a...
That could actually convince us, the Senate President, myself, and the other senators, that what you're saying all along, totoo.
Yes, sir.
Di ba? Kasi as of now, talagang puro words yung narinig natin, testimonies. Of course, I'm not saying that we're doubting them because galing sila sa loob. Pero, di ba, what more could convince us kung merong document that could buttress, di ba, yung testimonies na pinapahayag dito?
Yes, sir.
Sir, if I may, Mr. Chair.
We will.
Mr. Chairman.
We have the document. I am
Yes,
very
and
sure.
even maski in the form of submission to the committee. Anyway, ang security clearance namin mataas eh.
Yes,
Kami
Mr.
mga
Chairman.
senador.
We will discuss that, and I'm sure the outcome would be we will submit it to you if required. We'll submit the document if required.
Kasi nga, ang challenge, as contained in the letter, and even in media, ang challenge, prove. you provide the document, the evidence that would show that yung mga party list, yung mga legal fronts, talagang affiliated or under ng CPP at least.
Yeah, I affirm, sir, Mr. Chair, Mr. Senate President, we affirm.
The documents that you are pertaining to come from the central.
It's a national party list consultation held in 2018.
And the document would directly link the party list groups to the CPP.
Because it's a document of the CPP coming from their own laptop from the leaders. Yeah.
Yeah, so please submit to the Committee on National Defense, Secretary.
We will do that, Mr. President. We'll do
Yes, sir.
Subject to the forensic preservation and just some advice to the sources so that we will not compromise them. We will comply, Mr. President, Mr. Chairman.
What else? Kaya siguro kayo natatalo, yung mga importanteng dokumento, tinatago nyo pa.
Actually, sir, that's the lesson we learned for so many years. The intelligence community has been keeping
Unless
information
it is
out.
an ongoing intelligence project.
Yes, sir.
But since it's out in the open anyway, nabanggit na rin ni Ka Eric, there's no more reason to keep it classified.
These are recovered.
Yeah, I know.
Yes, sir.
How about the chain of custody
That is
well
one of the-
established?
that is one actually of the problems on the legal aspect on the chain of custody because
Baka naman illegally
some of the
obtained, baka hinak
procedures
nyo lang yan.
were not followed before. Some of the documents.
Baka illegally obtained yan, Alex. Baka hinak nyo lang, so kayo pa makasuhan under the RA for
Yes, sir. It's really a challenge, sir, between the
Yeah,
investigation
kung
and
recovered
intelligence.
in a raid covered by search warrant, well, that's
Oh,
evidence.
yes, sir.
Diba? Covered ng search warrant. Or, kung nakuha nyo by virtue of a court authorization applied by any of the units ng armed forces or the PNP, then it's valid. Unless ongoing pa yung monitoring ninyo.
Some,
Na
sir,
covered ng court
are
authorization.
through special projects, which of course will put the access agent in jeopardy if we reveal. So that's why there are still some information that may not be.
You understand?
revealed, sir.
Yes, Ed.
Yeah, Mr. Chair. I'd just like to share my experience as an intelligence officer. We have a lot of captured documents, but these documents are actually unsigned or sometimes signed under pseudonym. But they are legal documents being followed by the party. Talagang hanggang pagbaba ng party groups, ito yung mga document like, for example, documents issued by Julio Seron, the one who replaced Benito Champion after his capture, kung paano magbuo ng mga chapter ng Makabayan. And these are documents that are being followed. And we will talk among ourselves how to submit these documents to your committee, Mr. Chair.
Thank you. Because that's the essence of the hearing this morning. See my point?
Mr. Chairman, we have learned some lessons there. There is now a better tendency to share information rather than to keep the information to ourselves.
Pagka kasi nabilasa yung information, it becomes useless.
And our information campaign is actually our way of saying that we are now ready to come up with evidences that are with us.
Mr. Chairman, well, also connected to that, so that everything will be transparent. There was a Jeffrey Celis that used to be a spokesman for Mayor Jed Mabilog. Do you know him, Kyrie?
I was the spokesman of Mayor Jed Mabilog, and I was also mentioned in the narco list of the president. But I can explain if you will allow me.
You were in the list of a narco list ni President Duterte.
In 2016, because
In
of
2016.
circumstances.
Why?
Mr. Chair, Mr.
Go ahead,
President,
go ahead.
I was expecting for you to ask that, as if I was already expecting that you assume that you already know about me. Since hindi pa pala ninyo yan nalalaman, ako na ngayon ang harap sa buong bayan and the Senate. My inclusion to the narco list to the President in 2016 does not negate all the truthful circumstances related to my involvement with the CPP and PNP. That's number one. Number two, my inclusion to the narco list was part of a government project. And that circumstances emanated from my being part of an intel operative. Matagal pa ako naging intel operative ng NPA. Pwede ba dito yun lahat discuss? Baka marami kasing tatamaan dito pag yun ang angulo natin. I was included in that list because it was part of a government project para lumansag at lansagin ang sindikato ng droga sa Iloilo. It should not come out instead. But why did I decided to take the risk to face the Senate and the entire world? Kasi po sinunog ako ng mga kasama ko that the source of NTF-ELCAC and the source of General Parlade is a narco list, the personality mentioned by the President. Kaya nga ako ay Eric Almendras sa matagal na panahon. I use that cover kasi po I am working in many instances in covert operations. At kasama po yan Hindi ko alam kung dito yan. But the inclusion to the list, the Director General,
I cannot yet reconcile, ano? Inclusion sa narco list, anong kinalaman doon sa movement?
wala na ako sa movement nang nandun ako.
Wala ka na nga, pero bakit ka kailangan isama sa narco list?
Okay.
Anong cover ang pinopurso mo, pinopurso nila ng gobyerno para sa sarili, para sa iyo, para isama ka sa narco list? Eh kung natukhan ka.
Okay. Yung point ko, sir, direktahin ko na po. Nag-infiltrate pa ako ng drugs. Not related. Kaya sir, buhay ng pamilya ko ngayon na nakataya kapag yan ay kakalkalin. Pero bakit lumabas yan? Sinunog po ako ng CPP-NP-NDF to discredit me and prevent me from coming out. Hoping that they can prevent me to testify all these things. Because matatakot ako. Sabi ko, no. And I think...
And your handler was what unit? Never mind the name.
Nika.
Ideya.
Nika po, sir.
Why? Is Nika involved in drug operations?
You can ask the Director General, sir.
Eh, umalis eh.
Nag-CRS, sir. And I request, sir, kung mga detalye tungkol dyan, sir.
Well, if I were to assume, ang assumption ko rito, Nika has been or had been coordinating with PIDEA or DDP. PIDEA, particularly. Kasi without coordination with PIDEA, tapos pinroject nyo ito, nasama sa narco list, nag-project kayo sa... I'm just wondering, bakit Nika papasok sa... Of course, all-encompassing naman yung intelligence work niyo, di ba? Kindly confirm what he said, that his handler, yung project handler, Nika. Kasi lumayo na eh. This is ISO, pagkatapos na haluan na ng drugs.
Actually, sir, we have partners with the AFP.
You don't have to answer.
Yes,
Is that inclusion or the project part of the cover-up para maproteksyon na si Eric? Is it the other way around, or
the other way
you
around.
really protected him for a particular intelligence project?
It's when the president took over, sir, his priority is drugs. That's why it's really drugs, illegal drugs.
But you've never been an addict.
No, sir.
Or how could you pass off as a drug?
Yes, sir.
Hindi, nasama sa narco.
Mr. Chair and Senate President, kung gusto niyo na pong lantaran dito. Personal po kami magkakilala ni Boyet Odicta nang maliliit pa kami. I grew up in Iloilo City. The Odicta group is the particular.
Pinapatay sa ano.
The project is about them. Hindi ko po isasabi yung buong project na yun kasi maraming madadamay dito ng mga pangalan. So it was blown out accidentally, Mr. Chair, Mr. Senate President.
The NPA, no?
Ay may tawag ni Pangulong Duterte ang pangalan ko sa
pero bihira lang yung nakakahawak ng narco list.
Ay, hindi, sir. It was a public pronouncement by the President.
Okay.
August 2016.
Ang buhay mo. Igales. No, baka kung saan pa tayo mapunta.
Chairman, marami witness, naka-standby sila. But,
Yeah, we can save it for later.
But we can...
Anyway, we're just hoping that those who invited today will appear in the next hearing. At least si Congressman Colmenares committed to appear in the next hearing because ang kanyang number one reason, he wanted to spend undas with the family and is out of Metro Manila. So, and the others, I don't know. Maybe he can convince them to attend. Because in fairness to them, and I promise right here openly that I will give them the same opportunity, the same time, the same space that the committee has given you today. Yun lang assurance may bibigay ko sa kanila.
Mr. Chairman, may nagpadala po ng picture sa amin sa Quezon City.
Meron pa?
nandito na si Mr. Colmenares nasa Quezon City. May magandang loob na nagbigay ng picture sa amin.
And let him spend on that with the
Pero
family.
okay lang. Baka nandyan ang kanyang mahal sa buhay na namatay. Tama rin naman siya. We can respect that. Pero sarado yung cemetery, di ba? Sa IATF. Okay lang.
Anyway, sige, let's wait
Baka
for...
gusto niyang umatras hindi kami aatras.
Well, never mind that. That's off the record. So we will suspend the hearing today, this afternoon, and we'll just notify you when the hearing will be resumed. Is that fair? Is that okay?
Mr. Chairman,
So yung mga busy sina Secretary Anyo, sobrang busy itong mga taon to, pwede na kayong mag-skip, but we need at least the major personalities here. Of course, Secretary Esperon cannot be excused because he's the main man here. And Nika also.
In fact, we will thank you for inviting us again, if you would.
Yeah, we will.
This is our fight. NTF LCAP was designed for this. So, darating po kami, Mr. President, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you very much.
Salamat po
So,
sa mga sumubaybay. Makikita namin, ang daming nagte-text po. Live. Sinundan talaga ito.
baka naman puro retired officers yun nagte-text sa'yo.
Hindi po, mga taga Mindanao. Nakikita ko lang sa mga napakarami. Mga fans ni Amihan.
Okay. So, with that, meron din ako stories to share yung sarili ko experience when I was still sa previous life ko. But anyway, there's time for that. So, okay, this hearing is suspended.
Thank you so much.
Thank you very much.